Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll be starting in 3 minutes.
If we can go ahead and start having people come in with their coffee, their snacks, and taking seats, that'd be great.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Marcus Thornton, co-founder and former president of Feds for Freedom. Before we begin our business today, I want to center our focus on the foundational purpose of the federal government. When George Washington issued the first presidential Thanksgiving proclamation in 1789, he did not just ask the nation to give thanks. He explicitly instructed the country to pray for a government bound by accountability and constitutional adherence. As we gather here at the Willard to confront the realities of government overreach, President Washington's words provide the timeless standard we seek to restore. Please bow your heads as I read President Washington's supplication for our nation. May we then unite in most humbly offering our prayers and supplications to the great Lord and ruler of nations, and beseech him to pardon our national and other transgressions, to enable us all, whether in public or private stations, to perform our several and relative duties properly and punctually, to render our national government a blessing to all the people by constantly being a government of wise, just, and constitutional laws, discreetly and faithfully executed and obeyed, to promote the knowledge and practice of true religion and virtue, and the increase of science among them and us, and generally to grant unto all mankind such a degree of temporal prosperity as he alone knows to be best. Amen.
Please join me to stand, at least, for the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still
as a national security threat? Or is this something that was simply started by a small group of people? That's one of the questions that we're going to talk about today. Similarly, a few years ago, during COVID-19, the government had a problem and they put all their metaphorical eggs in one basket, a shot. But was that really the best way forward? The American citizenry did not get asked what their opinion was. The decision was simply placed upon us, and we had to deal with the consequences. So some of those Americans who disagreed with the government solution happened to be federal employees. Jim, Marcus, and a few others, they came together and started a group known as Feds for Medical Freedom. That was all in response to Executive Order 14042 and 14043, mandatory injections for federal employees and contractors. As a clear indication of how many Americans prioritize their own personal freedoms to choose their response to the problem, this grassroots organization grew quickly to over 10,000 people. I was one of those who had the good fortune of hearing about the organization and then the greater pleasure of being why the organization grew so quickly. So Feds for Medical Freedom filed a lawsuit with the backing of all of its members. We challenged the government's authority to mandate a medical procedure. We secured a nationwide injunction. The courts agreed with that. As it went through the process, the government appealed multiple times. Ultimately, the administration repealed that executive order and along with it, the requirement to take the shot. But the members of the organization believed it was because the administration at the time knew that they were on the wrong side of the law. They had reached a little bit too far. At that point, we knew that without having things enshrined in case law, the government was going to participate in unconstitutional overreach again at some point, some issue. So the mission of the organization developed beyond just medical freedom, so we changed our name. We dropped medical and became Feds for Freedom. So what are the other threats that were out there? One of the things at that point in time was DEI. It was being forced all across America. The public had to deal with DEI. Feds for Freedom helped to get the Luovano decree overturned. That in of itself is a form of DEI. So now merit-based principles can be utilized once again by the federal government in all of its hiring actions because of this. There's always going to be an issue that needs to be addressed. And that's why we're here today, addressing some of these issues. Today, you're going to hear panelists making their case as to why their topic should be considered a national security threat. What are the details behind it? So as we do this today, and looking back on the transition of Feds for Medical Freedom to Feds for Freedom, it's a little ironic that this is our nation's 250th birthday, because those of us that came together in this group stood up against not just our employer, but the government and society at large. We were risking a lot. We were risking it all. Our livelihoods, our security, our future, all because we believed in our just cause. Freedom, liberty, bodily autonomy, and the Constitution. Similar to our nation's founding fathers, we were risking everything for what we believed in. We risked our names and our reputations. We stood against the constant onslaught of coercion and intimidation the government was placing on us. But luckily, just like our nation's founding fathers, we won that battle. In fact, last year, the Department of Justice settled. Thank you. Appreciate that, Ivan. So some of the topics we're going to cover today might put people in the crosshairs because of their stance. They could be risking a lot by making their case as well. So as it was 250 years ago, today we are going to shape our nation and our nation's future. Feds for Freedom's mission is to protect Americans from government overreach and hold them accountable, all from the inside. It's a difficult task by ourselves, but when we do this together, we do it with ease. E-A-S-E. Educate, support, advocate, and expose. Today, we're going to expose some domestic threats to our national security, and we're going to educate the American public through this forum. We're not alone in this task, and there are several organizations whose mission has overlapped with ours. We've either partnered with them in the past, or we are doing that now. So I would like to recognize some of them at this point in time. The Children's Health Defense, the Brownstone Institute, Maha Action, the Maha Institute, the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Virginia Medical Freedom Alliance, the Independent Medical Alliance, and Stand for Health Freedom, just to name a few. This group effort affecting real change reminds me of what President Reagan once said. All of us as Americans are joined in a common enterprise to write the story of freedom, the greatest adventure mankind has ever known, and one we must pass on to our children and our children's children, remembering that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. The fight to ensure our country is here for another 250 years is not a one-and-done scenario. Each generation has a responsibility to preserve and pass it on to the next generation, that which is most important. If you ever wonder if the fight is worth it or not, I want you to think about something. It was important for Milton Scott. He was from Ohio. Harold Clark was from Montana. Forrest Abel was from Kentucky. So who are these people? They're just three of the more than 218,000 Americans that are buried in one of the 32 different cemeteries in 17 foreign countries. They died fighting abroad to ensure our generation has the opportunity to preserve freedom for the next generation. So remember, always choose liberty over tyranny. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Degenkolb, and I'm the Vice President of Feds for Freedom. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today and for everyone who's joining us on our live stream. As you know, we're featuring several panels highlighting national security issues, which are often underappreciated. Throughout the day, we'll engage our expert panelists to help you understand why Feds for Freedom believes that these topics should be at the forefront of our domestic conversations, particularly as we head into the midterm elections. During each panel, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions by writing them down and placing them in the silver bowl that's to the left of the stage and just aft of that middle pillar there. There are notepads on the table and pens, so please use those and don't be shy. We look forward to your questions. If your question isn't answered directly due to time constraints, I'd encourage you to engage participants directly and other attendees during breaks throughout the day. Like all nations, the United States is faced with multiple threats to our national security. National security is not merely about protecting borders, it's about preserving the conditions necessary for a stable, prosperous, and self-governing nation. True national security extends far beyond military strength or foreign threats. It demands safeguarding the foundational pillars of a free society. The Founding Fathers understood this principle well. In his farewell address of 1796, George Washington warned Americans about the dangers of excessive political factionalism, foreign influence, and corruption. John Adams warned that constitutional governance ultimately depends on the character of the people. He famously wrote, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." Now, whether one interprets Adams's statement in religious, ethical, or civic terms, the basic principle remains relevant. Self-government requires self-discipline, civic virtue, and an informed citizenry. Unfortunately, many of the concerns raised by our founders appear increasingly visible in modern America. We'll focus on the 5 most relevant and critical challenges facing us today. To begin, we'll discuss censorship and the expansive surveillance state that is developed nationwide. These activities stifle open discourse, erode trust in governing institutions, and concentrate power in ways that prevent self-correction, which is an essential element to the success of any enduring republic. Next, we'll discuss food and chemically dependent farming practices. National security begins with the ability to feed a population. Our nation has long benefited from one of the most productive agricultural systems in the world. Chemically dependent farming practices sacrifice soil health, nutrient density, and erode America's agricultural independence. These issues make us vulnerable to food shortages, chronic disease epidemics, and foreign sabotage. Chemically laden and ultra-processed food significantly impact the health of our nation. It's resulted in declining fertility and increased mortality from numerous health conditions to include cancer. After discussing our food system, we'll dive into education. Education forms the foundation of an informed republic. A nation cannot remain free if its citizens lack the knowledge necessary to evaluate information, to understand government, and to participate effectively in civic life. Our education system has been corrupted. It produces citizens who are ill-equipped for critical thinking and civic responsibility. Civic literacy is weak, and surveys repeatedly show that significant numbers of Americans cannot identify the branches of government, explain basic constitutional principles, or understand the significance of historic events. That creates a population that is highly susceptible to manipulation, which I personally believe we're seeing today. A sick, morally illiterate, and censored society is a recipe for national failure. Following lunch and a wonderful opportunity for networking, which I hope everyone takes advantage of, we'll have a fireside chat with Joe Kent. I expect that to be insightful and eye-opening. The afternoon panels will begin with a conversation about health freedom. Widespread health epidemics have been normalized and are turning everyday health into a vulnerability that weakens national readiness and productivity. Americans increasingly suffer from chronic illness, mental health crises, addiction, and preventable disease. That results in a society that's less productive, less resilient, and less capable of responding to emergencies. As a prior military leader, I can personally attest to the increasingly detrimental impacts of poor health on the physical vitality and resilience of our soldiers and civilians. A healthy population strengthens economic performance, military readiness, and social stability. Finally, we'll discuss the profound lack of accountability in our federal institutions. Lack of accountability breeds corruption and repeated policy failures that harm the American public and erode public trust. To be clear, corruption does not always involve criminal conduct. It includes excessive influence by special interests, regulatory capture, and a lack of transparency. Corruption's not confined to one political party or institution. Government corruption and the absence of accountability doesn't only impact public confidence, it weakens national decision-making, distorts resource allocation, and creates opportunities for bad actors to exploit. The combined effect of these challenges creates a much broader concern that I hope you take away today. Education influences civic competence, agriculture influences food security influences health and domestic stability, health influences economic productivity and military readiness, trust in government influences social cohesion. These challenges and systems are all interconnected. Weakness or failures in one area often amplify weaknesses in another. Addressing these interconnected issues is pivotal to America's longevity because they represent internal threats that, left unchecked, will erode our human capital, economic sovereignty, cultural cohesion, and the constitutional order required for our nation to thrive. These issues must be addressed head-on if we're to remain relevant for the next decade, let alone the next 250 years. Fortunately, individual citizens, like you and I, are not powerless. The survival of our American Republic does not solely depend on presidents, legislators, and judges. It depends on citizens. Our Constitution remains one of the greatest political frameworks ever written, but it was never intended to function alone. It requires active participation by an informed and responsible population. The threats we face today are serious, but they're far from insurmountable. By strengthening education, supporting agriculture and diversifying food systems, improving healthcare, reducing corruption and mass surveillance, and renewing civic engagement, Americans can address these challenges and preserve the nation for future generations. The future of the United States remains in the hands of its citizens. As we progress throughout the day, I would invite you to pay special attention to ways in which you can personally impact or influence these issues. Let's rise to meet the responsibility entrusted to us by our founders. It just may be your actions that result in a healthier, more prosperous America, ensuring our children have a country that is commensurate with or better than the one in which we live today. Thank you so much, and I look forward to dynamic discussions that are sure to keep you intrigued, informed, and actively considering your role in our nation's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Liv. Over the next half hour, we'll be hearing from some newsmakers. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, and fellow Americans, I am Stephanie Weidel, Executive Director of Feds for Freedom. Today, Feds for Freedom is proud to stand with a group of courageous CIA officers and contractors as they file a class action lawsuit against the Central Intelligence Agency. We are supporting a lawsuit against the CIA for illegally ordering and carrying out full counter-espionage investigations on thousands of its own employees and contractors simply because they chose to not receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Let me be very clear about what happened. In the fall of 2021, after President Biden issued his vaccine mandate, one of the highest-ranking officials at the CIA, the Chief Operating Officer, directed every unvaccinated employee and contractor to be investigated by the Counter-Espionage Department. This included people who had valid religious and medical exemptions. The Counter-Espionage Department, or CED, is not for routine personnel matters. It is the unit that investigates suspected spies and traitors. By sending thousands of those loyal CIA officers and contractors to be investigated for treason, the agency essentially branded them as alleged threats to the United States, all because of a personal medical decision. These CED investigations were never about national security. They were never about espionage. They were about punishment and intimidation. And the damage is permanent. Once someone is investigated by CED, it remains in their security file for their entire career, even upon moving to another agency. It makes future investigations easier to launch and creates a lifelong black mark. That list, insinuating thousands of CIA personnel are potential spies because of their vaccination status, still exists today. In 2025, a whistleblower notified the Office of the Director of National Intelligence's Directors Initiatives Group, or the DIG, about this unlawful order. On March 2nd, 2026, Jim Erdman, as an unvaccinated CIA employee, formally demanded these unlawful investigatory materials be removed from the plaintiff's files and from the files of everyone affected. The CIA ignored those demands, and they took no action. So yesterday, June 30th, we took the fight to federal court under the Administrative Procedure Act. This was an arbitrary, capricious, and unlawful abuse of power. Any claim that the CIA was, quote, protecting the health of employees collapses under its own absurdity. Whether or not someone gets vaccinated is a personal medical decision, not an indication that they are a spy. Feds for Freedom is not just supporting this lawsuit, we are helping sponsor and propel it forward. We have aided these officers and contractors, gathered evidence, and pursued every internal remedy, and now we are standing with them in court. This case matters far beyond the CIA, though. Nearly every major intelligence agency and the Department of Defense, or Department of War, had similar tools and the same pressure to punish unvaccinated personnel. We do not yet know the extent of these investigations, but we are working to find out, and we will act if necessary. For the past 5 years, Feds for Freedom has fought to protect the constitutional rights, bodily autonomy, and careers of hundreds of thousands of federal employees and contractors. We stopped the federal vaccine mandate, forced the government to delete discriminatory personnel records, and built a network of over 9,000 insiders across the civil service who will put everything on the line to uphold their federal oaths to stand for the Constitution before the institution. This lawsuit is the next chapter. We will not allow any federal agency, not even the CIA, to treat Americans who serve their country as enemies of the state simply because they stood up for their constitutionally protected rights and medical freedom. To every federal employee and contractor who was targeted, you are not alone. Please contact Feds for Freedom if you have further information or need support. One of the CIA's organizational credos remains, quote, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." The CIA is supposed to use secrecy and deception for the benefit of American people. In this case, the CIA uses deception and their authority shrouded in secrecy against the American people. The CIA clearly crossed a line and has undermined public trust. It's time the CIA follows the laws of this country. We know the truth, and we're suing them to ensure government accountability. Every American who believes in the pursuit of justice or who is concerned about government overreach is welcome to visit our website to learn more and support this effort. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. Liv, I've taken your direction seriously and already taken notes on my notepad. I see other people have done the same. But thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Stephanie, for having me up here. I really appreciate the opportunity. My name is Scott Duncan. I also go by the call sign Sonny, which gets regularly confused in the Pentagon, so I'm just going to level it straight right now. But I have an opportunity and great fortune to serve as Secretary Hegseth's senior advisor, one of his senior advisors. And what I'd like to tell you is my wife and I grew up in the Midwest, and we went to college on the West Coast, and like any Marine, we went from coast to coast from there over the course of a 20-year career. We were fortunate enough to be blessed in that endeavor, and right after a meritorious reordering for an early promotion and selection for command is when this mandate hit. So for us, we, at the time, about 6 months prior to the mandate coming in published form, we told Marine Corps leadership we were going to be actively involved in seeing this changed, actively opposed to it, and we would not participate. And we were fortunate enough to be in the service as a uniformed service member in the public sphere, fighting back against that from the mandate initiation all the way to see the law reversed and changed. And we have the great fortune now to, after having retired in 2023, to be able to move on and have an opportunity to come here and serve in this capacity. And then coming in this capacity, we were very fortunate in the fact that we had a chance to be involved in several efforts related to COVID. And one of the things I'm going to highlight to you is the efforts that we're taking to understand reinstatement right now. So let me take you a little bit on the COVID road from the War Department perspective. There was a listening session last fall, and I think there were some participants that are in this room right now. Several items have been highlighted and listed that were on the heels of the executive order that the President put in, 14184, at the beginning of his term. So Secretary Hegseth hosted this listening session and began to take several actions for items for action. One of the things that came from that was the Assistant Secretary level Manpower and Reserve Affairs was charged with producing the opportunity for concierge type service to be able to bring service members back in, and those who were specifically removed, and the verbiage specifically from the executive order is to be unjustly discharged. What came from that was the opportunity to bring teams on board and the recognition that the process we had to bring folks back in was not satisfactory and certainly not on any kind of timeline that was supportive of any individual that was initiating this action or had a willingness to come back. So we took the opportunity to bring on service members in uniform, in some cases those who had been reinstated, for the example of Kevin Bourne, and those like Carmel Tomlinson, who leads our Navy team, on board to review the processes and advocate for service members. And the wonderful thing about those individuals in particular and the teams that existed at the service level is that they were folks who were impacted by this mandate themselves. So their give-a-care factor is very high. At the service levels were brought in, we had the Navy and the Army. We were able to bring the Air Force on board, and that happened as January of this year, where they were put in place and instantiated. And what came from that was advocacy for some policy decisions and policy changes. We were on a timeline through several iterative policies that were initiated of 1 April of this year. And so we recognize that we now have a process in place. We now have a team advocating with a personal touch and on a personal level, and we needed more runtime to actually make this opportunity available to those who were interested. And so one of the first things that happened was we had this timeline extended to the right, so we now have an additional year, and Secretary Hexa signed that memorandum out in March. In addition to that, we were able to adjust the obligation or the obligated terms of service for individuals in response to those saying, look, I'm not interested in a 4-year commitment or something of that nature. I need some flexibility because we've moved on with life or things along those lines. So we had an opportunity to adjust down the actual commitment requirement to 2 years and 2 to 4 in a variety of different ways, both active and reserve component. So those policies were adjusted. In addition, we had the recognition for a larger effort, a War Department task force, and that is what was implemented in May of this year, effective immediately, and that team is being stood up and built up right now. Some of the challenges that they're encountering and some of the first things that they're looking to undertake is, one, to take the remainder of this year that we have, in the calendar year, and it is a full sprint, and everybody who is involved is got that mindset, that sense of urgency. They share that sense of urgency, and they have that mindset on board. One of the challenges that they're going to do is, over the course of the year, we have had several iterative policies, and so we are looking to eliminate the variation in that so that there's no variation in interpretation at the service level or the individual level, and there's no variation in implementation and execution. If you're a service member that Secretary Hegseth has been appropriately conveyed as a warrior of conscience, willing to come back and serve in uniform, then that process should be fast, it should be complete, it should be comprehensive, they should be able to get every benefit that's available to them, and it should be done in a time frame that is appropriate, again, with no variation. So we don't basically do what we did when we removed these service members in reverse. Another thing that we're also advocating for, one of the challenges we've encountered, is uniformed leader participation. And so that is something that we're continuing to advocate for, is that those in uniform would take ownership of the process in a very similar way that they took ownership of the process to remove the service members when the mandate came. So those are some things that the War Department Task Force is undertaking in addition to process improvement and things of that nature. The other thing that I'd like to highlight for everyone is some personal examples. We've had some opportunity to restore individuals, like recently a Chief Warrant Officer 5 in the Army. We have generated quite a bit more interest as we now have the Warriors of Conscience reaching out as they were supposed to do a year ago. So making that personal contact and personal connection has provided quite a bit of a return on our investment. Right now, as of mid-June, we have just over 200 service members reinstated. We have another just over 400 who have had granted relief, which means that they are waiting to seal that contract if they accept those conditions and terms. And we have just over 700 who have expressed interest in coming back. And so that number has grown exponentially ever since the beginning of this year, once we got this War Department task, or the service level task forces, and now the War Department task force moving forward. But let me highlight one thing in addition. We're not done, and the Secretary is very clear, is that we are not going to give up. So we are going to continue, and every time we get an opportunity to change, to make it better, we will take that opportunity and we will make it better. There's a lot of work to do, there are some other efforts that are happening in parallel, which is wonderful. There has been publicly announced the after-action review that's being conducted by NAPA, which has 2 War Department senior advisors, myself and Ms. Dixon, participating in, and that will get at some of the larger efforts to restore trust and confidence in the government that we have today. One thing I've been asked to highlight or mention is the recent activity with respect to the flu vaccine. And under Secretary Hegseth's leadership, he did not make that mandatory any longer for the services. And he has a very common sense approach that he and the President have, which is a common sense approach to all things and what the data will support. But he is also committed to, if we are taking things or undertaking things on behalf of the service members and the nation writ large, to support the warfighter, which this would be considered, of course, in that case, We are happy to go against traditional ways because we're committed to rebuilding it back the way it should be built. So the flu vaccine is no different in that regard. What is wrapped up in this, as well as all the COVID initiatives and things of that nature, is, of course, where it butts up against religious accommodations and medical exemptions. All of those things are things that are being looked at and are under review, in addition to the fact that the flu vaccine came out and where the exceptions to policy fall in line with that. So that is all that I've got. I do want to mention one thing, is there's not an opportunity for us to take panel questions up front, but over the course of the morning while I'm here, please reach out and ask any questions that you have. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Alexandra Munoz. I am an independent toxicologist. I have a PhD in molecular toxicology and carcinogenesis, so I specialize in how different chemicals cause cancer at the cellular level and other health impacts. And that's been really important to know about this year, as there's been a concerted effort from Bayer Monsanto to obtain de facto immunity from failure to warn lawsuits for their product Roundup. Last Thursday, the Supreme Court handed down a 7-2 ruling in Monsanto versus Durnell. It was a stunning loss for hundreds of thousands of Americans that have been harmed by Monsanto's product, Roundup, a glyphosate-based herbicide that does cause cancer. The decision doesn't just concern people who use Roundup, it concerns all Americans. Because it concerns every pesticide regulated under FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. The court ruled that as long as a pesticide product carries an EPA-approved label, it is shielded from failure to warn lawsuits. That ruling has removed a mechanism of accountability from an entire chemical inventory of poisons. And that is an alarming action from a national security perspective. Before we dive into the wider implications of this ruling, let's look at how we got here. For decades, Monsanto, now Bayer, has pursued a business policy that puts profits over the health of American farmers, families, and farmland. After Monsanto's GMO seeds were introduced in the 1990s, the company heavily advertised the safety of Roundup while simultaneously submitting falsified safety reports and ghostwritten papers to the EPA to secure a label with no cancer warning on it. They have continued to push the lie that glyphosate is safe, even though we know it causes cancer. The independent science, in my opinion, is not ambiguous here. Roundup penetrates through the skin, causes oxidative stress, and leads to DNA double-strand breaks. That evidence is clear in the peer-reviewed literature that I have read. Scientists, including myself, recently signed a consensus statement affirming that glyphosate is harmful to human health and that it can cause cancer. But Monsanto has remained blind to that evidence. Worse, its business practices have included efforts to block that information from reaching the public by trying to silence scientists, intimidating those who call glyphosate a carcinogen, and allegedly seeking retribution against researchers who published about its harmful effects. But documents revealed during discovery tell the story of a corporation that knew their product caused cancer. Since 2018, courts across this country have held Monsanto liable for failing to warn. Monsanto has since paid out billions in settlements because courts, upon reviewing the evidence, have found not only that their product causes cancer, but that Monsanto knew and chose not to warn the American people. And last week, the Supreme Court closed that avenue of justice for those harmed. The court didn't rule on whether glyphosate causes cancer. It ruled on whether Monsanto can be held liable in state court for failing to warn about cancer on its label. The legal arguments centered on FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, which gives the EPA authority to register pesticides and require warning labels. The court held that because the EPA repeatedly approved Monsanto's label, that label satisfies the company's obligation to not misbrand their product, making the EPA label the law and preempting state tort claims based on it. In plain terms, when Americans are harmed by a pesticide now, they can no longer sue based on the label. But here's what the court's reasoning misses. FIFRA contains a misbranding provision, an ongoing prohibition on labels that carry inaccurate or incomplete health warnings, meaning a company is continuously required to have a label that provides all of the necessary warnings. The statute is explicit that the EPA registration is only prima facie evidence of safety, not conclusive evidence. The statute was written knowing an EPA-approved label is only the beginning of proving that a pesticide product is safe for humans. And why is it only the beginning? Because science is not static. Our understanding of a chemical's harm changes as real people are exposed to it in the real world. We cannot ethically test toxins on human beings. The only way we learn what a chemical does to a population is by watching what happens after exposure and seeing 10 or 20 years later whether a cancer cluster emerged, Parkinson's, or infertility. The evidence sometimes takes decades to surface, which is exactly why FIFRA requires registrants to update their label as the science evolves. The duty to warn, then, doesn't end at registration. It's ongoing, and the misbranding provision is what holds corporations to it. The majority ignored all of that, and it ignored the other half of the problem as well. Even when the EPA has the science, it fails to act on it. There are many issues with EPA's review for new pesticide products. First, it rests only on the active ingredient. So even if a product has many toxic ingredients, the company, the registrants, declare which are the active ingredients, and therefore that is the basis for the safety assessment. The EPA only reviews the safety of the chemicals, not the full product formulation. And from a toxicological perspective, this is a huge problem because chemicals in combination can and often are more harmful to humans. Second, the EPA often relies on outdated information since it only looks at the active ingredient. Its rules ask reviewers to rely on the last valid assessment of the active ingredient. For something like glyphosate, where more recent reviews have been contested, vacated, and installed, that means the EPA is likely relying on the 1991 cancer carcinogenicity classification for glyphosate. And that 1991 assessment relies on just 3 animal studies that Monsanto submitted, one of which is definitively fraudulent. This is the data that is most likely being used for the approval of all other glyphosate-based herbicides because it pertains to the active ingredient of glyphosate. So as you can see, this process is broken, and its inadequacy continues to be fueled by the immense amount of corporate capture at the EPA. But even when the EPA accurately classifies something as carcinogenic, the EPA still does not require a cancer warning on a product. According to a report from the Center for Biological Diversity, of over 90,000 pesticide labels that have existed that EPA approved, less than 1% bear a cancer warning. And of those, 27,000 technically should have a cancer warning according to EPA's own assessment of those active ingredients. But instead, only 311 of 27,000 bear that cancer warning, meaning that even when the EPA thinks something causes cancer, it doesn't require companies to add a warning about that cancer on the label. The companies must volunteer to do it, and as a result, only 1% of products actually have it. So many of the EPA labels are wrong or misbranded. They're lies based on falsified data and missing requirements approved by an agency that is captured by the agrochemical industry it's meant to regulate. And now, these labels that lie can shield a company as long as they are approved by the captured EPA. So now, even if the company knows its product can cause cancer, even if the company chooses not to warn people, the EPA-approved label will still shield the company from certain lawsuits, meaning that a company like Monsanto can lie on the label, withhold information, falsify data, and still never be held accountable when people get sick and die from their product. And this doesn't stop at just one company or one chemical. The decision from the Supreme Court shields all 57,000 pesticide products regulated under FIFRA and all of the companies that make them, which includes herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, and antibacterials. Every chemical is designed to kill a living organism. And it also includes all of the future pesticides in this category. This is a chemical inventory that contains known carcinogens, known neurotoxins, and known endocrine-disrupting chemicals. It contains chemicals banned in other countries but sold here, like paraquat, which is banned in China, widely linked to Parkinson's disease, and yet registered by the EPA and sold here by Chinese-owned Syngenta. I want to ask this plainly. If a foreign adversarial nation designs a chemical, runs it through our captured regulatory system, sells it to Americans who then place it in our soil and water, causing cancer, infertility, and Parkinson's disease across this country, and no one can be held accountable, what do we call that? Is that chemical warfare? Because that is the pathway this decision has now made possible. With no lawsuit, there is no discovery, no corporate veil to pierce, no internal emails to subpoena. What will these companies sell when they know no one can hold them accountable? What destruction will this bring? We already have a national fertility crisis, and endocrine-disrupting chemicals are playing a major role in it. Babies today are born with hundreds of chemical contaminants already in their umbilical cords from contaminated drinking water, food, and pesticides sprayed in their neighborhoods. Many chemicals regulated under FIFRA are endocrine-disrupting chemicals. These chemicals can interfere with hormone systems at every stage of life, even at extremely low doses, driving down testosterone and sperm counts in men, altering reproductive development in children, and altogether threatening fertility for our nation. Not only are these chemicals threatening the nation's fertility, but these chemicals are destroying our soil, our pollinators, the living systems that our food supply depends upon. Rachel Carson warned us about this. The EPA was created partly because of that warning, but it has become captured by the industry it's meant to regulate and has failed to do its most basic functions. Now, as these chemicals accumulate in our environment, we are being pushed towards more disease and away from food sovereignty. The capacity for our nation to feed itself on its own land is being threatened because of this industry. The Supreme Court, though, is blind to all of this. But the American people are not. In the past year, a grassroots movement against corporate immunity for pesticide manufacturers has crossed party lines because Americans agree corporations that sell poisons should not be shielded from accountability when those poisons harm people. That's not radical, that's common sense. The dissenting justices understood what the majority did not. In the words of Justice Jackson, this decision unjustifiably closes the courthouse doors to state tort plaintiffs, and it reads into FIFRA a labeling requirement that does not exist, and it reads out of FIFRA the ongoing prohibition on misbranding. The misbranding requirement of FIFRA is critical to our national security. So Congress must act. There is no scenario under which a chemical inventory of poisons, many sold by foreign adversaries, should operate with no mechanism of accountability. The Supreme Court has now created that scenario, and it falls to Congress to close this gap, to restore Americans' right to seek justice when they are harmed, and make clear that companies must warn when they know their products cause cancer, infertility, or Parkinson's disease. Fraudulent science cannot be allowed to become the basis for a label that becomes a liability shield for a poison. That is simply not acceptable. The question now is whether we act or whether we let a captured system protected by the Supreme Court continue pushing out toxins that harm the health and fertility of the American people. The answer, in my opinion, is that we have to act, and we have to act now, to safeguard our ability to grow food, to farm regeneratively, and to protect the fertility of the next generation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Steve Baker. Oh, look, I know that guy. I know a few guys over here. It's good to see you. Thanks for Stephanie, Jim, Fed for Freedom for having me out here. Just a couple of quick introductory remarks before I get into what I prepared to say and now no longer have time to do that. I need about 2 hours of your time, and I don't have that. So tonight at 8 p.m., Tucker Carlson will be airing my 2-hour interview with him, in which we tell the entire story. And I'll take my couple of minutes that I do have with you here just to bookend a couple of parts of this story. I'll start by saying this, is that when we're talking about the weaponization of our government against us, against the America First agenda, against those of us who believe in America still, one of the most dangerous threats to us are, in fact, our press. And until you live that yourself, you don't understand it completely. And I will start off by saying this. 2 months ago, in a meeting I had with a very high-ranking assistant director level member of the intelligence community told me that there were currently two open counterintelligence investigations against me from both FBI and CIA. 2 weeks ago, here in this lovely town, I was sitting at a coffee meeting with a source of mine within the IC, in which he told me that he had been called in by the IC Inspector General for an interview that week. And he said, I was asked a question that I could not lie about, and he said that the question that he was asked was, have you been meeting with Steve Baker? That's me. He said, I acknowledged that I had met with you on occasion, and he said, well, do you think that that's a good idea while there is an open counterintelligence investigation against Mr. Baker? Confirming what I had been told 2 weeks ago. Now, one of the things that, as I said, I was going to bookend here, is that about 3 years ago, wait a minute, where did Stuart Rhodes go? I saw him over here somewhere just a moment ago. I was covering Mr. Rhodes' trial. I was sitting in the courthouse, the district courthouse here in town, and every morning for 9 straight weeks of the length of the Oath Keeper's trial, I was sitting in the media room with the press, all the members, you know, New York Times, Washington Post, AP, NPR, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Typically on any given day, between 20 and 30 members of the mainstream press and me. Fox News wasn't there, Newsmax wasn't there, OAN wasn't there, Blaze wasn't there, Daily Wire wasn't there. It was me, independent, at my own expense, in that room every day with them. And every day I would go home from the coverage of that trial in the media room where we had the big screens fed with the video feed from the courtroom fed down into the room. And I would go and I would read all the bylines of the press members and their articles that they submitted either that night or in the morning. And I would just literally say, were you sitting in the same courtroom that I was? Did you see the same trial that I saw today? And then the next morning I would go in, I always sat in the back of the media room, and I was the interloper. And over the course of the 9 weeks, eventually I could start seeing every once in a while my Twitter feed would show up on their computer screens as they started figuring out who I was and that I was the contrarian in the crowd. But one of the things that I learned from Stuart Rhodes' trial was not just how blatantly, through blatant lies, mischaracterizations, and omissions that the press would engage in that trial, but additionally was I saw things in that trial that made me need to know more about what was going on and what the government itself was hiding and covering up, what the intelligence community was itself hiding and covering up. And by the way, when I do say, and I know this for a fact because I am now living this, is that when I do say New York Times, CIA, Washington Post, FBI, but I repeat myself. On the Monday, before I was terminated at my most recent job from the Blaze, I received a call at 9:30 p.m. from Daily Wire. A reporter at the Daily Wire called me. He said, I needed to get comments from you if you're willing to do this. He said, I had calls from 3 different intelligence community sources who have told me that you were the one receiving leaks from Joe Kent at National Counterterrorism Center. Leaks of documents and technology. And of course I laughed and he pressed and then I went off on him for about 15 minutes. He finally backed off and said, okay, I believe you, because that never happened. But it wasn't just the calls were coming into Daily Wire. It wasn't just coming into conservative press rooms to complain about me and my coverage. It was coming into mainstream media as well, because all of this was coming out. It was everything from Reuters to CNN to CBS to et cetera, New York Times, Washington Post. And it was all coming from the same sources. It's always 3 IC sources say. And then fast forward, and I say the bookend of this is when we reach where we are today, and I do cover this for the first time on Tucker's show, which will air tonight, is that in the ensuing days and weeks after we published the name of an individual that we believe is a forensic match to the January 6th pipe bomber, not the person, the young man, Brian Cole Jr., that they have in jail, who we have proved conclusively cannot be and is not the bomber. As a matter of fact, today, Joe Hanneman, my partner, and I have a new article coming out. It will also be covered on Tucker's show tonight, is we will show video that the FBI has never shown of the bomber, and that is that the bomber's wrist behind the RNC in the alley, a smartwatch flashes. Then we will show 7 examples of when the bomber is holding their wrist, up to their mouth and speaking into their wrist. Brian Cole Jr., the autistic young man that they have arrested as a patsy and charged with this crime, has never worn a watch, has never owned a watch, doesn't use a smartwatch, and wears no jewelry whatsoever. I've spent an hour in his bedroom myself. Hanging on the wall is a necklace that was given as a gift from to all their family members. They all have a similar gift. He doesn't wear his just hangs on his wall. All the rest of the family members wear this necklace. He doesn't wear any jewelry, but this bomber somehow knows how to use the watch. Coincidentally, the person that we named, we have capital CCTV video of her typing into her smartwatch and talking in her smartwatch inside the Capitol building. Coincidence, I'm sure. And I know that Stephanie wanted me to just mention this, so I'll close out with this. They're not only trying to stop me, they not only have tried to silence our voices, they've filed a lawsuit. The CIA employee, who we named, has filed a defamation lawsuit. They've hired the most fearsome, dangerous defamation defense law firm in the nation, Clairlock, who I refer to as Clairlock, Patel, Ratcliffe, the old gray lady. Actually, they mentioned my euphemistic name of the law firm in their lawsuit against me. But it's become a very dangerous situation in terms of what we've revealed and what we're going to continue to reveal about this case. In late October, when we took this, and I took this information to ODNI because I did not trust the FBI. And hyper Reader's Digest condensed version of this, members of ODNI's DIG, the Directors Initiative Group, brought in an investigator from HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, by the name of Mark Osborne. Mark Osborne was brought in to look at this and review this case. He decided to take it on. And last time I spoke to Mark Osborne was on October 29th. I think the last recorded evidence that we have is that another member of the DIG spoke to him on November 10th. On November 26th, he was found by his girlfriend in his condo with a bullet to his head, dead. December 19th, his body was cremated. There has been no announcement. There's been no police blotter. There has been no press. There has been no information. Every effort that we have made, including my own efforts of going to the condo and interviewing the new condo owner, because it's since been sold, who told me that he was told that the former resident was murdered. We have sent our own team's investigator, 25-year veteran of the FBI, to interview the homicide detective, and the homicide detective has said to us, and this is true as of 2 weeks ago, is that there's still no medical examiner's report on a death that took place on November 26th. We have had multiple sources within the law enforcement community here locally and also in the intelligence community here who have reached out to the Fairfax County Police Department, and no one will talk about this case. Complete silence. But this member of the community, Mark Osborne, 19-year veteran of HSI, has been disappeared from the planet, and we can't help but think that this was a message that was sent out to stop this investigation that we have opened into what we believe is going to prove for the first time a multi-agency conspiracy and how January 6th was formulated, put together, and who the ground team troops were, which were Capitol Police, planting the bomb, and et cetera, et cetera. Watch Tucker tonight. Thank you, Stephanie.
Wow, I think Steve is going to get a lot of questions after that. Thank you, Steve. Well, let's bring up our first panel. True national security extends far beyond military strength or foreign threats. It demands safeguarding the foundational pillars of a free society. One of those foundational pillars is the freedom of speech, which we will be discussing in this opening panel. Censorship and expansive surveillance states stifle open discourse, erode trust in the governing institutions, and concentrate power in ways that prevent the self-correction essential to any enduring republic. Moderating this panel today is Feds for Freedom co-founder and now former CIA Operations Officer Jim Erdman. He has just come on as the Feds for Freedom Director of Development starting today. Our speakers include Mike Benz, Jeffrey Tucker, and Ivan Rakelin. Please remember, after our panelists discuss, we will be choosing several questions from the silver bowl to your left. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Good. Okay. So here's what we're going to do today. Everyone's going to have 5 to 6 minutes, maybe a little longer, to chat about what in your opinion, falls into the most important censorship and surveillance state national security threats. And I mean, we could pick a whole bunch of different ones. We could have people with CBDCs and everything else, but we're going to let the 3 speakers speak first. I'm going to ask a couple questions, and then we're going to pull questions, as Stephanie said, from our chalice in the back. And Mike, if you want to start?
Sure. Just a general roundup of the most pressing issues right now on the free speech front. I'm Mike Benz. I am currently dual-hatted right now. I have a special government employee relationship with this administration, currently reviewing the USAID files with the intent to have those made public so that much of what you have heard about, you will be able to see the hard forensic receipts. I'm very excited about that, but it is still probably a couple months away from being able to show that. In the interim, my other hat, I suppose, is around tech diplomacy, investigative journalism, and advocacy around free speech issues, and in particular taking on the censorship industrial complex. So on that front, there have been a lot of wins in the past 15 months from this administration. A lot of amazing work was done in the first 3-4 months of the admin, where it really was just a kind of lightning blitzkrieg. I don't know how you describe the pace of what was done in the first 3 months. It wasn't just the shutdown of USAID and the State Department's Global Engagement Center, which were major, not only censorship policy shops, but they were also grant makers to thousands of NGOs, civil society organizations, media organizations, fact checkers, trusted flaggers, the like. There were hard bans put into other grant-making organizations like the National Science Foundation, which is effectively the civilian arm of DARPA, which was handing out literally over, I think it was $135 million worth of grants to disinformation, organizations and the like. There was the shutdown of the Office of Misdis and Malinformation at DHS. There was the total reorientation of CISA, which was the cyber censorship shop at DHS. When Jay Bhattacharya got into the FDA, got into the NIH, there was a basically a total ban on any of these, vaccine misinformation, health misinformation type things. So we really shut off the money valve in a big way, and in a way that really the system was not anticipating at the time. Sam Power, the head of USAID, just gave an interview to Bloomberg this week where she said it took her totally by surprise. And what I can say from what I've seen internally, that it really was. They were not expecting us to go as hard as we did in those first 3 months. When Elon left, though, I think the ideological and institutional conceptual support for taking on the censorship industrial complex remained, but the amount of effort required to actually tackle it effectively, I think, did not maintain the same intensity, and it has allowed a moment of recovery as tactics have evolved. And in particular, there is what I call the transatlantic flank attack, which is this idea that we have things happen at the state level, the national level, and the international level. And right now, this administration has effective control by virtue of the executive branch and both House and Senate majority, and then a Supreme Court that, well, I don't know how you want to, your mileage may vary on that. But effectively, while there is national control over, well, again, asterisk control, over the executive branch, there's what's happened is international bodies and foreign governments have teamed up with effectively the censors in exile in order to encircle the United States, and there is not presently the kind of infrastructure in place to be able to combat that. And so there are, unfortunately, there is a kind of surrounding wall that we are not presently, in my view, taking on with sufficient aggression. Some examples of that are foreign censorship laws like the European Digital Censorship Act. It's called the Digital Services Act, but it does not, you should not dignify it with that name. The UK Online Censorship Act, the censorship scheme set out places like Australia, Canada, Brazil, and the like. And this was all very deliberate. It was backed by the Biden State Department and Biden USAID and Biden National Security Council, deliberately as a way to end run the First Amendment. If the U.S. government is banned from being able to commission or incentivize takedowns, these foreign bodies would be able to use government pressure, regulatory pressure to get that done. And the Biden National Security Council, together with all the interagency partners, had about 800 full-time staff working on disinformation. We have, if you add up what I think are the 3 people in the U.S. government currently working on counter-censorship, I'd say we have 2.25 people, because none of them have it as their full-time job. Whereas you literally had titles at the State Department, at the National Security Council, at USAID, and God knows how many in the IC, where literally the title, in their email, it'll say counter disinformation chief, counter disinformation specialist. We have no counter, professional byline together with our pronouns, he, him, her, or whatever. And so there is no interagency task force at the National Security Council to be able to coordinate a free speech fight at the State Department, in our foreign assistance, in the intelligence community level, at the military level, at the you name it. And we don't even have intra-agency coordination. There was a funny episode where Undersecretary of Public Diplomacy, Sarah Rogers, who has been nobly conducting this sort of one-woman fight, she dangled an announcement of funding charities and nonprofits and think tanks in Europe that would fight for digital free speech. And when that announcement went out, it sent shockwaves, because that's really the weapon. You can call it hearts and minds work, but it's hearts and minds and cash, and the cash is what changes the hearts and minds. And this was classic stuff we were doing in the Cold War, and we're simply a revisiting of that. But because the blob knew how effective that was, they scrambled with this full court press about how we're, weaponizing the policy. It's like we're literally just doing the exact same thing, that we say we do when we say that we have, free speech diplomacy. But so Politico reported that and said, Sarah Rogers has announced a $500 million slush fund for, MAGA-aligned think tanks and charities. And, I speak with Sarah not infrequently, and she ended up actually posting this, I think, as a response. She said, well, I'm flattered, and I wish this was true. The actual amount that we were anticipating was $500,000, not $500 million. But the amount is such a joke. I mean, think about, 27 countries in Europe plus, around, you're going to split $500,000. I mean, that's like that's like a mid-level salary for one person at a New York law firm, and you're going to split that among 350 think tanks across Europe. But it would take $500 million to make a difference. But that, I think goes to the fact that because there is not an immediate targeting of inner circle members of the admin, and because there has been a reorientation of Twitter and Facebook with Zuckerberg sort of coming over and Sergey Brin sort of flirting with becoming a Republican from the Google side, and that the actual encirclement threat is not being appreciated, and we're going to be inheriting a very big problem come election season.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Next up, we've got Jeffrey Tucker, and I'll let you do your little introduction.
Jeffrey Tucker, Brownstone Institute. Brownstone is a kind of spiritual child of the Great Barrington Declaration, which you might remember was passed in October of 2020, right in the thick of the censorship thing. And you might be interested to know how we handled this whole situation. The censorship regime began in earnest, I guess you would say, at the same time as the lockdowns were imposed in March 2020. That was really the beginning of things, and the reason for that really traces to this document called PANCAP Adapted, which was posted as the official pandemic plan on, I think it was March 13th, 2020, the adapted form. What was it adapted from? Well, it was adapted from a 2005 flu response plan that was originally passed under George W. Bush. That itself was a strange document because it imagined an all-of-government response to a pandemic threat. And even at those times, George W. Bush was talking about, don't worry, we'll just close your businesses. Government will provide all essential services and goods. We're going to be fine. And in those days, I was screaming about this. This was back in 2005. These people are out of their minds. If they do this, it will be the worst calamity you can ever imagine. I mean, government is not going to be a good manager of the microbial kingdom, I said, right? Well, nobody really took the threat seriously. And I must say, in that early pandemic plan of 2005, there's no real talk about information management or anything else that would hint of censorship. PANCAP Adapted specifically added in much tougher language about school closures, business closures, social distancing, banning of meetings, and in particular, censorship, information management, and with the implication of censorship for all of media. That was in PANCAP Adapted. So when it became clear that, or I should say, when the plan was deployed, after many years of planning, here's how we're going to respond to a new pathogen, the regime got into place. And that became it's a very serious test run of the censorship apparatus, which was not done by government directly, but by intermediaries working directly with social media companies and most media companies. And suddenly we heard all about disinformation, misinformation, malinformation. And most of my friends were blocked on social media. I was seriously throttled. I don't think I ever lost an account as such, but most of my friends did. It was pretty much of a wall or shutdown of everything related to the pandemic response. So if you even questioned the need for social distancing or masks or plexiglass everywhere or one-way grocery aisles, you were shut down. You were not allowed to talk. So it created this appearance of this consensus that did not exist. I remember talking to Martin Kulldorff in the late summer, and he said, I don't understand this, because he says, I personally don't know a single scientist in my realm. Now, he's like this epidemiologist at Harvard. You'd think he would know, right? Very well published. He said, I don't know a single person who agrees with any of this stuff. He said, I know you don't believe me because you turn on the press, you read, the New York Times, the Washington Post, you think there was this, the scientific consensus has been settled on the pandemic response. Everybody has to comply. He said, I don't personally know anybody who agrees with any of these things, so there's something weird happening here. Well, by the time the Great Barrington Declaration came along, we did face the problem. I remember standing in front of the table as Jay Bhattacharya, Martin Kulldorff, and Sunetra Gupta signed it with their sort of pens, right? We had like Sharpies, and they had the big signatures, and they all had these satisfied faces. Look on their faces afterwards, and I remember standing there thinking, you know what? That's very interesting, but nothing has actually happened at all. This is the tree falling in the forest, and nobody was there to hear it, right? So what are we going to do? So, and this is where it's important not to plan. So I looked at my webmaster at the time, and I said, what can we do about putting this online? And so the first question was, where are we going to put it? Well, any known domain was already known. So we couldn't use any existing domain. So we had to use something new. So we bought a domain, GB Declaration, and literally built the site overnight. The guy who built it stayed up all night, just drank coffee, and had it built by the morning. And it was a complicated undertaking because we were prepared to accept signatures. And so we kind of made a plan at that moment, and Jay Bhattacharya said, this is going to be great. We're going to let other people sign this. We will get 1 million signatures. I said, Jay, if we get 1 million signatures for this, we're going to have other problems. And he said, well, what kind of problems? He didn't understand, right? Well, by the next morning, of course, it went live, and the attacks developed, and NIH went all in. Francis Collins, who was the head of NIH, who's just the funniest, goofiest guy you'll ever know. He was always spilling his guts on email. Like, nobody told him these things were going to be subject to FOIAs, and so. It's funny because I'm continuing to receive these email dumps from this period of NIH history, and he's the one guy who's mouthy and blah blah blah. He goes on about everything else. He's posting his private diaries to his secretary or whatever. The guy is just reckless, to say the least. Which, thank goodness for that. That's good. But so he called for a quick takedown of these rogue epidemiologists that are saying crazy things, and they commissioned a series of articles, and immediately Wired, Rolling Stone, Washington Post, New York Times, everybody complied, and we were the enemy of the day. But of course, the Barbra Streisand effect took place, and they ended up just advertising the Great Barrington Declaration, which they'll never do that again, right? That was the biggest error, was the attacks. Some people say you should have freedom. Isn't that horrible? Yeah, that only amplified the thing, and it went crazy, and some people credit that for having broken down the consensus of the lockdowns. Now, let me just conclude with something that is, I think, as I think back about all the research I've done about this period and the censorship surrounding it and what happened and to our lives. And by the way, we should just really give Elon some credit here, because he really stuck his neck out and bought Twitter. He didn't need to do that, and that really just broke things down. And X has just been a glorious thing in so many ways for the cause of free speech.
Except Stuart Rose.
Well, it's not perfect, right? But let's just say it's a dramatic improvement. But let me just conclude with this, and I hope you understand what I'm about to say. The reason the Great Barrington Declaration was so controversial, which I did not understand at the time, because this was a very plain, uncontroversial statement about normal public health principles. There was nothing revolutionary, radical, or particularly, ominous about a word in there. It was, if you get sick, see your doctor. If you're worried about the impact of this virus on your medical status, you should just avoid crowds. If that's annoying to you, do whatever you want. Society needs to go back to normal. We can deal with this as we've dealt with every other pandemic in history. That's basically what it said. And I could not understand the level of controversy. Well, there were two levels. Two reasons. One was that this was about a month before the rollout of the shot. And the idea was that the managers, pandemic managers, did not want anybody to think there was any alternative to the pandemic response than the pharmaceutical product. The reason for the non-pharmaceutical interventions was to prepare the ground for the pharmaceutical interventions, you understand, right? So that's crucial if you want to understand why was there so much censorship. They wanted Fauci in particular, wanted the population panicked. But there's another layer to this that I think is and I've talked too long, the spookiest aspect of this is the following. The point of the lockdowns, the closures, the social distancing, the banning of meetings, the opening up restaurants at limited capacity, the school closures, everything else, was to preserve the immunological naivety of the population so that there was only one, right? Meryl's nodding her head, weird truth, so that there was only one way out of the pandemic, which was the pharmaceutical product. If the population had already obtained natural immunity, and we had endemicity, and seroprevalence levels were high, which in fact they were. But if that became well known, nobody would want this stupid thing. That was the problem. So the entire thing was a gigantic experiment of incredible proportions. And part of that experiment required censoring information from the American people, a genuine threat to our security as a nation. That's it. Thank you.
And Ivan, if you can go ahead and introduce yourself and just give us your what you think qualifies as the most important censorship surveillance issue.
Okay, with the title of the panel, Censorship and Surveillance, I want to start off with, everybody close your eyes, and I want to take you on a quick story journey. I think this is going to be the most beneficial way to convey this. So imagine you are a citizen of the Soviet Union, and you're seeing the tyranny, the censorship, the dictated thought-injected process into your brain of what you're supposed to think. You can't have any ideology of your own outside of what the government tells you. But then for some miraculous reason, you're able to say, you know what? I'm going to uplift, leave, and come to the United States. Now, you have some children. Now you become one of those children. You grow up in the United States, in New York. You go to Iowa. Some of your formative years are in Iowa. And from there, you decide to join the military, U.S. military, okay? 25 years later, having served in the national security ecosystem, in the intelligence field, you go into special operations, you become a military diplomat, you have this panoply of experience living in the freest country in the world. And then, in that process, you take on some different roles. You start to work in the intelligence community. You become a technology scout in Silicon Valley. So you have an understanding of the entire national influential ecosystem and apparatuses in the country, East Coast and West Coast. you have relationships. And then you observe in 2020, the government completely violate its entire, as they say in French, raison d'etre. And so, what do you do with the understanding of the intel community, the big tech ecosystem, and you're seeing the censorship, you're seeing just lie after lie after lie, and then they decide to go ahead and change the manner in which they conduct federal elections, where 39 of the states of this union decide to run their elections according to non-legislative actors' decisions which violate the federal Constitution. And oh, by the way, you're a lawyer too in this story. So what do you do? Anyone? What's your obligation? So, this is what happens to you. You do the right thing, the government surveils you. Who's heard of Tulsi Gabbard? Right? Was she on the Quiet Skies program where they were surveilling her? Well, she was only on it for a few weeks. You were on it for 2 years. You were investigated by the Department of Defense, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DHS, CISA, the intelligence community, the J6 committee, meaning the Speaker of the House's office, the Benny Thompson congressman, the Adam Schiffs, the Jamie Raskins of the world. Why? Because you're calling it all out. The illegal election, the subsequent cover-up to that illegal election on January 6th, some people call it a fake surrection, Fedsurrection, the subsequent cover-up. But you're not just generally investigating it. You're trying to do due diligence similar to what Steve Baker's been doing, down to the pixel level, okay? And so what do? They investigate you. They surveil you. Jack Smith sends 4 subpoenas out on you through other organizations. Subpoenas Apple, Facebook. Facebook censors you. LinkedIn censors you. Twitter censors you. What do? You start traveling the country going in person to avoid that censorship. What do? They put you on that domestic fly list at DHS. So what do? Do you stop? No. Bring it on. Challenge accepted. And then guess what? We have a change in administration, and now you're no longer censored and surveilled as much. And you can claim that you were the most investigated person in America, never indicted once and undefeated. That's my story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the 10 minutes that are left, we're going to ask some questions. I may jump almost immediately to the audience questions, given the amount of time we have, and I want to at least get one of their questions. I'm going to start with you, Mike. And the question I have, you talked about how there's not the counter disinformation task force. It's something desperately needed. In just a few minutes, if at all possible, could you describe where that should operate out of, what authorities should be there, and what that thing would look like?
I'm a big fan of taking the blob strategies and co-opting them and doing it better. What was done under the Biden administration, the National Security Council, which is parked at the White House, it is known as the interagency. It's how the White House ensures that all the different executive branch agencies do what the White House tell it to do. It's how it coordinates and holds accountable all of the different cabinet members and the bureaucracy of all the different million federal employees. And so what the Biden National Security Council did as soon as they got into office in 2021 is they set up something called the White House Information Integrity Task Force. And it comprised 26 government agencies all reporting directly to the White House on what they were doing to censor the internet with their own levers and resources. Information integrity is what they switched to when disinformation as a word got scandalized. Information integrity means you can see the world as comprising high integrity information or low integrity information, and low integrity gets censored. So just think of it as the censorship task force. Now, this did not just include the agencies you'd expect, the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, the Department of Defense, the National Science Foundation, as I mentioned, and other grant-making organizations, as well as USAID. It included things like HHS, the FDA. It even included, the agencies and bureaus around the census and immigration and energy. And it was so comprehensive that it allowed what they call the whole of government counter-disinformation response. But they also folded into the task force all the different censorship organizations on the outside. They had 16 university lab partners, as well as, I think, 12 NGO partners who were all on the distribution list of the National Security Council for this. So that this allowed them to have what they called the whole of society response, so that all the different private sector and media and civil society and NGO organizations would be doing essentially what the government asked of them in terms of censorship activity. So it would be very easy for the National Security Council, I shouldn't say very easy, it would be very simple for the National Security Council to simply do the same thing in the name of free speech that they did in the name of censorship. The issue there is that it requires, what do they say at the end of Candide? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. You have to cultivate a garden. You have to run your own infrastructure. It requires work. It requires effort. It requires the herding of cats. This is not a simple, run into Venezuela, bag the president, put him on trial in the Southern District of New York, and then set it and forget it. It's not a home run swing. It's Moneyball. It's getting people on base. It's setting up a permanent infrastructure. It's restaffing careers. It's having assigned political appointees. It's having a chain of command. It's having weekly meetings and monthly reports and accountability for folks who don't actually meet the metrics or do what they say they want to do, coordinated across 26 government agencies and however many partner civil society organizations. But that is also how you establish permanence, and if not permanent permanence, at least residue that carries over as we now have. We inherit careers who vastly outnumber. I believe a great example of this is the FBI. I think the FBI has something like 35,000 staff and 4 politicals, to herd 35,000 people or so. I think there's similar metrics at the CIA. The careers completely surround the politicals. And, giving them that assignment for 4 years, I think also, first of all, it roots out who the bad ones are, but it also has an impact on how they see their own careers evolving, because they know that this is a priority of at least one side of the political apparatus, and will want to, just in being shrewd, self-interested careers, will not tilt too far in the other direction lest they get transferred to the Siberia office in the next administration. And so I think that is something, what I would like to see, if I could, have a sort of Santa's wish list, is a focus on the singles and doubles, which are what get you on base, rather than the home run swing type things. And this is also on the diplomatic front. When the President of the United States personally threatens a country with 800% tariffs, or threatens to cut off trade because they won't allow us to use an airstrip or something, that is very impactful. But what the Biden administration used, and what, frankly, virtually every government administration prior to this used, were all the less than the sublethal levers that have a very big impact, that you imbue your diplomats with being able to use as carrots and sticks. And we are not seeing that, and so my concern is there will not be permanence should there be a transfer of power on that. There's a lot more I can say, but I won't hog the time.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to go to Jeffrey Tucker next. And Ivan, We're going to try and get to your question before we end this, but you're on a panel at the end of the day, so this last question I have for you may be pertinent for both panels.
Wait, I'm on a panel at the end of the day?
No, Ivan is. Yeah, Ivan. So I'm saying, yeah, we've assigned you every panel. So, Jeffrey, I had the great pleasure of getting to meet a lot of the Brownstone Fellows recently, and there was a very descriptive, it was one of the most descriptive ways to describe the situation we're in. Old man in the sea. We have become the old man in the sea that tells the tales of woe from COVID. And the warning we were given was now we need to turn that old man in the sea into something more that documents what happened during COVID so that we have a common lexicon amongst all these groups. On top of that, there was a discussion on how we move into that accountability realm. So my question is, how are we going to, from just the surveillance standpoint, because there's a lot to document of what happened during COVID. Right. What is that document piece? What's the common lexicon on surveillance every group that sits in this Venn diagram should have when it comes to surveillance, and if there's any solutions on the horizon? And I've given you a whole 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, right. I think the overwhelming problem we have is that we've never had anything like a national reckoning for what happened to us over the last 6 years. And this is a problem because it's just hanging out there. This happened to us. Nobody's really decisively said that censorship was wrong, the destruction of our civil society was wrong, that the closure of the schools were wrong. You know, the shop mandates were wrong. Like, we've just kind of like pretended it didn't happen and moved on. And to my mind, this is a very serious issue. And the censorship surveillance question is been intensified by the use of AI, and all of these institutions that used to be censoring are now have baked in algorithmic censorship. And then the habit of controlling information flows is now just a normal thing that happens in all academic journals now. Science is still not free. When Jay Bhattacharya is trying to free up, to empower scientists to speak their minds, he's running headlong against all the professional organizations and the main journals, and we're still seeing academics purged and attacked for saying things that they are not supposed to say. This is all a consequence of this lack of a reckoning. So, and I really don't see how we get past this grim period in our history without some very clean, big, sweeping statements by important bodies, that can break through the media blockades. I would like to see a Senate resolution, and I've written one. It's not the resolution I would personally pass, but I tried to write something that the whole of Senate had to sign, that there's nothing in it with which to disagree, really, if you're a decent American human being. You can read it at covidjustice.org. I want the Senate to pass this. I think it just has to be done. For the First Amendment cases, free speech, but also just for bolstering American confidence in the idea of freedom itself. We're just not sure how firm it is. If we really do have it, if the guarantees are there. For example, the pandemic plan that I just mentioned, PANCAP adapted, so far as I know, that is still the pandemic plan. As far as I know, I've not seen another one yet. It hasn't been released. We have people in a position to do something. It needs to be rewritten. It needs to be rewritten and publicly posted, and with a repudiation of that which preceded it. This has to happen. I've taken more than my time. Thank you.
Jeffrey, thank you. Ivan, this question actually is, these two questions that came from the audience actually are, it's more appropriate for the
Well, I welcome you all back to your seats. We're going to go get started with our next panel in 30 seconds. Those are on. Well, we've got a really great next panel for you all, so go ahead and take your seats. Our next panel is on food and farming practices. Woo! Our next panel addresses national security concerns that are highly debated in D.C. right now. Chemical-dependent food and farming practices that sacrifice soil health and nutrient density erode America's agricultural dependence, inviting food shortages, chronic disease epidemics, and vulnerability to foreign economic blackmail and domestic sabotage. Moderating our food and farming panel is Olivia Degenkolb, our Vice President of Feds for Freedom and former Navy commander turned homesteader. Our speakers include Dr. Alexandra Munoz, Steve Jarvis, and Chris Martinson. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Stephanie. Food is one of the... So today we're talking about food and chemically dependent farming. Food's one of the basic necessities in life, and given the abundance of supermarkets and the normalization of the global supply chain, food and chemically dependent farming are rarely discussed in terms of national security. In spite of that, there are shrinking numbers of family farms, which create corporate monopolies and single point of failure vulnerabilities, health-related problems associated with common pesticides and herbicides, and a shocking reduction in beneficial insect populations. Chemically dependent farming in America is the norm, and chemical companies have spent billions of dollars to ease existing restrictions and deflect accountability for adverse events associated with their products. As Kevin mentioned during his introduction this morning, the President recently signed an executive order classifying glyphosate as vital to American food security and national defense. Now, taken in isolation, the executive order is certainly controversial, but could possibly be rationalized in certain circles. Not saying I agree with it, but I can at least see the rationalization. However, when you consider the larger picture, it appears to be part of a coordinated strategic effort on the part of the chemical lobby. The chemical lobby appears to be executing a three-pronged approach which weaponizes industry and targets each branch of government, legislative, executive, and judicial. Liability protection bills have been introduced at the state and federal levels across the nation. Congress is considering revising the Toxic Substances Control Act, which was implemented to protect the American public and keep the environment safe from toxins. The executive branch elevated glyphosate to a national security priority in spite of known health concerns. Last week, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Bayer Monsanto, which undermines a state's ability to protect its citizens through more transparent labeling and limits an American's right to sue for harm sustained by exposure to chemical products. Then just days after the Supreme Court decision, the EPA expanded the use of new cancer-linked pesticides, which are banned in Europe because of known harms. The momentum of pro-chemical activity over the last year has been shocking. So on our panel today, we have three experts who are going to speak to various aspects of food and farming from a national security perspective. Dr. Alexandra Munoz is an independent toxicologist. Steve Jarvis is a fifth-generation farmer, and he's also an author who actively advocates for legislative change. And Mr. Chris Martinson is the founder of Peak Prosperity, a futurist, farmer, and on the board of IMA, which some of you may be familiar with. Before we start, I'd like to give our panelists just kind of an idea of your background as an audience. So by a show of hands, I'd like to see how many people are familiar with the executive order which elevated glyphosate to a national security priority. Awesome. How about the recent Supreme Court decision where the Supreme Court issued a major 7-2 ruling in favor of Bayer Monsanto? Okay, a few less. And then finally, who's heard of the state and federal bills providing liability protection to chemical companies or Congress's proposed changes to the Toxic Substances Control Act? Okay. All right, well, fantastic. I'm going to give each speaker a couple minutes to introduce themselves, and then we're going to dive right into our discussion. So let's start with Alexandra.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Alexandra Munoz. I am an independent toxicologist, and my specialty is in molecular mechanisms of carcinogenesis and endocrine disruption, looking at how different toxins interact at the cellular level and lead to the events that produce cancer and other diseases. And over the past year, I have dedicated myself to fighting Bayer Monsanto's push for de facto immunity from failure to warn lawsuits. I first learned about their plan in January of 2025, and at the moment that I learned about it, I immediately realized that it would apply not just to glyphosate, but to all of the pesticides regulated under FIFRA, and that was an incredibly dangerous proposition, and one which I was not willing to live with. And so I started to provide testimony in opposition to their bills at the state level in Tennessee and North Carolina, posting videos about it on Instagram as we gained grassroots support to stop these bills. And their efforts have continued and strengthened. They placed liability shields in the federal farm bill, in an appropriations bill, and they have been lobbying the executive branch and members of Congress very intensively this year. And all of that lobbying has resulted in numerous things, including the executive order shielding glyphosate for certain types of production, and also now in this Supreme Court ruling in favor of Monsanto. And from a toxicological perspective, it's incredibly concerning to me that a chemical inventory of poisons, as I said earlier, should have no mechanism of accountability. I don't think that is a place where we can start from if we're trying to restore health in our nation or soil health. And it's not the only place where industry is pushing right now to weaken regulations and weaken their responsibility. Another space that's very concerning to me is the Toxic Substances Control Act. And both of these acts, FIFRA and TSCA, regulate chemical inventories that the EPA is then in charge of. And so you have the FIFRA chemical inventory that deals with poisons, which are technically classified as chemicals that kill biological organisms, so all of the pesticides and herbicides. But then in the TSCA chemical inventory, you have things like heavy metals and plastics and PFAS and phthalates and bisphenols, other chemicals that are very active in the human system and that affect fertility, development of children, and ultimately lead to many other diseases in life. So TSCA and FIFRA are where I'm focused and watching what's happening. And right now, industry is also trying to rewrite TSCA in order to weaken it so that there would be, TSCA is complex to explain, but essentially it would lead to less protections for all of these chemicals in consumer products and ultimately in our environment. So from a national security perspective, it's incredibly important that we first understand that these toxic chemicals in these chemical inventories are contributing to diseases. They are contributing to cancers and infertility and Parkinson's disease and neurotoxicity, and that impact is very strong. And these chemical inventories have to be properly managed in order to protect and safeguard the health of Americans. So that's what I'm advocating for.
My name is Steve Jarvis, and I graduated from the bottom half of my class, and that's why everybody else is in the upper part. So without me, they would not be where they are. And so, but I am also the author of United States of America Regenerative Small Farms and Food Act. Bobby Kennedy came to my farm, Secretary Kennedy came to my farm last year. I was part of MAHA Institute, MAHA Action. I was part of I gave Secretary Kennedy and the Trump administration a plan, an off-ramp to what she is talking to, okay? If they would have initiated my plan last year, there would be 250,000 service members, all military veterans, on farms today. There would also be 10,000 brand new processing centers, and there will also be setting up all new school lunches, all new hospital foods, and all new military functions coming out of these processing centers, and that would have been cranked up this summer. That's what my plan was designed to do. I gave them an off-ramp because I did not want to. I never, ever did. And I told everybody last year, I will not get in a fight against Monsanto and Bayer. I said, because if we win the fight, they have enough lawyers to put 543 lawyers on me and keep me drugged into this thing, and I don't want to fight them. So my farm plan was to create 1 million 40-acre farms. It's 120 acres. Pull all servicemen and veterans and people that are retiring who have grit that would put those on these farms, because we are importing 25% of our food. So today I've been invited back to Washington, D.C. to speak on national security. We lost 15,000 farms last year. We're going to lose 140,000 farms. Guess how many farms were put in under this new administration in 2025 and 2026? Anybody want to know how many new farms? The greatest national security threat to Americans' agriculture is not being able to see or recognize the enemy. Number two, being given wrong information in the plan to attack the enemy or solve the problem, and believing it to be true and it's a lie becomes a stronghold. If you believe a lie that is the truth, being able to assess and have the right intelligence on how to fix the problem. Number four, knowing how much money it will take to fix the problem and being able to obtain the necessary funding. When I initiated my plan last year, it was $375 billion plan. That is double today. The cost of fertilizer, land, water, fuel, seed, and all these things has doubled since I spoke here a year ago. Having the leadership that can and will solve the problem, having enough people dedicated to change the course of the next 250 years of agricultural history quickly because time is running out. Knowing who the people are that are the problem. There are 4 categories of people in this. You have the dumb. You have those driven by pride. They build life around self and they can't take criticism because when you criticize them, they think you are against them. And they build life around themselves and they do not listen to what people say. And then you have those that are in on the destruction of agriculture in the United States of America. And number 4, you have people with plans and visions. And those are the 4 categories that you have to know. Who are they? Number 8, convincing the rich to invest in the plan, and the only return on the investment is you are going to save America. I met with people who had $200 billion last year. They said, Steve, we love your plan. We want to get involved with you. We have $200 billion. I said, okay. Here's the plan. You have to put the farms in. You have to start the processing plants immediately. And you have to develop the sales and the distribution. And they said, well, we just want to start with the farms. I said, I'm out. You put 1 million farms in. President Trump's new executive order is a joke. It's $700 million. Do you know tractors are like $250,000 or $1 million? $700 million into regenerative farming and $5 billion in that plan is going to ethanol corn. Does anybody understand the dumb section on this? I mean, you can't be this dumb. I'm sorry, but Secretary Kennedy, I had hope in him, and he has disappointed me and my followers, and I influence hundreds of millions of people all over this nation and all over the world, and I'm telling you, they have flunked this game. $700 million into regenerative ag is a joke. So I'm here today to announce to you that I am doing this on my own. I have $2 billion already ready in the processing part of this plan. I started working on my 501c3. It was finished this week. It's ootw3d.org. I'm going to do this on my own. Now, I want to say this real quick. The verse in the Bible says, death and life are in the power of the tongue. And those who will live and eat the fruit thereof. Do you know why death is mentioned first? Because what I'm about to tell you in the financial part of this thing, what you say comes after this matters. Because death is a lot easier to speak than life, especially in the situation that we're in this nation.
Thank you, Steve.
One quick thing. One more quick thing. I'm going to raise $700 billion to do this project.
So every nation is 9 meals away from civilization anarchy. Obviously, food is very important. And we also happen to live, just by the data, we live in a nation which spends the most on so-called healthcare of any developed nation, has the lowest life expectancy, and we have the highest levels of what we call comorbidities. Obesity, congestive heart failure, all kinds of things. These are all metabolic failures. Our food system is objectively toxic. So what is it going to take for us to finally wake up? Well, hello, my name is Chris Martinson, and I run Peak Prosperity. My name, I don't hide behind anonymity. I'm out there fighting for, well, some people oversay it. They say, wow, you're such a great truth teller. It's wrong. I'm exceptionally good at spotting bullshit. Right? Let me put it in Mike Ben's terms. I'm a counter disinformation specialist. So that's what I do, and I'm up here because Jim Erdman invited me, and I met him at a Jeffrey Tucker Brownstone event, and if you haven't gone to those, they're top-notch. Highly recommend them. And so the angle I take on this is I analyze things top-down. I'm a systems-level thinker, and I really specialize in economic matters. So let me just take the economic angle, because we've got specialists in toxicology and farming and all of that. This is how the system works. Right now, today, if you want to sell a bushel of corn, you're going to get about $4.50, maybe $5 today, depending on where futures settled. That is the exact same price that farmers got for corn in 2008. You heard about the input costs all going up, doubling. Now, how do you, here's why it happens. It happens because of something called the futures market. The futures market is where buyers and sellers come together to negotiate a price. Wrong. That's the BS in the story. This is a place where 90% of the activity is by financial speculators. These are people who do not discover price in the marketplace. They set the price. And they set the price so that the farmer's nose is just barely above water at all moments in time. Now, as a box of cornflakes, has that actually increased or decreased in price since 2008? It's gone up about 300%. The farmer gets the same 7 cents per box and has to somehow make it work. Now, how do they make it work? Loans. Loans, loans, loans. And once you understand the system, it's actually a system of enforced debt servitude. It's slavery. So we live in a system of economic servitude where the producer always gets squeezed, but this is national security because they do this across all commodities. Copper just barely broke out of a price range where it was for 20 years. So guess what? We've had only 2 copper mines open worldwide in the last 10 years. And now we're going to face this massive copper shortage because our regulators failed to understand the job they were entrusted with, which is that markets need to actually be free and fair. It has to be a place of price discovery between willing buyers, willing sellers. 50-to-1, oil market right now, 50-to-1 is people who have no interest in the oil. They don't produce it, they don't buy it, they don't consume it. They play the game. And because of that, we're having these enormous issues showing up because without the price signal, you get the wrong outcomes. And it is a rigged game. And here's how this gets huge part of national security. Over time, we're going to find that you lose 100,000 farms, but the land didn't go away. Bill Gates owns it. Conagra's buying it up. You name it. Archer Daniels Midland, the big players. You play this long enough, and one company owns it all. Okay, now let's imagine AI, Claude Mythos, or Fable 5 comes in and wrecks their company servers. Well, you have single point of failure on your entire food system. What happens if they suddenly decide to go a certain direction and they farm wrong because farming is local? Like if I have a farm, I live on 200 acres plus in Western Mass, got cows and chickens. because, well, wouldn't longer get me a drink later tonight. We'll talk about that. This whole system is actually getting very, very fragile, and we saw this during COVID. We saw supply chain breakdown. And so decentralization is actually the correct answer to be more resilient, not centralization, but every force of this is pushing us towards a more centralized, more single point of failure. Now, we saw this great financial crisis, 2008. Systemically important entities, banks, SIBs, right? We had too big to fail. Well, we're going to create too big to fail in farming as well, and that's actually not resilient. It's very, very fragile, and it's prone to systemic failure. You should never have your food system prone to systemic failure, ever. So that's sort of the angle I'm going to bring to this, and I really feel badly for the farmers who are just getting, and by the way, this is intentional. This is an intentional plan to drive farmers out of business so that their assets can be vacuumed up. And that's how the system works. And that's a failure of government. Government should not allow that to happen. Antitrust. When's the last time we had an antitrust thing happen in this country? I can't even remember. This was screaming for it right now, and we need to bring that back.
Chris, I'd actually like to follow up with you on that. Independent farms have been slowly eradicated over the last 75 years. Is that a problem that impacts national security? And I think you've alluded to the fact that that is. If so, how do you feel resurgence in independently owned and operated farms can be incentivized?
Well, money is a great way to incentivize all kinds of things. It is almost impossible to make money as a small farmer, right? You're just going to be absolutely squeezed within an inch of your life constantly. And that's because almost all the profits go outside. And so the one thing I loved hearing Steve talk about, because I've got cows, is we need a way for small slaughterhouses, for processing facilities to come back, because USDA is put them all into one giant sort of hopper. We saw with, we just lost, I think there were like 4 major ones out west, and we lost one of them, right, which creates enormous problems. So if there was a way to get, and I think Thomas Massey's Prime Act did, leaned this way hard, which was good. Farmers need to have the right to be able to sell to their consumers directly without a whole lot of intervening whatnot and regulations that are impossible. So I looked into this. If I just want to make cheese on my farm and sell it, you wouldn't believe the regulations about how the tanks have to be and the sinks and where the drains are and the water. It's impossible. So regulations are strangling, but those regulations are put in place by the big lobbyists who want to make it impossibly expensive, right? Raw milk is an example. Like the hoops you have to go through to sell raw milk is astonishing right now, right? So that's what I would do, is I would just we have to just get rid of all the regulations in between.
Can I comment on that real quick?
Please do.
So one of the things that put me out as a farmer so I used to farm 35 acres in Texas, and we would ship 500,000 pounds of food off of that 35 acres to 10 grocery stores in Dallas. We were the last family farm left, and what happened is the Food Modernization Act came in 2009. We were Agriculture of the Year in 2009, and in 2010, that was enacted by the Obama administration. And what that specific bill did is made it where I could not ship direct to grocery stores any longer. Most people don't understand that these policies, my wife is 5th generation dairy, I'm 5th generation cattle, orchards, vegetables, and hogs. And what most people don't understand is every time farmers have disappeared, and especially in the small farmer bracket, it's always been these policies and these laws that were enacted. And I cannot, now it's not on accident. This is not on accident.
I think you're spot on. For Alexandra, as we consider the connection between food, farming, and national security, what exposures or threats concern you the most?
I'm incredibly concerned about the increasing amount of toxins that are not only in food, but in food packaging and in the food making process. Collectively, this is increasing our exposure to toxins that are impacting health. And so when we're looking at food that's being grown and different types of herbicides and pesticides that are used, I understand that farmers are in a position where they can't immediately transition, but being aware that using these chemicals can impact the health of communities, it can impact the quality of water, not only directly where you're farming, but nearby as well. And this type of exposure can lead to, for example, pregnant women who are then exposed to these chemicals during pregnancy if it's in the water. So all of these systems are connected. And when we're looking at food, we really see that nexus of connection because it's not only the practices that the farmers are using, but it's how that affects the land, how that affects the water, how that affects babies that are then developing. And when we look at processed food, we're looking at things like packaging, which can leach other types of chemicals into the food. So there's endocrine disrupting chemicals that can come from food packaging, and all of these things work together to create an exposome that is unprecedented from a toxicological and historical perspective.
For the audience, would you just mind talking about what endocrine disrupting chemicals are? I think a lot of people just don't understand that, so just in a quick nutshell so that people understand the significance of that.
So endocrine disrupting chemicals is an umbrella term for many types of chemicals that interact with the hormone system in the body, and they can do that in a variety of ways. So some chemicals can directly bind to hormone receptors, like an estrogen receptor, and make it think that your body is experiencing an estrogen signal when it's actually just a chemical from your food packaging. The same is true with testosterone. There are chemicals that act like testosterone and activate those pathways within people's bodies. And chemicals that you might have heard of that are endocrine disruptors are things like BPA, all of the bisphenols, phthalates that leach from different types of soft plastics, plastic in general, and but it's not just synthetic chemicals that can be endocrine disruptors. There's naturally occurring things like different types of metals. For example, arsenic is also an endocrine disrupting chemical. And these work through very broad pathways. You've also got PFAS, you've got many of the pesticides and herbicides are also endocrine disruptors, like glyphosate is an endocrine disrupting chemical, atrazine. And so what's important to understand about endocrine disrupting chemicals is that different from sort of traditional toxicology, which a lot of people are familiar with, where dose makes the poison, with endocrine disrupting chemicals, that's no longer the case. Endocrine disrupting chemicals are incredibly impactful at very small doses, especially for children as they're developing. Children and babies go through what are called sensitive windows of development, where very small exposures can change their developmental trajectory and impact them for the rest of their lives. So when there's endocrine disrupting chemicals in so many consumer products and so many foods and in our environments, then children are going to have altered development as a result of those exposures in some cases. And that's what we're seeing, is that small doses of exposure during pregnancy, for example, to something like glyphosate, it can change the developmental course of women in ways that last for a lifetime and lead to things like PCOS. And that's just one example, but there's many chemicals that work through many pathways to do this. So it's a very broad topic, but very important for national security as we consider fertility, as we consider the health of children, and as we consider their proper development.
So those endocrine disrupting chemicals, those would potentially impact young girls and how they're starting their periods significantly earlier, right? 8, 9 years old as opposed to 13 and 14, which we saw even 20, 40 years ago, right?
Exactly. That is one of the places where we're really seeing the impact of these chemicals, is that it's bringing on puberty earlier in girls because there are chemicals that act like the hormones that should be triggering their movement into adolescence. They're encountering them in their foods or in their toys or in certain products that they're using, and it's triggering an earlier onset of puberty. And so this is a really serious problem that has many faces to it, and that's why it's so important to understand that FIFRA, the chemical inventory that controls the pesticides, contains many endocrine disrupting chemicals, and TSCA, the chemical inventory that contains all of the other dangerous chemicals, also contains endocrine disrupting chemicals. And both of those things, we need to look at how to address this in a way that will safeguard the fertility and health of the future generation.
Let me add to that. So I don't even know how to spell endocrine disruptor, but I'll tell you this: when you farm and you're outside and you're in the wilderness all the time, what you'll notice is what these sprays and these things they're doing. That, and number one in my farm plan was to stop geoengineering and weather modification. And the reason that I had it in there is because, well, number one, I was sprayed by the military in 1989. I spent 7 years on my deathbed. 2 of those years I didn't even get out of bed. I was sent home from Mayo Clinic to die. I was talking about, and I went to the movie last night and they talked about how the medical field tried to make you think you're crazy. Well, it's not hard to convince, but the issue is that I was talking about these sprayings and things that are happening to the physical earth. I was talking about this in the 90s. And so now that people don't think I'm crazy, and I've written these plans, and I have been watching, I can watch green beans and watch them turn yellow in 24 hours, and it's this aluminum, it's these things that are coming in from the atmosphere that are disrupting what this plant is to do, is in performing to provide food, right? So what she's talking about, I see in the natural world, the bees. There's no honeybees. So you see this in creation, and this stuff tells you, and that's how I know these things. And that's how I know what she's saying, and she studied it, but I'm seeing this as in nature, and that's what I was, in my farm plan, we need to stop this geoengineered weather, and you guys need to pay attention, because the next thing that is coming in 2027 is this new stardust.
So,
Steve, please.
And if I can add one more thing to that. So I drive from my farm about an hour and a half to get to the airport just on June 30th. I clean my windshield off specifically to run the test. 0 insect strikes, and I drive through farming community, right? There's tobacco, corn, and squashes mostly. And this is something I know because I'm of an age. When I grew up, if you left the porch light on the morning, it was a terrifying menagerie of giant bugs. Now I can leave my window open all night with the light on, and there's maybe one little, whitish moth fluttering around. So what we're doing, if we were an intelligent culture, we'd stop, put up the T sign, and say, listen, we're wiping out a 400-million-year-old food web, which we do not understand or appreciate. And a lot of people are like, oh, no bugs, shrug. But this is where we live in a food web. It's a complex system. And we're taking out pillars of the system. And there's nothing we can do about it. Now, Europe has already figured this out. They took out a whole class of pesticides called neonicotinoids. They're starting to see their insects come back. Maybe it's not just that, but that's a good start. And we, under Obama, they just kicked that can, and then it just got, we're not going to take these pesticides out because somebody makes a few extra bucks by spraying them. It's just that much easier. That's the system we're in, but to abstract to what you're saying, Steve, this is a death cult. That's what we're in. When you destroy life without a care, let's just be clear about what's happening. We don't care about life anymore. That's not the goal. So I'm here to speak for the insects because somebody's got to, And I care.
Speaking of the insects, Alexandra, how does yesterday's approval of the new PFAS herbicides by the EPA threaten not only the insects, but national security?
So yesterday, EPA approved 2 new PFAS pesticides for the first time in the United States, and they approved them for use on corn and soybeans. They also approved 2 more pesticides for food uses that will include coffee, kiwi, wheat, and barley and oats. And this decision is in the wake of Monsanto-Darnell's Supreme Court decision, in which all pesticides now have effectively a liability shield from failure to warn lawsuits that are based on the label. And as we know, the EPA is not properly labeling these pesticides with adequate warnings for various reasons, but most especially because the EPA is captured by the agrochemical industry. And so the approval of all of these pesticides yesterday, just days after the Supreme Court hearing, is incredibly concerning because we are seeing the effects of corporate capture working in our government. We are seeing that now that they have a liability shield, they are going to immediately bring on new pesticides and herbicides for food use in our country. This is incredibly concerning, and it certainly threatens our national security. The more that we move into this space when there's already many chemicals here that farmers can utilize, and especially when the EPA decides to approve new PFAS pesticides. These are chemicals that are incredibly persistent in our environment and that do not break down all the way. And what we have seen is that when they don't break down and they continue to persist, then they end up in everybody's drinking water, and they can cause cancers and strokes and all types of ailments. And so what needed to happen was not for more new PFAS pesticides to be approved, but for the EPA to acknowledge that we don't need more PFAS. We don't need more PFAS pesticides. And instead of acknowledging that, they've approved more. At the same time, just a few weeks ago, they've announced that they're rescinding the PFAS drinking water rules. And so there is a clear disregard for the health of the American people when you see an action like this. And it is absolutely a threat to our national security.
I'd actually like to follow up with Steve on this one. Proponents of chemically dependent farming often cite food production rate concerns in terms of yield per acre. So, big picture, hey, if I use chemicals, I can make more food. If I don't use chemicals, we're going to starve. That's the narrative anyway. Can you discuss, do you think regenerative agriculture can match the yields of farms that use chemical inputs, or would additional acreage be required for the same yield? And what do you base those thoughts on?
So I want to back up just a little bit on the PFAS, because the man that taught me to compost, 25 years ago, there was an older gentleman that taught me how to compost. He could compost an entire cow in 28 days. And this was done completely organically. He taught me how to do this, and I teach this in my online farm school. But what I want to tell you is I didn't know what he was talking about that time, but he told me, he said, Steve, whatever you do, don't get involved with city waste sewage. He says, because it had PFAS in it, and it's the only thing that microbes won't eat. And the number one thing that's most important in regenerative farms, so yes, regenerative farms, can they produce the same amount? They can produce the same amount. But microbes are the key, and these sprays and these forever chemicals, that's one of the things they do, is they make it where microbes cannot function in the soil. And so we did feed the world, and we did feed our nation in the 50s through, I'd say about 1982, that's when the system started breaking down. That's when a lot of these chemicals, atrazine, those things like that, Grazon, P+D, all those chemicals were introduced. Yes, we could, and we did it with small farms. And we had thriving communities, because when you do this, small farmers tend to their fields. If you go on my Instagram, which is Out of Wild 3D, you'll see my video there of my potato fields. There's not a weed, one, in my potato fields. Not one weed, and there's no chemicals used. So, but it's cultivation. And we've gone to this ideology, and the war that's happening we have PFAS attack and chemical attacks on this one hand from giant ag, and then we have the purist movement on the downside of that is, and then they say no-till. Well, I'm just telling you, the scripture says, only a fool does not plow in winter. So the plowing part is important, and the tilling part, but the microbes are important. And if you go look PFAS up and sewage sludge used on farms, especially here, I believe in Maryland and New Jersey, these farms cannot grow food. They are banned from growing anything for the next 100 years. And that's what that old man, God rest his soul, he taught me that PFAS, I didn't know what it was until, in the last 7, 8 years, it's been headlines.
Absolutely. Chris, I'd like to follow up with you, actually. President Trump recently published a national resilience strategy where he encouraged transformation based on 4 key tenets. And I'm just going to read it straight out of the strategy. It says the prioritization of risk, modernization of systems, distribution of responsibility through federalism, and simplification of governance. Has our drive towards agricultural efficiency come at the expense of national resilience? And if so, how can we balance that vulnerability?
Well, I've stopped paying attention to the EOs because they come out like almost daily. And they sound great, and I like to get my hopes up. So start with those 4 tenets. First, he said, prioritization of risk. I truly believe if we were prioritizing risk appropriately, we would not be selling off our strategic petroleum reserve to foreigners to keep gas prices down a little bit, right? And so when it comes to agriculture, again, we're not accurately assessing the risks here. If we were, we would look at the risks, we would catalog them, we say, well, what are the risks? Okay, we have this obesity epidemic, which we're treating with a GLP-1 injection, you know, and why do other countries not have this same obesity epidemic? Well, I'm convinced you can trace it back to the food and what we have and how we go about food science, as they call it, right? And all of these things. So food is the foundation of everything, and we're not creating healthy food. We've not touched on, but I heard you say it in the intro. One of the reasons that I am a farmer is because I want to grow my own food, because I understand now that even if I go to Trader Joe's and it looks like organic broccoli, it might just be green in color only. It's completely devoid of magnesium and other things, because the way we farm just tends to strip mine all the micronutrients out. So on balance, it looks good, but underneath, we're actually starving ourselves of critical micronutrients. So I like to be in control of that if I can, right? But we're nowhere near accurately assessing the risks. You have to take a complete, unflinching look at what we're really facing. And when you do, you find out that our way of growing food is completely what we would call chemical dependent on inputs. It's kind of like, I think a lot of farmers say are really just outdoor hydroponics specialists. You know, they put the NPK down in sufficient quantities, let the rain fall, and then they harvest, but the soil is turning into dirt. It's getting worse and worse and worse. That goes as long as you can continue that. Problem, almost all of our urea-based and ammonia-based fertilizers come from taking natural gas, Haber-Bosch process, turning it into this thing. Nature loves sequestering ammonia and nitrogen. We have to work hard. We have to use energy to pull it back. We use fossil fuels, diesel, to plow, to put all the fertilizers in, manufacture all this stuff. By the way, the United States has just hit its own peak of oil production, again, this time because of the shale. What are we going to do 30, 40, 50 years from now? That should be when you're doing a risk assessment, you're doing a strategy assessment. In a strategy assessment, you always take two things into account. Where are we going? How are we going to get there? What are the vision? What's our resources? Visions are always bigger than resources. What are our resources? Energy, okay? We should have a plan. China has a plan. In fact, they have a stacked series of five 25-year plans. We have zero planning for what we're going to do when, not if, but when energy gets constrained over the next few decades. Are we going to feed data centers, or are we going to feed people? What are we going to feed? We should at least be having the dialogue, which is why I'm very excited people are coming together to have the dialogue, because it has to start here. And if we gain enough momentum with it, there'll be some great congressman or woman who will carry the flag the last 6 inches up the hill. Take credit for it. But we have to have this conversation now. We just do, because we have no national strategy besides more PFAS, more chemicals, more big ag, less life.
Thank you. We are down to the last 4 minutes of this panel, so I wanted to address a couple questions from the audience. The first one was for Dr. Munoz, asking about whether or not she had contacted with the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense. She has not, but whoever submitted that question, I would love if you would engage her offline if you think that would be an effective way to combat Monsanto. That would be fantastic. Additionally, there was a question about how other countries, like we discussed earlier, Europe, are able to restrict and regulate chemicals in ways that we aren't. In just a quick, 1 minute summary, anyone have thoughts on that? Anyone specifically want to take it? Policy? No? Basically, why is Europe figuring this out and we are not? What's going on?
Well, the people are aware. The people of Europe are more aware of their food.
So an awareness issue?
I think that's part of it, but there's also, this is a hard question to answer for all of the chemicals involved, but in some cases, Europe has banned certain chemicals or certain pesticides or made an effort to reduce them in consumer products, and that seems to come from actually looking at the independent scientific literature and using it to make a decision, which is something that fails to happen here on a consistent basis.
Well, it's a little cultural too. So in Germany, there's whole subcultures of people who track insects, and if Europe excels at anything, it's regulation. They're really good at it. So they actually have taken it on, and there's real citizen advocacy to get these things off the market, and they're taking all sorts of things off the market as they find out what's going wrong with them. So I had somebody very excitedly come up to me a couple months ago and say, "Hey, Chris, I just got back from Poland. There were insects all over the windshield. You got to go," and I was like,
I love it. As our final question on this panel, I just wanted to ask each one of you, if every American took one action to rebuild a healthier and more resilient food supply, what would that be?
I would say to start composting your own compost.
I would say that they should go to my farm school, and they should. Well, the reason is because my farm school is $500. There's 180 videos in there that show the old ways, the way we used to farm, and you teach your children this, because we don't have people growing up in agriculture. It's very expensive, but if you lose the knowledge on the old ways, I'm the youngest of the old guys. I'm 58, but the average age of the farmer is 67. It's SAS-USA.com. But that farm school, and I'm the last guy who writes his own moon phase calendar, and the moon phase cycles matter so much in how you compost, how you plant, and even if you can go back and watch some of the old Beverly Hillbillies movies, and they'll say, "Oh, look at them, they're planting their corn in the dark of the moon, it's never even going to come up," and that stuff. But what you have to understand, that was stolen. The Rothschilds dismissed that and removed that from the teachings in the schools in the 1920s. And the reason is because if you operate and you do these things according to the moon phase cycles, I have videos where I show doing operations on animals and they do not bleed.
Steve, you are onto something. I'm going to pass this to Chris as we run our final seconds.
I can wrap this up quick. Plant a garden. If you can't do that, support a local farmer. Do it. And it seems like you're paying more money, it's worth every penny. It just is.
All right. All right, thank you all so much. We are going to go straight on to our last panel before lunch. We have a delicious lunch waiting for you all, and that is the education panel. A resilient country does not start with a strong military or even strong physical infrastructure. It starts with solid educational foundation for the children. A corrupted educational system that has strayed from moral principles produces citizens ill-equipped for critical thinking or civic responsibility and creates a population susceptible to manipulation and unable to sustain democratic institutions. Moderating our education panel today is Marcus Thornton, co-founder and former president of Feds for Freedom. And joining him are Jennifer Stevens and David Barton. Thank you all for being here.
I'm going to let David kick us off by giving us a little bit of historical context of where we started.
So the concept of education being key to really national security, everything else has been done by every nation. If you can control education, you can control government, economics, everything else. So education is key. I want to take you back to what original intent had been in America. We have 400 years of educational history. We have a museum with about 160,000 items. Brought some from earliest education laws forward. So let me just take you through it chronologically real quick. When you start looking at where we are, the first federal education law that was passed in 1789. We had the 13 states, but we had a lot of land that wanted to become states at that point, and so the federal government said, all right, if you want to become a state, here's what you do. It's called the Northwest Ordinance. It was signed by George Washington August 7, 1789. Article 3 is the provision on education for any territory that want to become a state. Article 3 says, religion, morality, and knowledge be necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind. Schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. So if you want to be part of the United States, your schools had to teach religion, morality, and knowledge. By the way, to this day, states that came in, 32 states came in under the Northwest Ordinance Enabling Act, and to this day, the Constitution of Kansas, Constitution of North Carolina, the Constitution of Nebraska, so many constitutions still say to this day that forever in the schools of this state, religion and morality would be taught as well as knowledge. Now, they got sidetracked in the 1960s with the Supreme Court saying, no, we can't do that anymore. But from original intent, that had been the design of education. As you move past that, moving to 1790, Dr. Benjamin Rush, a signer of the Declaration, who also ratified the Constitution, served in 3 different presidential administrations. He's called the father of public schools under the Constitution. In 1789, when the Constitution was done, they said, we used to be 13 nations, now we're one nation. What do we need to do to stay one nation rather than be 13 nations like Europe? And he said education. And so in 1790, he came out with a piece called The Mode of Education Proper in a Republic. And in that piece, he talked about why that education was the #1 thing to preserve in a republic. This is a statement he made in there. He said, the only foundation for a useful education in a republic is to be laid in religion. Without this, there can be no virtue, and without virtue, there can be no liberty. And liberty is the object and life of all republican governments. The next year, he came out with a piece in 1791 that gave a dozen reasons that we'd never take the Bible out of schools in America. So that was a significant statement, again, by one of the leading founding fathers. I want to take you to 1792, the next year. In 1792, we have a guy named Gouverneur Morris, not known to most people today, unfortunately. Gouverneur Morris was sent by George Washington to France in 1792, but Gouverneur Morris was a member of the Constitutional Convention, a signer of the Constitution from New York. Actually, he was the most active member of the convention, spoke 173 times on the floor of the convention. He was chosen by the convention to write the wording for the Constitution. He was chair of the Committee on Style. So when we look at the Constitution today, you're looking at the work of Gouverneur Morris. It's unfortunately a name we don't know today. But in 1792, France said, hey, how can we be more like America? Because we keep having revolutions over here. And so he wrote a 3-volume work for them, and part of that he talked about education. This is what he said. He said, there must be a religion. When that ligament is torn, society is disjointed and its members perish. The nation is exposed to foreign violence and domestic convulsions. He said the most important of all lessons is the denunciation of ruin to every state that rejects the precepts of religion. He said religion is the only solid basis of good morals. Therefore, education should teach the precepts of religion and the duties of man toward God. So going through early founding fathers, the first federal education law, you get the same tone throughout. When you get to Washington's farewell address, after he gives a dozen warnings to keep the nation on track, 45 years of public service, he sums up in that address. By the way, that address used to be required as a tested material. There were four items American schools tested on till about 1890. You were required once a year to take a test, annual test, K through 8, on the Constitution of your state, on the Constitution of the United States, on the Declaration of Independence, and on Washington's farewell address. So those were considered 4 seminal documents to preserve American freedom. In the farewell address, he said, of all the dispositions and habits that lead to political prosperity, he said religion and morality are indispensable supports. He said, in vain would that man claim the treaty of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness. So in his view, you can't be a patriot if you try to take religion and morality out of the public square. And that was from Washington. I can go through a number of others quickly, and I'll do so just going through some of the others. 1844, there's a U.S. Supreme Court case. It's called Vidal versus Girard's Executors. Daniel Webster was the arguing attorney for the defense of that case. And the decision was given for a unanimous Supreme Court by Joseph Story. He's called the father of American jurisprudence. Joseph Story, in an 8-0 decision, looked at the school and said, you're suggesting to us that this public school should not be teaching religion, and it was a school in Philadelphia. And the 8-0 decision, U.S. Supreme Court, was no, if you're a government-funded school, you're going to teach religion in schools. And this is part of the court's decision, 8-0 decision, said, why may not the Bible, especially the New Testament, be read or taught as a divine revelation in the school? Where can the purest principles of morality be learned so clearly or so perfectly as from the New Testament? So that's the U.S. Supreme Court, 1844. If I take you to one more piece real quickly, 1876, on the centennial of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant is President of the United States. He issued a commemorative card that year for all school kids, and they had a message for the school kids, and this is his message. It says, to the children and youth of the United States, hold fast to the Bible as a sheet anchor of your liberties. Write its precepts in your hearts and practice them in your lives. To the influence of this book, we're indebted for all the progress made in true civilization, and to this we must look for our guide in the future. He then quoted the scripture, Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation, sins reproach to any people. Now, I can show you this from education all the way through. The change came in 1962. In 1962, in a case called Engel versus Vitale, June the 25th of 1962, the U.S. Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to do voluntary prayer in schools anymore or any kind of prayer. And interestingly, that's the first Supreme Court decision that gave zero historical or legal precedence. They just said, we're going to do something different. This is what we've been doing along, but it's time for change. Within 12 months, 2 more decisions in 63, Abbott and Shemp and Murray Corlett, they said, by the way, we're not going to do the Bible anymore. And it's interesting that, again, that was a case without legal or historical precedent. It's just something new. It's kind of what, I don't know, progressives seem to always hate history. We can't study from that. We got to become something different. And that's why they're called progressives. And whether that's good or bad or whether you're one or not, that's just a tendency that's historically there. And they said, we're just time to move on. It's interesting. This is the reason that was given in the 63 decision. I find it interesting. They quoted a psychologist, Dr. Solomon Grazel, and they said, we're taking the Bible out of schools because, quote, if portions of the New Testament were read without explanation, they could be and had been psychologically harmful to the child. So alleged psychological harm from reading the scriptures is why the court said they took them out of schools. No historical precedent because you have all the legal, all the decisions, all the founding fathers, all the other schools, etc. So that takes us through to that point in time. Now, what we do is we do a lot of statistical work. We do a lot of, I've been involved in 13 cases at the U.S. Supreme Court, and what we've seen since the point where we've removed religion and morality away from education is we've seen plummeting academic scores. We are now, there's 38 industrial nations in the world. America ranks 38th of the 38 industrial nations. We have the lowest literacy rate of all industrial nations. 65% of our students cannot read at 6th grade level. They read below that. 19% of our students are functionally illiterate, can't read a single word. So we have terrible results. We find the same in math and science. Our knowledge has decreased since we've removed religion and morality. Interestingly, there are 6 national achievement scores. When you test achievement scores and compare religious schools to secular schools, the religious schools are 2 to 4 grade levels higher on the same test. Civil War takes place the same year at a Christian school that does at a secular school, and yet for some reason you see this 2 to 4 grade level difference. The final thing I'll point out is that the ISI, Intercollegiate Studies Institute, keeps track of what we know about civics in our schools. And they monitor every year the Constitution Day, and they have polls every year on Constitution Day. I just want to read you some of the recent results we've had in Constitution Day polls on how little we know about our own self. 70% of citizens do not know that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. 74% cannot identify the 3 branches of government. 60% cannot name even one cabinet-level department of government. Only 1 in 1,000 Americans can name the 5 freedoms in the First Amendment. And by the way, going back to 74% that can't identify the 3 branches of government, 48% of elected officials cannot name the 3 branches of government. That's a problem. So when you look there, what they did, they said, all right, let's take the immigration test. And the immigration test is, if you know about the immigration laws, 5 years to become a citizen, but part of that, you take the immigration test. That's about a 3-month course. At some point in that 5 years, you got to take and pass that. And right now, 91% of immigrants pass the immigration test on the first attempt. Joe Foss, who was a Medal of Honor recipient World War II, had been the governor of South Dakota. He started the AFL, started the Super Bowl, etc. Very famous guy. He moved to Arizona in his latter years, warmer climate, and there he looked at civics and said, we're not teaching civics very well. So the Joe Foss Institute started with Arizona, and they were the first to pass a law that says every graduating senior, their exit exam should be the immigration test. And so that became the exit exam. 13 states now do that. But the problem is, in those 13 states that use the exit exam that use the immigration test exit exam, only 4% of high school seniors can pass the immigration test as an exit exam. 91% of those who have been here for 3 months in a course can pass, and after 12 years of education in America, only 4% are passing. So those are some of the stats that are out there. And by the way, they gave the immigration test to citizens. 71% of citizens failed the immigration test, and 78% of elected officials failed the immigration test. So that's how little we know about our own country at this point.
All right, thank you, Dave. Jen, David just laid out the blueprint rooted in Christian virtue and national survival. Today we see the exact opposite. You've both been tracking the massive Bluebonnet Learning Initiative and Houston ISD's unanimous vote to adopt it. From your vantage points in Texas, what does the intense warfare over Bluebonnet expose about the erosion of local control and the aggressive push to secularize education? And when public systems completely abandon Christian moral formation, how does that open the door to devastating terminal societal threats like the fentanyl crisis currently destroying our youth?
Yeah, can I take just a second and talk about Bluebonnet?
Absolutely.
In Texas, I'm Jen Stevens, I'm from Texas, and we've been working on Bluebonnet Learning. Bluebonnet Learning is where the state is acting as a publisher for the core curriculum. And it's a big it shouldn't be controversial, but it is. It's a controversial thing in Texas. The schools can use it. They don't have to because they're independent school districts. So we want the schools to use it. Last week was the big thing on civics, which I think you were a part of. Is that right? And in civics, you know, they're talking about Christianity. And, of course, the argument is church, you know, separation of church and state. However, you can't really talk about history without talking about the Christian values, especially in Texas. It's a big thing. So they are, from my perspective, the debate about the Bluebonnet, it's well beyond curriculum. I think it exposes a broader tension over who has the authority to shape our youth. And when we talk about shaping our youth, we want to instill our values, moral values. And when we start centralizing education, which what we've seen happen, it's getting broader and broader, we start centralizing it, and then we lose a lot of the integrity that we're teaching our youth. Centralized education, Bluebonnet, it kind of, it demonstrates the debates are, it's not about academics, it's about control. And when the state of Texas, and apparently there's 13 other states that are signing on to adopt this curriculum, is it 13?
So far, but it's growing.
Yeah, I hear it's growing to adopt this, and there's incentives for schools to use it. I think they get $60 extra per student to use this curriculum. But obviously we've got the other side who thinks that, you know, the state of Texas is indoctrinating kids the opposite direction. You know, we could argue both sides all day long. But the fastest way, I mean, I believe the classroom is the first line of national defense. If you think about it, Steve Jobs, when he wanted to grow Apple computers, he donated to schools because that's how you reach the masses. And I'll tell you, I've done a ton of stuff on fentanyl awareness. It's crazy because we're losing a classroom full of kids a week, ages 14 to 18. Nobody's talking about it. So I went to Senator Creighton back a couple of years ago, and I was like, schools will not talk about it. Kids are dying. We lost 10 in Leander ISD, and they won't even acknowledge it. They won't talk about it. They don't want to have anything to do with it. And so we decided to pass a law. So we passed a law mandating schools talk about fentanyl awareness. And then, of course, schools didn't know what to teach, so my generous husband and I decided to create some curriculum to put it into schools, to give to schools to teach about fentanyl awareness. So now I think I'm on 17 states that we've passed that law mandating fentanyl awareness, because the only way we're going to reach the masses is to start with the kids.
All right, thank you. The next question is for David. Looking at the trajectory from Washington's farewell address to the modern bureaucratic battles over state-mandated curriculum like Bluebonnet, once a nation's primary education system stops prioritizing Christian virtue, civic literacy, and moral character rooted in biblical truth, how rapidly does that vulnerability collapse a republic from within?
Let me take the concept of religion, morality, and then knowledge. If you have a basis of religion and morality, you have a much better atmosphere in which to have learning, particularly when you have a bunch of kids together. And so we do teacher trainings all summer long with teachers from across the nation, and 85% of teachers tell us that, excuse me, 90% of teachers tell us that they spend 85% of their time in the classroom trying to create class discipline just to be able to teach. So losing controls of classrooms. But I'm going to go back. This is the very first textbook ever published in America. It was published in 1690. It was used until 1930. And so this textbook here, all that period of time, it has between 40, it's a first grade textbook. They get the alphabet, they get phonics, they go through, and it has between 40 and 60 questions, depending on which edition it is, of the 10 Commandments. They spend all this time on the 10 Commandments. Don't steal, don't kill, don't take other people's property, don't perjure yourself. And it's interesting that, again, from the Supreme Court level, we've had 3 cases in the last 6 years where the Supreme Court said, hey, we've had it wrong for 60 years. We think religion and morality is necessary to education. They reversed it specifically in 2022, but they hinted in 2019 in 2 cases. And so as a result, Texas became the second law to say we're putting the 10 Commandments back in our classrooms. Now, there are 7 states that have done it in the last 2 years. And why would it be irrational for kids in a classroom to see what's displayed? I've counted 53 separate depictions of the 10 Commandments in the U.S. Supreme Court. I walk around the corner to the Library of Congress, walk in, there's an 8-foot statue of Moses with the 10 Commandments. I walk across to the House of the Representatives. As I walk in the House of Representatives, there's the 10 Commandments. I go down to the National Archives. As I approach the Declaration of the Constitution, embedded in the floor is the 10 Commandments. Why can't kids see what we've got in all government buildings around the place? And we also know that if you can control yourself internally, you don't need external controls. I'll point out that since 1962-63, the federal code has grown. It is now 4,500 volumes. It is now 4.5 million pages. And if you would promise to read 100 pages a day of the current federal code, you can finish it in only 123 years. We have laws to regulate everything because we don't have self-regulation internally anymore. And that's what we used to have, was self-regulation. We understood about others' rights and not violating rights, et cetera. So that's why I think it's such a key thing for the nation's survival. Otherwise, there's a book out now called 3 Felonies a Day. On average, every American commits 3 felonies a day without recognizing it, because that's how many laws we have. That comes when you lose internal control, you go to external control.
Am I allowed to talk?
Sure.
Okay.
If you have something to add to that.
So I am a strong believer that I think our biggest issue is the destruction of the American family. And I remember watching it, 25 years ago with my nephew. He was watching something on Nickelodeon that used to be the safe channel to watch. And he was watching these kids. There were never parents involved. And I kept saying, where are the parents? I mean, these kids just live with their siblings. And I really feel like that this has been slowly going on for so long, and we know this now, right? And I feel like if we have to empower parents to empower their kids, or we're not going to see a big change. Schools cannot be the parents, the teachers, the counselors, the recovery centers. We have to be more involved in empowering parents to be more involved in their child's education and quit. I mean, schools, I'm not against public schools. I'll work forever to help public schools or private schools or it's not a one-size-fits-all for every school. I think the parents need to choose, and the parents need to be involved in their kids' education.
We cannot afford to treat the destruction that we see today, the complete abandonment of moral formation and the resulting crises like the fentanyl epidemic ripping through our young people, as nothing more than a string of isolated policy failures. This is a deep civilizational problem. When we secularize primary education and remove the pursuit of Christian virtue, we don't create some neutral space. We create a void that gets filled with something far worse. Too many leaders still believe the answer is another administrative fix, a new mandate, or yet another round of top-down battles over curriculum. But trying to reform a compromised, centralized system from the inside is a losing game. It's defensive, it moves too slowly, and it leaves our kids exposed while we fight. If we're serious about treating primary education as the national security issue that it truly is, we have to move from defense to offense. We need to bypass the broken, centralized system altogether by building, funding, and scaling independent parallel institutions. We should look back and move forward. That means returning to the kind of decentralized, parent-controlled models that built this republic in the first place, modern versions of the one-room schoolhouse. These models are highly localized, flexible, and unapologetically grounded in Christian virtue and biblical truth. They focus on the formation of character and resilience, not on training compliance with state directives. They put authority over a child's moral and intellectual formation back where it belongs, with the parents, not with the government. This isn't just theory. This groundwork is already underway on the ground. For Jen, how is the Texas Education Alliance working on the ground right now to expand parental control, displace the current bureaucratic monopoly, and restore education grounded in Christian moral formation?
Well, at Texas Education Alliance, we believe that we want parents to be in charge. I don't want the Senate to determine what schools who should go where, what kids should be in, have an IEP, right? This is all should be, an IEP is an independent education plan. So what we do is our mission is to ensure families have meaningful choices and that education reflects the values of the communities it serves rather than the priorities of bureaucracies. Every community is a little bit different. I'm from a tiny town in West Texas called Baird. I grew up on a cattle ranch. I graduated with 20-something people. It was public school. We didn't have another choice unless my parents were going to homeschool, and that was not going to happen. And so, you know, I will never stop fighting for public schools because especially in Texas and many other, Alabama, there's so many rural areas that there is not another choice. So we have to make the options available for everybody. One of the things we worked on was virtual schools, and that is not for everybody. And I argued with senators right and left, well, you know, we don't think that works. And I remember telling one senator in particular, I was like, well, why? Because you've spent so much time in the classroom? And he was like, well, no, I mean, I haven't been in a classroom and I was like, well, I am. I work with the largest school districts in the nation. I'm in Miami-Dade, I'm in Broward, I'm in Cobb County, I'm in Fort Worth ISD, I'm in San Antonio. I see this, boots on the ground, as to what works and what doesn't. So at Texas Education Alliance, that's kind of what we do, is we work with the administrations to help them fix the problem. So Texas took over Fort Worth ISD. Fort Worth ISD it's one of the largest in the nation, and it was bad. They were giving surveys to students in middle school asking them how many sexual partners they've had and if they are male or female or if they prefer one. I mean, these were surveys that were going into middle school students, 6th and 7th grade students. So the state took that over. They have a state-appointed board. They just took over Lake Worth. They took over Beaumont. There's 2 more coming. Not that I think that they should be state-run institutions either, but at least we can get the bad board out, get a new board in, and start. So what we do is we work with the administrative level in schools.
All right, thank you. And for Dave.
Can I add one thing real
Please
quick?
do.
Because these Fort Worth school districts, there's so many school districts in Texas that are so dysfunctional, so terrible, that the state actually takes them over. They prefer their citizens run them with school boards, et cetera, but Fort Worth was one that was so terrible. So many failing students, such a high percentage, so much worse than the rest that took it over. And we used to in Texas, this goes back to, I got more white hair than these guys do, so I go back to time in our legislature, we had exit exams in Texas. And in Houston Independent School District, they said, you know, we think it'd be good if the teachers would take the same test the kids have to so that they know what they have. They did that, and 50% of teachers in Houston could not pass the high school exit exam. So as a result, rather than improving teaching, they just dropped the exit exam. And so big cities like Houston and Fort Worth, we have real problems there, as do many big cities elsewhere, because there's not the accountability and there's not the competition, quite frankly, with Christian schools or public schools that are good, or parents, or homeschools, or anything else.
Thank you. Dave, to make these parallel decentralized models successful, what are the core structural principles from early American education, explicitly Christian in foundation and practice, that we must urgently reclaim and replicate today?
I would say that the number one thing that I would point to in 400 years of American educational history is for 300 years we taught students how to think. In the last 100 years, we teach them how to learn. And there's a big difference, and I can show you exactly when that happened. But in it's about 1905, 1907, they said, you know, we got these assembly lines, we got the Model T Fords, we got all the textile mills. We need workers, and we need people who don't think for themselves. We need people who take orders and do what they're told on the assembly line. And the first time ever in American history, educational history, that you'll ever find a multiple choice, a true, false, or fill in the blank question is in that era, about 1910. Did I, the teacher, tell you A, B, C, or D? Did I, the teacher, tell you this, true or false? And you're not thinking anymore, you're learning. You're getting the content given to you, and you're tested back on the content. This is a letter, this letter right here is from John Quincy Adams when he is 18 years old. He's a senior at Harvard University. He's engaged in a thinking exercise they called a forensic. In this particular exercise, every student had a 2-hour debate, and they had them about once a month with some other student. And they would take a morally ambiguous subject that has no right or wrong, and you would debate it for an hour on each side. And you didn't know what side you're going to get. But the process was, I have to think about what I heard on the other side and find the weaknesses in that, find the strengths in that, readjust my arguments to handle it. This 2-hour debate, Harvard, it was on a Wednesday night from 8 to 10 p.m. John Quincy Adams, for 1 hour, has to talk about how that God wants you to God wants you to eat the white end of asparagus first. His opponent is arguing that God wants you to eat the green end of asparagus first. A 2-hour debate over which end of asparagus you eat. It's not about asparagus. It's about, now, what are the weaknesses in his argument? What did he miss? What did he not say? And you're all thinking. And that's what we did for three centuries. We changed that in the 1920s and using things like multiple choice, fill in the blank, true, false. That's just parroting back what somebody else has told us. We're not self-feeders anymore, and that's what education should be, is teaching you to self-feed. And if you have the right morals and values from that thinking process, you'll get a good product. Otherwise, you'll be a very intelligent criminal if you don't have the right moral values. You'll be really smart on how to do the wrong things.
Thank you. Jen, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Of course. Obviously, I think there's nothing more dangerous than somebody that's highly educated with no character, and there's nothing sadder than somebody with a lot of character that can't get the education. And so I think I do have some stuff with, do you guys know who Mike Rowe is? Dirty Jobs. And so there's a big push right now for skilled trades, right? For every, right now, 5 electricians that retire, there's only 2 to replace them. Our kids, I go around asking kids, you know, what do you used to when you were a kid? Most kids wanted to be a police officer or a firefighter or a doctor. Now, do you know what the main thing people want to be when I go around? This is even in Europe. I did a big thing in London. I'm part of this U.S. delegation on education. And I was at a school in London, and their #1 thing was influencer. I'm like, I don't even know, what do you do with that? That's why they're putting TikTok videos out. So Governor Stitt, Governor Abbott, I've talked with we're working on these PSAs, and it's working actually, because you're taught that if you don't graduate and go off to a 4-year college, you're a loser, right? That is what people think. I was taught that. It's the same thing. I did graduate. I did go off to a 4-year college because that's what I thought I was supposed to do. However, we're taking the workforce out of the community. So then we're stuck with little towns like mine or wherever where workforce all goes, off to Austin like I did and never comes back. I'm just as guilty as anybody else. However, I see a shift. I see it changing. We have co-op colleges going into communities. Christian Halls International, they're going in, and they're getting 4-year degrees. They're not getting overwhelmed with debt. It's like $9,000 to $12,000 for a 4-year degree. And it's an accredited West Texas A&M school. But it's keeping the workforce in the community. They're able to work for an electrician or Crown Quest Oil or whatever while they're getting their degree. And it's showing a big difference, I think.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions that have been submitted? Okay. So we're a few minutes ahead of schedule. Do either of you have anything specific that you want to talk about, or should I continue with questions?
I would say that one of the lessons we have historically is change does not happen rapidly. People oppose change, whether it's technology, whether it's anything else, they oppose it. And so it takes a time to transition over. And I think one of the things that would help education is the same thing that helps business, that helps food, service, that helps anything else, and that's competition. I mean, if you have 4 burger joints on 4 corners of the same intersection, they're going to compete with each other. I'll give you more lettuce over here. I'll give you 2 slabs of cheese. Our burgers, everything is about getting better. And when you have that competition, it always improves clothing, it improves cars, it improves everything. One of the things Texas did with, and by the way, there are now 32 entities that have school choice to some degree. Some states have passed full school choice. Texas did. Other states have passed it for particular cities like Milwaukee or D.C. for a while. That's now been rescinded in D.C. But of those 32 entities, Maine has a good school choice program. The 32 entities, in all of those entities, be they in blue states or red states, academic scores have gone up and behavior has improved in all 32 states because they have competition. And that competition is, if I don't like this school, I can go choose something else that's got better. And it's the same that we prefer with our clothing, with our cars, with our food, everything else. In Texas, they now include even homeschools in that. So if you want to take, you pay your taxes, we'll give you your tax money back, and if you're a homeschooler, buy your curriculum with it. If you want a Christian school, that's fine. If you want to go to a rural public school, or if you want to transfer into this district, whatever. But competition is always a first step toward improving things because it takes people a while to get used to change. And we're not going to get back to the kind of thinking we were doing a century ago overnight. It's going to be slow, but that is a process that I find to be very beneficial, is little by little.
And I agree. I talked to the superintendent for Cobb County, and I asked him, I said, are you worried? Because superintendents were the ones testifying in Georgia and in Texas, testifying against school choice. It was, you know, they were more testifying because of the funding issues, because all schools have funding. I have yet to meet a school that didn't have a funding issue. I mean, that's just, except Tomball. Tomball ISD, they've got it down, but she bought a water treatment plant to help fund the school. Like, she did some innovative stuff. Right. But in Cobb County, he just said, no, all it does is, I just know that my school is one that kids are going to want to choose. And so I am a strong believer in the competition, and most superintendents are, unless they're just not. There's one particular that probably was not in Fort Worth, because she's like, it's going to make me have to work more. So I think I agree. Competition will be key. And, you know, obviously, I think the next generation needs to be better prepared. But we want them prepared with character and knowledge, not with, I don't know how to say it. Well, the cell phone ban, do most states have a cell phone ban now?
Most states have passed a cell phone ban now, and it's interesting. Blue states are passing that faster than red states are, and scores are going up in those states that do so.
I'm going to say this as a mom, not as what I do for a living. I have 4 boys. And one of mine that was in high school, I was like, so what has that done? Like, are you, and he goes, actually, Mom, it's really, really nice. People are talking. There's not as many fights because there's not people instigating filming while the other 2 are fighting. People actually visit in the hall. He was, and I thought that would be impossible. So we are seeing a big, big change, and I've asked all around schools around the nation, and they're all seeing a positive impact on getting the phones out of schools.
We have a question from the crowd. It seems that we are planning in every space to create parallel systems. We are literally escaping our dysfunctional, bloated, and anti-human government. Can we expect an alternative government to arise out of these movements? I have strong opinions of this. I think that the founders had profound wisdom in the way that they left things like education in the hands of the states, but do either of you have anything that you want to respond to that on?
Express your views first.
Yeah.
No, I think that, you know, the way that this nation was set up, there was an acknowledgement by the founders that even back then, 250 years ago, there were profound differences of opinion among the states, among the original colonies, on how government should be administered. And so our nation was founded as these states, United States, each with an independent form of government, and what that did was it allowed the citizens of that state to administer their own government in the way that they saw best
Thankful for all of your efforts for that. All right, well, we're at the time to hear from Joe Kent. Joe, yes. This session will be a discussion with our own Carolyn Rocco, Secretary of Feds for Freedom. Joe Kent is a retired U.S. Army combat veteran and former CIA paramilitary officer who served as the Director of National Counterterrorism, or NCTC, from 2025 to 2026. A Norwich University graduate with a degree in strategic defense analysis, Kent served 20 years in the U.S. Army, including 11 combat deployments with the 75th Ranger Regiment, Army Special Forces, and the U.S. Army Special Operations Command. He later conducted sensitive counterterrorism operations as a CIA paramilitary officer. In early 2025, he served as the Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. President Donald Trump nominated him in February of 2025 to lead the NCTC. He was confirmed by the Senate and sworn in on July 31st, 2025. Kent resigned as NCTC Director on March 17th, 2026, stating in his resignation letter that he could not in good conscience support the ongoing U.S. war in Iran. He argued that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and that the conflict was driven by pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Kent remains a vocal advocate for veterans, national security, and foreign policy, and is currently working to build a bipartisan America First coalition to deliver for all Americans and restore trust in our republic. Please help me welcome Joe Kent.
Test, test. Okay, it works.
I think so. I think so, yeah.
Joe Kent, everyone. Isn't he amazing? Joe, it is an absolute honor to sit on stage with you. He is a friend and former colleague, and so we're kind of going down memory lane before we came on stage. But we're going to jump right into it with the first question. Actually, let me make one more reminder. As we're having this conversation, please go ahead and use the paper on your table and write some questions that you would want to ask Joe. There's a silver bucket in the back table there where Steve Baker is pointing. Feel free to drop those questions in there, and then we'll be able to get to one or two at the end, all time dependent. So the Supreme Court just recently struck down President Trump's executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship, which is essentially the guarantee of citizenship to virtually everyone who is born in the United States. So my question to you is, what is your take on that decision? And how do you feel that that will potentially increase the threat here in America?
I think it was, for lack of a better term, an incredible black pill. Ending birthright citizenship would have given us a fighting chance to fight back against the illegal immigration that took place during the Biden administration, but then also more broadly, just our broken immigration policy. Like, if we don't have a country that can regulate who comes into our country and regulate it with people who actually we share values with, then we simply aren't going to have a country anymore. And so basically, I mean, the ramifications of blocking that executive order, I think, are pretty obvious. Now, anybody who comes here has a child, that child becomes a citizen. We can technically say that that citizen child then can't advocate for their parents until they're 21, but we all know the parents aren't going to get deported. So basically, we just told everybody we think around 10, I've heard different numbers, but over 10 million illegals that came in under the Biden administration, we basically just gave them the pathway to solidify citizenship. And every single one of our adversaries, whether it's Russia, China, terrorist organizations, they just saw yet another vector for getting people into the country and then moreover giving them the status as an American citizen. So I hope that Congress can come up with a remedy. I don't have a lot of faith in Congress, like I'm sure a lot of people here don't, but hopefully Congress can come up with a remedy. This is why I think it's unfortunate we didn't spend the first year and a half of the Trump administration actually doing the mass deportations. Instead, we kind of wandered off to Iran and the Houthis and all this other nonsense we've been doing in the Middle East. But yeah, that's my black pill for the afternoon. Sorry.
More to come.
More to come, probably.
Well, speaking of Iran, we're going to just shift a little bit to the weaponization. So as Stephanie introduced you, the war in Iran is basically what pushed you to make the decision to resign. And having experience myself, and I think everybody has seen through former Director Gabbard's announcements with Russia collusion and just more recently the COVID biolabs and the origins of COVID, it's obvious that the intelligence has been weaponized against us, meaning we really can't trust the intelligence, that it's been shifted to, in many cases, meet a political narrative. So with that being said, I've heard several interviews of yours where you've claimed, hey, our 18 intelligence agencies have not shown the proof, the evidence that Iran is, creating a bomb. So what do we believe? I mean, we just saw that intelligence is being weaponized, and now we're also saying in the same breath that, well, but the intelligence is saying Iran is, not building a bomb. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, President Trump not listening to the IC in terms of what was taking place in Iran, I think is the tragedy of the IC burning a ton of its credibility. Because when there was folks like myself, DNI Gabbard, and then other professionals from the IC who were saying Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, here's why, and they're providing great detail that's actually measurable over time, and doing all the due diligence that a good part of the IC was indeed doing, the president actually had every reason to say, like, well, why am I going to believe the intelligence community? And we had a hard, it was challenging. I mean, I had stood in front of him and said, like, yes, sir, they had been very bad and they tried to ruin your life and they tried to throw you in jail. However, on this one thing, these guys are right. And so, like, the IC did shoot itself in the foot. And we saw the same thing with quite a few other topics as well. AHIs, I think the Havana Syndrome is another one. We had people who served honorably as CIA officers who were attacked, Havana Syndrome, AHIs, but then they, signed on to the Hunter Biden laptop and all that type of thing. So I think we have to be very careful. I know there's a lot of IC professionals here in the crowd. We've got to be very careful if we get a chance at this again, that we get the right people in there who can actually articulate, what the intelligence is, how we collected it, why we trust it, why we don't trust it. But then there's got to be accountability. If we don't clean out the bad actors, then the president, regardless of who it is, they're not going to have any reason to believe the IC.
No, you're spot on. And I know you don't have a crystal ball, unless you do. But how long do you think it's going to take if we started today or the next administration or within the next year or two to clean house, to right the wrongs and to get the good people in positions to ensure that intelligence is not weaponized and not misrepresented, then do you have any idea of how long it could potentially take to turn the ship around?
I think it can happen really rapidly. I think if we have the right leadership that is bold and willing to take risks and back up their people, and we get the right political appointees who have the courage to go in there and not fall in love with the institutions, not be on a path for vengeance or anything like that, but to say, hey, we're going to actually enforce some standards here. I do think we'd have to fire a good deal of people at the senior levels, but that's the good thing about the IC itself. It's much easier to fire senior leaders in the IC than it is anywhere else in the government. It's hard to fire senior bureaucrats throughout the government. The IC is the exception. The DNI, the CIA director, they can fire SNISs all day long if they want to, and they don't need any reason to do it. They can relieve them of cause right away. So I think if we had the right bold leadership that went in there and said, here's the standards, here's how we're going to present information, here's how we're going to back up what we're saying, I think it can be done really quickly, but it's also going to be an ongoing process. So it's not going to be a fight that we have over the course of like 1 or 2 months, and we hold a few people accountable here and there. It's going to have to be kind of a 24/7 thing. And as we saw from the last job we just did, and that's pretty exhausting. But I think if we have the right leadership that sets the culture that, hey, this is the mission that the American people have given us. If we don't get these organizations under control, we're going to stop having a democratic republic. Then we're going to be in big trouble. But I'm optimistic that it can be done with the right leadership quickly.
Well, and I know the decision to resign maybe it was an easy one for you. You want to share a little bit about the moments leading up to that decision?
Yeah, it's what's the description, like gradually then all at once? I mean, that's it was a hard decision to make because I liked my job. I liked the people that we worked with. I was honored to have the position. I felt like it culminated, stuff I had fought for years very, very well. However, it became clear to me that number one, we had kind of reached, we being people that were below the president's most inner circle, we had kind of reached our maximum effective range, and we just simply weren't being heard anymore. We can get into the details or people can ask about it, but basically after Operation Midnight Hammer, there was quite a few of us who said, okay, here's why this isn't going to end here from what the Israelis are going to do, and we can take action now to stop that, or the Israelis are going to drive us back into this. And because we said that, a lot of us were boxed out. And so I was already a bit frustrated that these decisions were being made, not necessarily by the president, but the president wasn't getting all the information. And then when the war started, again, there was a pretty concerted effort by quite a few of us to say, hey, here's some off-ramps, here's how we kind of get out of this thing before it gets too far out of control. And we were just talking to each other. We would have very important sounding meetings in very important sounding places, but the result was it didn't reach policymakers. So I said, okay, basic military principle, if you can't affect the battlefield from where you're at, you have to maneuver, and I felt this was a maneuver in order to advance the cause of getting us out of this disastrous war and have us stop operating at the behest of a foreign government. But then also for me, there was the moral angle when the casualties started coming in, and people will say all the time, oh, it's only been 13, 15 casualties. I mean, those are lives. I mean, any loss of life is tragic, and as a soldier, I understand that, like, our young men and women will go off to fight and die, but it has to be for the right reasons. It has to be for our vital national security interest. And after fighting the war on terror for quite a while, after my third deployment, I realized that we had been lied to about weapons of mass destruction. We had been lied to get us into the Iraq war. I had lost a lot of friends, and I made a foolish, young, idealistic promise to myself. And I said, okay, if I'm ever in a position to speak out against something like this, now that I am an experienced warrior, I'm not going to let the next generation get sent off to go fight and die. I was really frustrated as a young man, as a young staff sergeant, Green Beret, that there wasn't people like Colin Powell, Vietnam veterans, that were speaking out. They were just going along with it. When I knew, once I had peeled back the layers enough, I was like, these guys knew this whole thing was wrong, but they went along with it because they were either scared or they just liked their title and they liked their job and they didn't want to rock the boat.
Valid points, and I think everybody in this room, to some degree, whether it's your stance on the Iran war or on COVID or on DEI or on chemtrail, you name it, I think we all have that personal line in the sand. And I think this is where, going a couple of years back, Joe and I became acquainted and then friends, is because we both have that in our DNA, like to do the right thing, even if it means losing many friends, getting targeted, getting fired or not having a job, and criticized left and right. So for that, I mean, I know this is not about me, but after my public support of Joe, then people started coming after me and calling me a traitor and me a Russian asset and me a CCP. And I'm like, who are you people? You obviously know nothing about me. And I feel it's the same for you. Unless you have a one-on-one conversation, which I'm hoping you guys are benefiting from this dialogue, and we'll engage with Joe after, you really just can't believe everything that's out, even on Twitter land. And that gives me a good segue into my next question. And you had mentioned this in your comment, that President Trump might not be getting all of the information to make solid decisions for this country. So why? And is it a process? Are there people? Both? Neither? And then how do we fix that? Does he come back on Twitter, aka X, to engage with the people? Do you have any ideas on what's causing the problem and then potential solutions to that problem?
Well, first off, I think it'd be good if he went back on Twitter. Even if it was just to attack some of us, he'd at least then see what the majority of people were saying. That's a good question, and I think the simplest way to put it is that he has shrunk his circle down so far, and I don't know if that's all been his choice or if that's been a choice that's sort of gradually been made by a lot of his staff. And I'm sure the mentality is we protect the president, we want a tight circle around him. But now that he's seeing some of the fruits of, what has been sold to him essentially, like the Iran war would be a great example. I mean, President Trump's a business guy. He's a results-oriented person. It's easy to tell a couple of us to, be quiet and sit in the corner when this whole thing kicks off. but the people who sold him this war, that he himself has even basically in a very Trumpian way come out and said, like, well, we had to have an MOU because the Straits of Hormuz, because of the energy crisis that's impending. So he's already been pretty honest about that. I think he needs to now do what every leader should do at some point and be like, I may personally like some of these guys that are advising me, but their advice has gotten me to this point, and make the business decision to either get rid of them or to bring in other advisors and say, like, okay, these guys are saying my only option is to bomb. What are my other options here? Where's the trade space for some more opportunities? That he hasn't done that yet is a bit odd to me. My interactions previously with the president, he was usually open to new ideas, which I think is a big reason why a lot of the people who control his inner circle choked it off so much, because they didn't want him hearing the dissenting views. But at the end of the day, the buck does stop with him. He's the president. He's the most powerful man. People voted for Donald Trump, not all of his different advisors. So I do think he does need to take stock right now and just say, like, am I actually happy with the direction that things are going in? And it's obvious that he's not. And as to why he's not changing course, I don't know. People's guess is as good as mine at this point.
Yeah, we just we saw the race in Kentucky with Massey, right? This, and without getting too political, somebody that many people knew nothing about came in and won that primary. But following that race, up in Iowa, I believe it was, you had a Maha endorsed, and then you had a MAGA endorsed candidate, and the Maha endorsed candidate won. And I think that sends a very loud message to President Trump and to anybody who's willing to listen, that while I have no shame in saying I voted for President Trump, I like many of the things he's implemented. However, he is not God. He is not a king. And people need to do their homework, open their eyes, and ask questions, right? Well, more of a friend to you. I know you mentioned that Charlie Kirk was more of an acquaintance. You guys didn't, you weren't texting every day. But, Charlie Kirk left, before he left this earth, he said, never stop asking questions. And I think that's probably why all of you are in this room today, is because we are talking about subjects that have divided this country. And if we can't have the adult conversation, asking tough questions and expanding our minds, then, we're just doomed for continued failure, and we're not going to see another 250 years. So with that being said, and midterms coming up, do you have any guidance, any suggestions or ideas of if what we see between now and midterms, what happens or doesn't happen? Do you think that's going to be pivotal in where this country goes after midterms? Have you thought about the next couple months?
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pessimistic about the midterms, because I think, number one, midterms are challenging anyways because there's no president at the top of the ticket, and a lot of Trump's voters are just Trump's voters. Like, they're not going to come out and vote for anybody. So he already had a steep uphill climb in the midterms regardless, and we see the cycle over and over again. But the low propensity voters, the majority of the 77 million, I think, or at least a big chunk of them who voted for Trump, I think a lot of them, for various reasons, whether it's the war, whether it's the stuff that's happened on the Maha front, accountability, et cetera, Epstein files, they do feel betrayed. And so it's going to be hard to get them to come out and vote just for some guy with an R by his name for the sake of, President Trump getting to continue to advance an agenda that they feel like they've been betrayed on. Which means we're going to get at least one of the houses control, either the Senate or the House controlled by the Democrats, which means impeachment, et cetera. So kind of a wash of the next 2 years. Where the president still has executive power. I think he could still hopefully get us out of the war in Iran. But that part is pessimistic. The optimistic part, where I do find some hope, is that there's enough young people right now who I think are much more politically active than at least I was in my 20s, who are not susceptible to the media brainwashing of the mainstream media, the New York Times, et cetera, that are getting more and more politically engaged. In Massey's race, it was depressing to see Massey get taken down by 30 million or whatever it was from Miriam Adelson. But if you look at the demographics in that race, people below the age of 50, they voted for Massey. The older generation, they did whatever Fox News told them to do. So going into 2028, I think if we can articulate a true America First platform and we can put people at the top of the ticket who actually have credibility, then I do think we've got a good chance of actually restoring the republic and doing what we were trying to do in, in January of 2025.
So with that, are there any suggested platforms outside of X, or is X your primary go-to for all things news? And if so, any particular people? I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, we are in an information war, and what is right, what is wrong, who's telling the truth, and we understand nobody's going to get it 100% perfect all the time, but are there any specific people or organizations that seem to be pretty honest in their reporting that can help those of us in the audience and online?
There's a lot of them here in this room. You guys, a lot of the people you have on panels that are prolific on social media, I would say, are great to follow. I think just in general, getting your news from a wide majority of sources online, I think something that all of us can do here is we can adopt somebody probably who are maybe a little bit older than us, who is on the Fox News, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post kick for all their news, and show them how to use a platform like X and show them how to get access to information. Because if we can get enough people to actually think outside the box and stay up with what's taking place on social media, that's the space that we win on. I mean, I think the podcast space always gets made fun of, but it's getting made fun of and attacked because it's been very, very effective. Tucker Carlson, et cetera. There's a lot of really, really powerful folks out there. Even what's taking place on, more mainstream podcasts, comedy podcasts like Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn, et cetera. They're covering a lot of these hot button issues, and it freaks out the establishment. So I think the more that we can kind of evangelize that and get the older generation onto those platforms, I think come 2028, when we talk about AIPAC's influence on our foreign policy, when we talk about the COVID mandates, these types of things, people, it won't be the first time they've heard it, and they'll be able to kind of go down that rabbit hole on their own, and they won't be like, oh, that's a crazy conspiracy theorist only, said by wackos.
Great response. Well, we have quite a few questions from the audience, so thank you. I'm going to read this first one. For better or worse, our alliance with Israel has provided an invaluable source of intelligence and security that we would not otherwise enjoy if their country wasn't defended through our resources and support. With that being said, I believe a growing majority find it more difficult to support their country over its current political leadership, coupled with pessimism over the Iran war. How do we maintain this important alliance without jeopardizing our own values and best interests? What is your advice to J.D. Vance, presuming he is the nominee, about the best path forward?
Yeah, I mean, that was a good way to put it. The problem is not Israel, the problem's us. We have never been able to be honest about Israel being a separate country with a separate set of agendas than we have. We have gotten too cozy with them, and I would say that about any country that we had this level of comfort with. So the issue is us. We have to be realistic that they are a completely separate country. But right now, the relationship is so off kilter, and the stakes are so high because we allowed them to lead us into this war that as long as this Iran war is going, we are going to have to drastically change our relationship with Israel to the point of cutting off a lot of aid and renegotiate. Like the relationship's so off kilter, we've basically got to start from zero. And I think not most Israelis, but I think there's a lot of Israelis who also see that what Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud government have done, they've basically sacrificed any kind of longevity with the American voters for some tactical gains right now. And I think a lot of them are starting to see that they don't want the relationship completely thrown out the window. But I think in order to get things back to something that's more sustainable and reasonable, we are going to have to be pretty forceful and start cutting them off from a lot of aid. We've got to kill these crazy bills that are in the Congress right now, in the NDAA, the bill that Senator Cotton's proposing. Like, we should not be meshed with any foreign government, but especially Israel right now. So, thank you.
Okay, since we are talking about national security beyond the headlines, this shifts gears a little bit regarding Havana syndrome and AHI's use of directed energy weapons. Do you believe that there is a threat that the U.S. government actors will use directed energy weapons against U.S. citizens on American soil?
I have not thought of that one before. The AHI thing is one of the crazier cover-up issues that's been out there, and I'm glad some light's finally being shed on that. I think anything that the government has access to, we should just assume that at some point they might use it against us. If the wrong people get in power, and if we still have this system where there's been no accountability, we have this discussion all the time when it comes to FISA. People will say, what's your stance on FISA? Should they get a warrant, et cetera? And I say it's important. People should focus on that. But the big detail is no one's ever been held accountable for abusing FISA. So you can pass FISA, you cannot pass FISA. And if there's no accountability, the tools still exist to violate people's civil liberties. And so I would say the same thing about this. If there are some form of directed energy weapon that can give Havana-like syndromes to people, our question should be, like, is there adequate accountability over this? Like, what's the full story? How come our government was involved in covering up something that happened to people who were being employed by the government? Why are we saying that these very senior intelligence officers, members of the DoD, are just crazy and like they psyop themselves and they just really had headaches, when actually the government knew the entire time what it was? Like, what's that story? Why has no one been held accountable? And I mean, for anything, FISA, directed energy weapons, if the government has it, I think we as American citizens should just assume at some point, without proper accountability and oversight, it could be used against us.
All right, that's great. Feel good answer. Well, speaking of accountability and activity where our government was likely involved, shift to J6. So the question is, can you discuss the best strategies, in your opinion, to get points, quote unquote, points on the board in regards to J6ers? So for example, retribution, so investigations and prosecution, restitution and reparations. You know, many J6ers came out of pocket big time for their legal fees, damages, defamation, et cetera. And then recognition, potentially a national holiday, a monument, a medal. I think whether directly or indirectly, we all have been affected by what happened on January 6th. You heard a little bit from Steve Baker this morning. You'll hear more from him in our last panel, as he's done some great investigative work on the pipe bomber that may or may not be a black autistic man who lived in his basement or in his mom's house for his entire life. But anyway, I digress. So if you were king for the day and you know what you know about J6 and the harms that were done, any ideas on how we can start making them whole again?
So I would start with daylight. We need disclosure on what exactly took place, because the more information that we have about January 6th, it was some form of a law enforcement / intelligence community operation, you know, for the purpose of labeling not just Trump supporters, but the president himself as an insurrectionist, with the goal of suppressing anything about the election, because that's what it all started with. And we have plenty of data right now on the 2020 election to prove that not everything was above board. But then they wanted to take that and make it so that the president couldn't run for office again. And they did everything they could, and by the grace of God, he wasn't thrown in jail. And then they did that to all the President Trump supporters to make it so that nobody ever questioned it or tried it ever again. So there was clearly some degree of coordination by our intelligence services and law enforcement, and we run color revolutions all over the world, and that's exactly what this looks like. And there are ways, and we attempted to get to them when we were all at ODNI, of figuring out who knew what. I would start with the FBI. The FBI has already admitted now, at this point, with their Inspector General report, they had over 20 confidential human sources on the ground that day. All of us, or probably a lot of us here in the room, know that human intelligence is highly bureaucratic. There is a record of what those individuals were told to do. I mean, the big question there is, did any of them, the actions they took, did it enhance the criminal acuity of anybody who entered the Capitol on that day? We also know now that 250 FBI agents were sent to respond to the riot. Now, were most of them probably just doing riot control? Yeah, probably. But what were all of them doing? What were their instructions? What other agencies were involved? The Capitol Hill Police is not subject to FOIA, so there's a lot of open questions there as well. This is where I think you would need a very, very diligent person with the mandate from the president to go in and actually have the authority to actually have law enforcement officers, federal law enforcement officers with him to get to the bottom of all of it. Steve's going to talk, and probably already has talked, about the pipe bomber, and nothing about that makes any sense whatsoever, but it's pretty evident our government does know things about it that have not yet been disclosed. So number one is I would get rid of all the secrecy and just be honest with the American people what took place. And that apparatus that is there that plans and coordinates things like this, it needs to be ripped down, ripped to pieces. And then people do need to be made whole again. I mean, people had their lives ruined because of January 6th. I mean, the president, you know, other than getting reelected, like, they'd ruined his life and members of his family as well, and so many of his supporters. So I do think restitution would be a huge part of that. And I'd be open to a lot, to pretty much to anything else that was listed there as well.
Okay, so as we all have heard, former Director Gabbard has left her position, and currently we've got Director Pulte acting as the DNI, and potentially Jay Clayton after that. What do you think the future of ODNI looks like with one or both of those leaders in position?
You know, at this point, I don't know if it matters too much who's in charge of ODNI. I truly believe that D.N.I. Gabbard is probably the only director of national intelligence who attempted to do any oversight of the IC. If you look at the Intelligence Reform Terrorism Prevention Act of 2005 that established NCTC and ODNI, it is designed to have oversight of the intelligence community. And so Tulsi didn't make a lot of friends when she came to Washington, D.C. and established the DIG and started looking into all these different aspects of the IC. And the White House didn't back her up on that play. So I think the president, or any president in the future, has a decision to make. Do you have a DNI who truly leads the intelligence community and can oversee the intelligence community and can speak as the final word for the intelligence community? Or do you have a building at LX that costs a bunch of money with a bunch of senior ranking government officials filling up binders and sending each other emails? Because that's the truth. You either are going to actually have an oversight element there that is probably going to piss off the IC, because the IC, the CIA, the FBI, et cetera, they don't like people looking over their shoulder. That DNI needs to report directly to the president and be the oversight, or there actually is no function for it. So whatever their mandate is, I don't think it matters I think it matters who the person is to a certain extent, but if the president just kind of wants status quo from the DNI, then it actually doesn't really matter who he has there. If that desire to have an overseeing element of the IC doesn't exist with the president, you might as well shutter the whole thing, save the taxpayers some money.
Yeah. So we touched a little bit on Israel and Iran, and so I'm not going to read the entire part of this question, or the entire question. I'm just going to read part of it. What America First political actors can we invest in who can succeed Trump's movement, literally making America great again? Who can credibly claim to be free of influence from the Israeli lobby, and understanding that there's other lobbies. There's the pharma lobby, there's the tech lobby, there's all of these lobbies. But as we're thinking about foreign influence from an actual country, do you have any names? Do you have any ideas? You maybe, or not, I don't know. But thoughts on how do we get out of this quagmire?
I think a problem that we're going to have is that people on the America First MAGA wing, because of the actions this administration has taken over the last 18 months, and it doesn't seem to be improving, we're going to have a lack of credibility with a lot of the voters who came out for President Trump who aren't particularly partisan. Like all the swing voters, the people who maybe they vote, maybe they don't, but they really liked President Trump, they liked the message, they liked the articulation of the values, but now they feel betrayed. If we run somebody who has kind of just been part of this apparatus and say no, trust me, bro, it's going to be just MAGA 2.0, great, they're not going to show up and vote, and then that's how we get President Gavin Newsom or President AOC or whoever the left puts forward. So when we go to present whoever the next candidate's going to be, and we have this big fight in the primary we're inevitably going to have in 2028, we've got to rally behind somebody who actually has credibility. And right now, a lot of the most prominent voices in MAGA, they actually have a track record. We were given a mandate by the president to go in there and actually make reforms, and there's a scorecard right now. And it's not about personality. It's not about do I like the guy or not. It's like, hey, when you were given a position in the administration, how did you perform? Where are you making your money from? Where are you fundraising from? All this stuff is trackable. So I think this kind of goes back to what we were talking about of getting people more active, doing their own independent research. If we can get more young people who are already active on social media, who look at these things, to come out and vote, it's going to be on us to present a candidate or a series of candidates up and down the ballot who actually have credibility on these key issues and can show that they haven't been bought and paid for.
So one of the areas that we looked at in ODNI in the very beginning was election integrity, election vulnerabilities. And so a great point, yeah, if we get these young people out to vote, but if we still have corrupt voting and election systems, it really doesn't mean a whole lot. So how do you feel? Some folks are proposing nothing but paper ballots. Some people are proposing machine-assisted ballots, meaning, like when you go up to a McDonald's kiosk or whatnot, and you can type in your order, and then you have a hand receipt that shows you what you ordered. I'm thinking of my 102-year-old grandma who probably can't fill out a circle very well. Any thoughts on how we fix the election system?
Unfortunately, I mean, just being realistic, we kind of have what we have right now. I mean, if I were king for the day, it would be, same day voting, paper ballots. You have to vote with voter ID, and it's all counted and tabulated that night, overseen by both parties. The exceptions for mail-in ballots being very, very few and far between. I just don't think we're going to get there because so many states have electronic tabulation, mail-in voting. I'm from the West Coast, and we haven't voted in person in a very long time, out like 20 plus years out there. But I think what Trump in 2016 showed us, and then to a large degree, probably in 2024, is if you can turn out enough people, you can overwhelm whatever, and there's people who are smarter than me on this whole thing, whatever that margin of potential fraud is, it can be overridden by the will of the people. And so for me anyways, I think focusing on that is probably the most productive. I'm not saying the election integrity stuff isn't productive. I mean, we do need to focus on that because that is the center of it. There is a school of thought there that says it kind of doesn't matter who we vote for because the system wins every time. But without getting too black-pilled, I think the best thing we can do is try and get genuine people in there and overwhelm that percentage of fraud.
Great answer, thank you. So I'm going to share a comment and then I'm going to ask for your response. So with regards to nuclear wars, if you wait until the threat is imminent, it's too late. Can you comment on that?
I mean, with regards to Iran, I don't trust anything that Iran or any other government says, but I do trust what we can observe over time. And the Iranians had a very deliberate strategy that we, the U.S. intelligence community, had been observing for about 20 years. The Iranians watched very astutely what took place with some of their neighbors, Iraq being one where Saddam had some components of WMD, but then he was coy. He wanted to pretend like he had WMD up until the last minute. Well, what did he get? He got invaded. He got regime changed. That prompted Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, who was a pretty strong man in Libya and in northern Africa, to say, whoa, I don't want to mess with that. I'm going to give up all of my nuclear components and just come clean with the West. Well, a couple years later, he got regime change too. So the Iranians came up with a very pragmatic strategy that said, we're going to be basically a breakout state. We're going to have the ability to enrich. We're going to enrich to some degree, even teetering on weaponization, but we're going to have a prohibition on enriching. And it was a religious decree. It was a fatwa. Do I trust fatwas? No, I don't trust fatwas. But again, what I trust is observing actions over time. And so the Iranian strategy was actually pretty pragmatic. We watched them implement it. We and the Israelis even successfully, whenever we thought maybe they were getting a little bit too close, we did Stuxnet. We shut them down in that regard. There was even nuclear scientists that were assassinated by the Israelis. And so there actually was no need for us to go in after this. Number one, the Iranians didn't view their nuclear capability as something they wanted to sprint for because they knew that that would then give the Israelis and us and all of their opponents, which there's many, justification for going after them. And this is why President Trump was at the negotiating table with them at the very beginning of the administration. Trump said, Iran can have a nuclear weapon. The Iranians said, great, we don't want a nuclear weapon. Let's negotiate. And they were negotiating about levels of enrichment, et cetera. That's when the Israeli lobby came in because the Israelis never really cared about nuclear enrichment. They wanted regime change. That's when they came in and said, well, if they have any enrichment whatsoever, then they're going to sprint to a nuclear bomb. It's the BB meme, or BB back in the early 90s is saying they're 5 minutes away from getting a nuclear weapon. That became the talking point. So look, if there's a crazy, Al-Qaeda, if Al-Qaeda is sprinting towards getting a nuclear weapon, yeah, I'm all about let's do whatever we can to go take them out. But again, when we use all the tools of the IC and all the analytic capabilities of the IC over time through multiple administrations, we saw what the Iranian strategy was. And so there actually was no imminent threat coming from Iran. Don't take my word for it. Marco Rubio happens to agree. That's why, like, on day 2 of the war, he came out and said there was no imminent threat coming from Iran. The Israelis were going to attack them, and then the Iranians would attack us. That was the imminent threat. Well, it sounds like the biggest issue was we have a lopsided relationship with a country whose military we pay for.
Well. All right, we are down to the last couple minutes. I am going to ask a question and then just let you just share whatever's on your heart and mind if there's a topic that we haven't touched. But because this is a very active group of people, I'm sure everybody wants to know what can they do? Buy chickens, live on a farm, run for office. And obviously it's going to be different for every individual. But if you had a dear friend of yours come up and say, I see what's happening to this country, how can I help save it? What do you think I can do to affect change? What advice would you give? And then you can use the rest of the time to just share your thoughts.
I mean, kind of all of the above, really. I think one of the biggest things that we can do is get out there and educate people. I mean, if you're here, obviously you're very high information, you're passionate about these issues, and these issues probably seem very niche to like most of our neighbors because they kind of are in a way, but when we can tie them in and kind of explain to a lot of our friends and neighbors who probably don't understand really why gas and groceries cost so much right now, why our government doesn't seem to work, why we seem to be losing our country. If we can help educate them on why all these different things are happening, how our government has failed us, but how there's actually solutions, and if they can actually get involved, starting at a local level. I mean, I think the local politics always get kind of looked over, but in terms of like how do you affect your daily life, I mean, that's like your school board and your county commissioners, and so all those are key places to fight too. If that's more your cup of tea, you have that level of expertise. If you're somebody with a national security background, like probably a lot of people in this room, I think staying engaged and not letting the machine, the Borg, the deep state, whatever, win. And I think a lot of us that are used to being quiet professionals, and there was a long time where me being on stage and talking about national security things, I felt like I was on fire because like we were never supposed to talk about that stuff, like in my old life. But that basically gives the advantage to the people who want to continue the systems that's not serving the American people. So I think the more coalitions that we can form and the more vocal that we can be about, hey, look, we are national security professionals. We care deeply about civil liberties, about preserving our republic. We know how to do this. I think that's going to help move the window in 2028, move the needle over towards getting someone who at least is going to bring more of us back into the government to bring about those changes. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do in the future, but I do want to stay engaged in this space. I think there's a lot of room for a coalition of people that might not agree on absolutely everything, but want foreign involvement out of our government. They want less crazy adventurous wars. They want us to focus on these issues. So building some form of a coalition like that's going to be a powerhouse in 2028. Hopefully backing a candidate, hopefully Massey or Tucker or one of these guys who already has a really big platform steps up as an alternative, because I think we all see what's going to happen in 2028. The Republican establishment is going to try and feed us. Everyone's saying Marco Rubio, maybe it's Marco Rubio or somebody else, but it's going to be basically the Republican Party before Trump. But they're going to say like, I'm MAGA, that's the new whatever, that's the next wave of the Republican Party. So we've got to be ready to present an alternative to that. I think another big thing is the education factor. I think the more people that we can get listening to podcasts on social media, as crazy as that sounds, just looking for ways to get new information and a more diverse set of information and get off of the stupid cable TV, Fox News nonsense, the better off that we're going to be. I mean, we all know that CNN's fake news, but no. But the conservative Inc., I mean, like the Fox, et cetera, all these guys, like we've got to get our conservative voters away from that and getting information from actually independent journalists and more free-flowing forms of communication.
Agree. Awesome. We have 3 minutes, and I just wanted to share a quick story. After President Trump won November of 2024, a true grassroots, me and maybe 4 or 5 other military friends worked over the Christmas holiday to formulate a document of a list of people who we would follow because they have shown their expertise, they have shown their integrity, they have shown their honor in past jobs. And it's a joy and an honor for me to say that Joe Kent was one of the very first names that was spoken from the mouths of all of us. That actually went out into Twitter land, X land, and I don't know officially if our document is what put you on, probably not, because you're like, no, I was running for office, I was doing all these other great things. But it is actually really weird to see about half of those names are in some key position. So it brings me great pleasure and joy to know that you're not leaving the fight, because it is people like you that folks like us look up to, because you have spoken truth and you have lived and you've walked the words that you have spoken. And so with that being said, thank you so much for making the time and sharing with the group.
Yes, it's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joe. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back with the health panel. Well, everybody come back and take your seats. We'll be starting our health panel in about 3 minutes. All right, it's time to start our next panel. I'd like to call Shane Stevens to the front, Emily Kaplan to the front, and Sarah Brenner. All right, is this on? All right, everybody, we are ready to start our health panel. And if you look very carefully, there's a very different array of shoes on this stage.
Yeah, just get it over with now.
All right, I called Sarah, 25 minutes ago? Sarah, where are you? She said, I'm at the White House, Stephanie, what's wrong? I said, well, your panel's in 25 minutes.
I said, I'm going to have to run.
And she ran in her running shoes right there.
Maha, baby.
Yes.
Maha.
Well. So, thank you all for joining me for the health panel. Health freedom is a national security risk because compromised immune systems, whether from questionable vaccines or widespread exposure to toxins like glyphosate in our food supply, undermine the physical vitality of soldiers, workers, and future generations, turning everyday health into a vulnerability that weakens national readiness and productivity. I am joined today by speakers Dr. Sarah Brenner, Shane Stevens, Kim Mack Rosenberg, Dr. Meryl Nass, and Emily Kaplan. Thank you all so much for joining. We are going to do some intros. So you got 3 to 5 minutes to tell who you are, and just give a little introduction to your niche topic. And yours is going to be nanotechnology. Okay. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. You know, there's a lot to choose. Like, you pick the card from the deck. Today it's nano. Spin the wheel.
We could spend all day talking with just one person.
No, these guys, we got to go. So what do you want? You want a quick intro?
Quick intro.
Okay, so I'm a preventive medicine and public health physician. It was almost a year ago that I came out to the world in this very room that I was truly Maha before it was Maha, and it was with Leyland, so it's his fault. The media's been after me ever since, Leyland, no, including a Bloomberg article, I guess, just dropped like as I was literally running from the White House. Let's see, I was a professor in nanotechnology for 10 years. I was at OSTP at the White House in biotech and human health. FDA regulator for 7 years, the FDA acting commissioner during the most recent transition, and the number 2 for the past year. Recently moved over to HHS iOS with Secretary Kennedy, helping to advise him on all things public health, and now dual-hatted at the White House National Security Council for pandemic preparedness and response policy. Shane.
Okay, so this is going to sound really lame compared to what Sarah just shared. So let's just start with that. But I'm really an entrepreneur. I'm a private sector guy, so I have built several businesses, and some of them are like, ranches or ENT practices, audiology practices. One of them, just kind of on the heels of last night, duty to disobey, we built a company that was doing these military screenings. And in the early 2000s, the readiness levels of the military was like around 50% of our Guard and Reserve. And so we developed a model using digital technology and software to do dental bite wing x-rays, digital panoramic x-ray, and the exam in like 8 minutes. And so we'd see like 100,000 service members a year. Great fun business. It was awesome serving those who serve. But under the first term of Trump, I just watched how really a lot of this stuff didn't get implemented. Like what we're all fighting for, what we're donating for and giving money for. So I told him, I said, if you get in again, I'll come up here and I'll actually help implement this stuff. So I was super excited about taking on this role as the associate director of healthcare and insurance. And what that is it's over the FEHB and PSHB plans to where that's 8.2 million lives, $79 billion a year in spend. And it's a fairly agile program to where you can actually make changes there in a lot of cases and then really drive something new or something different. So my concept was to drive increased opportunities for care and decreased costs. So improved outcomes with decreased expenditures. And we implemented a lot of good things there. We removed transgender care, surgeries. We added to we tried to add some faith-based care. That got rejected. But anyways, I did that for the last year, and then I recently resigned. And it was funny listening to Joe talk earlier. It's weird. He was in a totally different area, but what he went through is very similar to what I went through, which I haven't even shared with you some of it. But there's certain things you just can't talk about, you can't touch, you can't do within the administration, or else you're persona non grata and you're kind of blackballed. And he treaded on some of that too. I did it on accident. I didn't even know, but I've learned now.
And we're going to be talking a little bit about the fraud.
Yeah, and we can go into that too.
That's one of your big questions. All right, Kim.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming today. I'm Kim Mack Rosenberg, and I am General Counsel for Children's Health Defense. And important to my topic today, which is focusing on autism, I'm an autism mom. I have a 26-year-old son who's diagnosed with autism. And I'm going to talk about it from a couple of different perspectives because it impacts families and it impacts the military and it impacts the civilian support of the military in many different ways. But autism prevalence has become, extraordinarily high. We used to hear numbers 5,000, 1 in 5,000, 1 in 10,000 back in the 70s and 80s. It was 1 in 150 in 2000. The most recent statistics are 1 in 31. It's 1 in 20 in boys, and in states like California, 1 in 12.5 boys is diagnosed with autism. That impacts people who are available to serve in the military incredibly, because autism is a disqualifying diagnosis for military service. There are waivers available, and I'm happy to talk about those, Stephanie, but they're difficult to get, and we don't know how many of those people who get them remain in service. But autism also impacts military families incredibly. The prevalence rate is much, much higher, particularly for severe autism in military families versus civilian families, and that impacts everything from readiness, decisions to re-up, the difficulties families face when they have to change duty stations, so many aspects of their life, and the struggles for the parent who's left behind when the parent serving is deployed. So I'm going to be talking about those issues today.
I'm Meryl Nass. I've worked for 38 years in the area of biological warfare and then vaccines and vaccine injuries. And I decided when I heard the morning presentations to completely change what I was going to say here. And I want to tell you that what we've heard about so far and will continue to hear about is not a bunch of separate problems, but it's all one problem, and that is that the deep state of the world is trying to centralize the entire world into a one-world government, and has developed many different mechanisms of control. And so what you've heard about, what happened to education and what's happening to healthcare, and the news media and censorship and propaganda is all part of that same agenda, in my view. I think that this agenda came out to the world around 1970 when we had the Club of Rome publish its zero population growth, and we found population control and climate change were major narratives that were necessary to push the policies forward that would provide, that would lead to success of the agenda. And the idea was to use international organizations like the UN and WHO to slowly take over power from individual countries and give that to these multilateral organizations. Now, around 1990 or the 90s, I believe, pandemics and biological warfare were added to this agenda as providing mechanisms, again, by which the goals of this deep state to centralize world control and create a technocratic governance system were found to be very useful. And so I've been watching the government and the world deal with those issues. And I wondered for many years why influenza and biological warfare were conjoined in the funding and in the way the government handled those two issues, which to me seemed very different. But I now understand that they've been working on bird flu for 20 years. Actually, H5N1 bird flu was first discovered to infect humans in 1997. So that was a mechanism to conflate influenza and biological warfare. We had the CFR, of course, was brought in. Richard Gardner published something in Foreign Affairs in 1974, I believe, explaining a lot of these mechanisms. The World Economic Forum was founded, and then the Global Leaders Program to get the people in place. And in the 1980s, the Sustainable Development Goals were developed by these same people, particularly Maurice Strong and Gro Harlem Brundtland led that for the UN. But once they got into pandemics and biowarfare, vaccines became the big thing. So in the 1990s, the federal government and the Army had a plan to develop 75 different vaccines that they would vaccinate pretty much everybody in the military with, to make them super soldiers who could operate in a biological warfare environment, or so that was the claim. Looking back, we wonder, what did they actually want to weaken the military force? And in 1998, they started universal anthrax vaccines for soldiers, even though no army had ever been attacked with anthrax. It is not an infectious disease. You know, it's very difficult to use it, you know, in a military niche. And that was followed in 2003 by the smallpox. And by the way, the anthrax vaccine was very old. It had been expired and redated several times. The FDA had not been allowed to investigate the facility that was making it for the Army because they said the FDA inspectors were not vaccinated, and so the Army was inspecting itself. And when finally the FDA went in 1997 to inspect the plant after more than 10 years, they immediately shut it down. And they quarantined 9 million of the 11 million doses that existed, but they let the Army have 2 million, and those 2 million sickened 500,000, were given to 500,000 soldiers and probably sickened about 100,000 of them. There was visible particulates, fungal and bacterial growth, and stopper material in those vaccines. By 86, in 76, we had the flu epidemic for which vaccine manufacturers were first given a liability shield. And then in 86, we had the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act passed, which allowed for all vaccines designated for children, recommended by the CDC for children, to have a liability shield. And then by 2004, we had EUAs. 2005, the PrEP Act. There was no need for these things. They were already giving soldiers experimental vaccines and usually not telling them. No informed consent. I've heard of so many people who got a malaria vaccine, vaccines for things that there are no licensed vaccines for. So, who are military soldiers. And it's not only in the US, but military service members are a wonderful population to do vaccine tests on. Now, vaccines don't make any sense for biological warfare or pandemics because they take too long to develop. So by the time you've already developed them, the pandemic is over, or the biological warfare, event has taken place. What you need are drugs that can treat these conditions immediately. But we have always downplayed the drugs and pushed the vaccines and the lack of liability and how to get them tested, in a very cursory fashion so they can be rolled out as quickly as possible. Why would that be? The only thing I can come up with is because they wanted the ability to inject us with something. And they wanted us all to get used to these yearly flu shots when you cannot get herd immunity from flu shots because in general they're only 30 to 40% effective at best and not effective at all for the over 65s.
Yes, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about the flu shots later on. Could we move on to just doing an intro with Emily, and then we're going to do follow-ups with the flu shot.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Emily.
Well, I just want to say, I'm going to sort of zoom out, but I think that everything that I've looked at, so I have the Broken Science Initiative and something called MetFix, which stands for Metabolic Fix. We have about 130 locations that are reversing chronic disease in gyms. But the Broken Science Initiative is really a research-based organization that funnels all of that information to the public in mostly free ways. And I would say everything that we have looked at, I would let you all know that everything that's wrong is wrong on purpose. We have gone back and looked really at a number of different issues. My background is I was an investigative reporter, and I started looking at the dietary guidelines 25 years ago. I was the last person to interview Mark Hegstad, who was the architect of those guidelines. He was in a nursing home, died shortly thereafter, and admitted that they'd made a big mistake. And so when COVID came about, a lot of people were reaching out to me and they were saying, like, this is crazy. This is the first time that we're maligning scientists for doing their jobs. And I thought, that's absolutely wrong. This playbook was very well established with nutrition policy a long time ago. People lost their funding if they said fat was okay. People were maligned in the media, lost jobs, lost access, were called crazy. All the same things that we saw with COVID, that we see with the vaccines. There was an interesting period where a lot of people in the nutrition world started being called anti-vaxxers 15 years ago. And people were like, I'm not even talking about vaccines, where is this? And it was a test to see how polarizing that was for the public. So our thesis at Broken Science is that basically science is based in predictive value, meaning you have to be able to replicate your works and that it's not yes or no. So we've really traced this back through the philosophy of science, looking at Karl Popper and his denial of induction, which led us into a deductivist path, which basically is just thinking about things as yes or no, research is significant or it is not, that's not actually useful. You want to know it's probably not yes or no, it's probably somewhat predictable. And the closer you can get to that, the more you can refine your variables and drill down on how you want to retest a hypothesis or look at it slightly differently. So we really have the theory that Karl Popper led us in this wrong direction. And Kuhn, Feyerabend, and a lot of his disciples afterwards really built on those philosophical ideas that were adopted by the scientific community, even those guys were not scientists. So we like to say we have our own pantheon of experts, most of whom are physicists, who look at science quite differently. You want to know if the rocket takes off and it lands on its target, it's probably top secret, so it's not been through peer review, right? And if it doesn't land on its target, you want to know why, and you want to do it again. And if I build a rocket in my backyard and I hit my target, the current scientific environment would say, no, by consensus, Emily is not a scientist. But what I've just done is clearly science, right? So when you take this into the realm of medicine, which is where we're primarily focused in our research, what you start to find is that basically every organization that is charged with safeguarding us has been completely captured. And I think it's really important to point out that doctors are the only ones with any moral authority, and their power has been completely robbed from them. So hospitals, insurance companies, pharmaceuticals have a legal fiduciary responsibility to turn a profit. That is not in the patient's best interest. That has nothing to do with prevention. So then you look at things like the American Medical Association or the American Academy of Pediatrics. Where are they getting their funding from and how are they making their money? Well, the American Medical Association makes most of its money not from doctors' dues, but from billing codes. And what do those billing codes do? Well, they limit your access to treatment. So you and I go to the doctor, we present with a certain condition, the doctor may know of a treatment, but the doctor's not going to get paid for that visit unless they can find a billing code. Well, who's influencing those billing codes? Pharma. They're coming up with the standard of care models. And so there's no preventative stuff in those codes. So, you know, I could go on and on as a former member of the media. Most of the media is now funded by pharmaceutical companies, and I don't think it's a direct-to-consumer play. I think it's controlling editorial. If you're paying 40% of my $10 million nightly news salary, I am going to be very gentle with you when you come on the show and I interview you about something. Whether I like it or not, that's the reality of that situation. You look at things like the FDA, most of the drug approval budget is paid for by pharma. You look at the peer review world, where we think this is supposed to be a safeguard. The statistical manipulation that you can see very clearly with things like the requirement for having p-values, that's not telling you anything about the validation of your hypothesis. It's looking at two data sets and trying to see what the relationship is between them. But it's a gatekeeper. You can't get published without a significant p-value, and it tells you absolutely nothing about the intervention that you want to know. So we have peer review, high impact editors in most of the journals that are the most high impact saying that they don't believe what is being published in those journals is trustworthy anymore, and no one cares. Now imagine if the editor of the New York Times came out and said, I think more than 50% of what we're publishing in the New York Times is fake. You think that would ruffle any feathers? But when Marcia Engel does that as the head of the New England Journal of Medicine, it doesn't even make the nightly news. No one's talking about it. The BMJ, the Lancet, all of those editors have come out and said, we have a huge problem. We can't replicate this research, and we actually don't even know who did the research. In some cases, they're going back and trying to find the labs where the research has been done in Iran or China or wherever. The lab doesn't exist. You can pay to publish, and then you get into academia. So in order to be a professor and to get any funding, you have to go to pharma and raise that money, and you have to publish. Well, if pharma is behind the research in the academic journals, they are 4 times more likely to get a positive result. There's also something called publication bias, which probably a lot of people know about. They can publish 10 studies. 9 of them show no positive outcome. So they don't publish those 9. They publish the one that showed that their intervention worked. So when I tell you that everywhere we've looked for corruption, we've found it, this is what I want everybody to really take away, because it's not just health. It's literally, the corruption it's penetrated everything. So we launched MetFix, where we're working with gyms, and we have a curriculum that's really primarily nutrition and behavior change, and they are reversing things like type 2 diabetes, on a weekly basis in people who have been told for 10 years they have type 2 diabetes and it's a management of medication for the rest of their lives. So I really believe the optimism with all that negativity that I just put out there is that the individual still has a lot of power and that we can actually make decisions for ourselves in all of these other categories and then radically undo the marketplace that is so entrenched in media, in academia, in the regulatory bodies, in the hospital bureaucratic system. So that's my quick spiel.
Yeah, wow, Emily. I mean, you're talking about basically owning your health, and if you see on our backdrop, we have the line, own your freedom. So you're basically saying, own your health and own your freedom. We still have the power. Now, Emily, you have a very unique perspective on how the health system, how COVID, how intelligence protocols, all of these realms that we've discussed today are working together and doing a great job at what they're doing. What do you mean by this? And what do you believe is the job that they are accomplishing well?
Well, I think with any good strategy, right? So I think the system is actually working perfectly. It's working just as it was designed to work. It's just not to our benefit. And I think as soon as you see that, then you can recognize, no, it's not broken. It's just not there to serve us and our health, right? So to go to the freedom point, one of the things that I often like to say is like, I don't care about my right to free speech or my right to assembly if I'm in a hospital bed hooked up to a bunch of tubes. I can't talk and I can't move anywhere. So health is really the base of any other freedom that we hold so dear. And yet we've become so apathetic about there's nothing we can do about it. But the system, and so when I say the system is designed and it's working well you've got the narrative controlled, you've got the research controlled, you've got the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies and the hospital systems and the insurance companies controlled. It's working very efficiently. It's just putting us all on a path to be sicker and sicker, but it's also a little bit like a virus. You don't want to kill your host. You want to make it so that you can coexist with it.
Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so I just want to weigh in on that. I agree completely with everything that you said, but that was kind of part of the platform that I was trying to do and preaching against, because we really do not have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. And so it's designed from the beginning, and I'm talking in utero now. Like before we're even born, they want sick people. They really do. And you look at the population, we'll talk about this in some of the questions later, but we've got a massive sick care system, and it's the best sick care system the world has ever seen. I mean, it's phenomenal. But it's all dealing with people downstream, like midstream and downstream, versus preventative or proactive care of getting ahead of it and monitoring our metabolic health. So more and more information's coming out. You know, Maha, Leland, a bunch of really good folks have pushed on this. Sarah's done a ton on it. But trying to get education out there and getting people to own their health, because we do have a system that's really stacked up against us.
Go ahead, Kim.
So to add to what they've both just said, when we look at the spending per capita on healthcare in the United States, we spend the most out of anyone in the world on healthcare. And certainly among our peer nations, we have the worst health outcomes. We really need to be asking questions, and thank you, Emily, for all you're doing on that, to figure out why and how to change it, but also to the point about, this starts in utero. So the American Academy of Pediatrics sued the Secretary of HHS. Children's Health Defense has sued the American Academy of Pediatrics under RICO for their racketeering activities, but they sued the Secretary, and one of the things they were seeking an injunction to stop, and they did get an injunction from this judge, was changes to the childhood vaccination schedule, primarily to move many vaccines to shared decision-making, so parent and doctor making decisions together. And doctors put in some declarations to support their motion, and what these declarations said, I mean, it's just out there. They don't even care. They're not hiding it. Well, if we have to talk to parents about vaccinations, that means we're going to have to spend more time talking about it. Parents are going to be asking us questions. People will be declining. If we can't see as many patients in a day, we make less money. That's what it boiled down to. Not children's health, not working cooperatively with parents to individualize health care. It came down to how much money they would make if they could only see 6 patients a day versus 12 patients or whatever. And sometimes if you're in an HMO, you have quotas about how many patients they want you to see every day. So your system is, again, it's broken as they're trying to, move people through it as quickly as possible. It works well from their perspective, you're absolutely right, but from the perspective of health, it doesn't work well. And I think it's really alarming when you have doctors who aren't afraid to essentially just come right out and say it's about the money, not about health.
Right. So this is a health panel, but we are in a national security summit. So how does the health of the nation fit into the national security of the United States? How does it help it or hurt it? Go ahead, Shane.
Well, it doesn't fall on deaf ears that, this is the 250th celebration, big celebration. If y'all haven't been to Freedom Plaza, it's worth going to. It's super cool. Vince Haley dedicated it yesterday. But there's a bunch of stories about these warriors, patriots that fought, and one of them that stuck out, let me find his name, I took some notes yesterday, was Samuel Whitmore. And these guys, they fought for our independence, lost life, lost homes, lost everything. And so here, a lot of these people that have been talking, they're true patriots, like real warriors in today's modern times. It's a different battlefront, it's a different war. And so back then it was like, how big is your battleship and your cannons and your fighting force? Today it's more of information and a much different battlefield. But a lot of these folks are warriors and they're risking their reputation. So this guy though, Samuel Whitmore, was 78 years old. And the British were retreating from Concord, and he saw him coming, so he picked up his musket, and he went out there and he started shooting at him. I think he got like 12 of them before they finally overtook him, captured him. They shot him point blank in the face, and then they bayoneted him like 12 times, left him for dead. Well, he lived through it and lived another 20 years. And so, this guy was an absolute warrior, right? And so that's what our nation was built on. And the Declaration of Independence, it talks about how we're all born with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, as you get to healthcare, how are we going to live a fulfilled life if 60% of Americans have a chronic illness, 40% have two? How, if we've got the most infirm children in the world compared to peer nations, if we look at you're talking about autism. So every year there's like 3.6 million babies born in the U.S. 1 in 20, if your statistics are right, means that would be 180,000 children a year who are afflicted with autism.
So it's 1 in 20 boys, it's 1 in 31.
All right, so let's say 140,000. 140,000 children. Like Jen earlier, my sweet, beautiful wife that she spoke, she was talking about one classroom full of kids every day, or every week is dying due to fentanyl. Well, if you add that up, that's 30 kids per week, which is 10,950 per year. Well, if you add up the autistic kids, and it's not just taking away like that person's mental capacity, like they're not functional. They're not going to join the military. And they're tugging on their mom and dad. It destroys marriages. It's super tough. I've got a buddy, he's got an autistic, he was fine up until 2 or 3, and he went to the doctor and then came back and everything changed. That's his only son. That's his namesake. He's not passing on that name. And this kid will live with them the rest of their lives. So we have a weakened population. We have a massively obese population as far as the chronic disease. That leads to type 2 diabetes, type 3 diabetes, cardiometabolic issues, organ failures, liver issues. So our country is not like it was 200 years ago, even 100 years ago. Our healthcare has gotten way worse, so we are weakened. And we can't, how do you pursue happiness or pursue a great life or, I think even the bigger risk is, let's say folks aren't showing up to work at all. Well, that's one thing. But let's say 70% of our population showing up, but they're only giving about 20% of real effort because they're exhausted, the food supply isn't good. We've got risks all over, and it all culminates into our health.
I would just add to that that I think one of the other crazy statistics is 1 in 10 American kids has fatty liver, which for those who don't know, used to be just alcoholics. So alcoholics would show up and they'd have these fat deposits. And then they started to realize, no, it's from sugar. And so people would show up and they'd say like, doc, I don't even drink. And the doctor wouldn't believe them. And then they started seeing it in all these children. So 1 in 10 American children has a liver that looks like a raging alcoholic's liver. And we know it's from the sugar. We know it's reversible pretty quickly, but parents aren't even told that. And so you have to, again, ask, why is this, right? And so if you think, well, with insulin resistance being the primary driver of chronic disease, and that comes from having too much carbs and too much sugar, which is the primary food staple that Americans rely on for their diets, well, what happens? By 4 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, you're exhausted. So what do? You go home, you lie on your couch, you eat some more crap food, you don't hang out with your friends, you're certainly not politically active. So I like to say that we've subdued our population with the food, we've medicated them with these medicines they don't need that we can treat through lifestyle, and then we're managing them through all the screen time and all the gizmos and gadgets that everybody is relying on now. That is a controlled population. So when you want to talk about freedom, that is a great way to control a populace. You make them too tired to engage even with their own families, right? Too apathetic to do anything. Give them a bunch of other side effects that are really annoying and control their quality of life. And then put them in front of screens all days because they can't do anything else. It is a direct attack to freedom.
Soldiers used to ask me more than 25 years ago whether I thought the government was deliberately trying to weaken the military by insisting on the anthrax vaccines. And at that time, I thought that was not possible. But now after COVID, I think, yes, probably they were. By issuing the mandates, you also managed to identify and get rid of all the really independent thinkers, the smartest, and people with the strongest set of values, and you get them out of the military. So you're weakening the military in that way as well. And of course, you're weakening the whole population when you apply the mandates elsewhere. But the soldiers get more vaccines, they get more junk food. If you go on any base, you see a bunch of fast food restaurants, so they're getting ultra-processed food, which is very low in nutritional value, both because the soils are depleted that things are grown in, and because the vitamins are being taken out when they produce the ultra-processed carbohydrate products that make up, your chips and your other processed foods. But in addition, now we are poisoning ourselves with the air, with the geoengineering, and we don't know what is going on with that, but the military clearly has something to do with it, a lot to do with it. We're poisoning the water, we're throwing PFAS on the farmlands, and we can't seem to stop that. That was, an attempt to stop it was being interfered with in the appropriations bill this past year. And so the food, the water, the air, the education is no good. All of these things weaken our national security. Again, it's one thing. It's deliberate. We can't fight back against what I think, what's next? Are we going to have some fake aliens come? Which Ronald Reagan said was one thing that would unite the world? I mean, who knows?
I want to ask Sarah a question, but first, do you believe, you and Emily, do you believe that this is a coordinated effort, meaning this took some planning and thought, or is this a result of cultural conditioning? Like all of this is happening as a result of cultural conditioning?
I just want to say that they have to change the culture to make all the rest of this work, and that has happened. With DEI, with the climate sure, the climate changes all the time. You can't disagree with that. But in the 70s, we had 2 or 3 Time magazine covers saying that we were entering a new ice age. So, now it's heat. The oceans are going to boil, according to the head of the UN. That's nonsense. But they've managed to change the culture by controlling the media and the education. And so, yes, I think it's deliberate.
Yeah, I think it's pretty strategic, honestly. I think you can look at the playbook of pharma lobbying Congress and spending enough money to have influence, and they've directly replicated all of those plays with the media now. So they they tested it, they tried it. With academia, same thing. The sort of publish or perish environment made people reliant on outside funding sources that were other than the government. I think they've tried it in a number of capacities. It's been successful, so then they've said, why not try it and more and really control the whole marketplace?
Yeah, and I mean, I can just weigh in on that. And I knew this coming into the government. Now that I'm stepping back out, it starts to give me a little bit of clarity of just thinking through things of like what happened. So, there's certain things that you just don't do or you don't touch. And if you do, you get in trouble. You're kind of persona non grata. It's like one of them was, say, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he had been reaching out to Jen and I, and he was kind of desperate for funding. He needed money bad. And then after he got assassinated, I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And so we brought it up, and I was looking up videos of him, and he was talking about how he was being called an anti-Semite and how he was being manipulated and money and all of this over different things. And so we had some conversation, nothing big. Before I know it, I'm accused of being an anti-Semite and am having to have like really weird, awkward conversations. And so I'm like, okay, well, let's just not show any videos of Charlie or talk about anything about Israel, whatever. And even though I love Israel, I'm going to take my boys over there. I've got a tattoo on my arm of Jewish cross. But either way, you don't really do anything that could be considered derogatory there. And then the other side is the pharmaceutical industry. So you attack that too hard, either from the private sector or potentially from government. And I've known several large investors that have had untimely plane crashes, and it does seem like you get suicided by attacking that. So, I mean, before I came up here, I flat out increased my life insurance by 3 times, 3x'd it. And because Jen, I mean, I always tell her, like, if she leaves me, I'm going with her. But I think for real, if something were to happen, at least there'd be, something significant there, and they'd be like, well, at least this is good, right? Because it's a real thing. I mean, I think it's a real concern.
Yeah, I understand. Wow. Jane, do you want to say anything after that, Sarah?
He's not wrong, but man,
Right.
whew, can they turn the AC up in here? It's
Yeah,
like
well, we
hot,
had several
how's security in the building.
We
Stephanie?
had several people very cold,
Yeah.
and so
Oh,
I
I see.
asked them
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
turn up the temperature, and now it's really.
Now it's hot. No, it's good. No, this is pretty depressing, this whole thing here. But I want to, before you ask another question, I want to jump on
Good.
some of this. Because some of this was like, I want to do a standing ovation before we've even finished our openings. You'd asked about the relationship or interplay between national security and health.
Yes.
So that's something I think about every day now. I have both of those hats on. It's something that I've wrestled with over the last 7 years. For those folks in the room that I know, they know that I was on the pandemic response from 2020 onward, literally on the front lines. And my thinking has changed and evolved over and over about the interplay between health security, defense, resilience, preventive medicine, public health, the posture, the responsibility of government and citizens, and it's still evolving. And I'm here really today as much to listen, more so to listen than even to speak, because everyone has such valuable perspectives to share. I mean, these folks are incredible. I'm in very good company here. But also over that stretch, I've referred to it as dark night of the soul. It was very difficult. I've been, blue-pilled, red-pilled, black-pilled, white-pilled, purple-pilled, sparkle-pilled, fistfuls of pills. Very, demoralized about the future of our country and humanity. Very invigorated and inspired by the colleagues and friends that I've made along the way. Feds for Freedom certainly helped me through very dark times. And now I'm thinking very much about where do we go from here and how do we reset the table? How do we empower every American citizen along the lines of what these wonderful folks have said? I started out in medicine training in internal medicine and spent, a good 3-4 months there and thought, God, I can't keep doing this. I mean, everybody's getting sicker and we're just shoveling, 12 different prescriptions at them, and I can't do this, like philosophically, morally. And so I took a hard right into preventive medicine and public health, my specialty now, which is all of what we're talking about. turning the demand signal on the healthcare system down by educating people, empowering people, getting them off of this, reflexive, I need, a doctor, an intervention, a high-tech tool, a drug to fix this for me, and starting at a younger and younger age. As a physician and then as a professor and now as a parent, I understand that, and as a human myself, as I get older, once things start going off the rails, it's very hard to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. The earlier you start on ingraining and really giving people the motivation, the intrinsic motivation, and the tools and creating sort of societal norms and cultural expectations wherein taking care of our body is a civic responsibility. It's part of how the country moves forward as an independent and resilient nation, and it starts with each individual. I often like to point out to people that your body, like this right here, this is the one asset you have from the minute you're born to the minute you die. It's the only thing. A lot of people take better care of their cars or their, iPhones or like whatever it is, but this is it, man. This is the thing. And I know we're going to get to technology, nanotechnology, and I love technology. I love innovation. I'm an innovator, wore regulators clothing for quite a while. And innovation is great, and we must keep pushing forward on that. But it will not solve everything. And at the end of the day, the best kind of medicine is the kind you don't need because you've done it well and you've lived a great life. I mean, I also practice medicine in a few different countries. I'd rather be, if I need high technology and high-tech medicine, I'd want to be here in America. Okay, so like I'll give America its credit with regards to our innovation and our economy. But you want to do everything in your power to live the best, most wholesome and fulfilling life you can as a matter of national security. But, we can talk more about that if you want to.
Are you saying the way out of this is to own your freedom and in that owning your health?
Yeah, they're intertwined.
Yeah. And how would you define own your health?
I think owning your health, that's a good question. I'd love to hear what others have to say as well. My initial reaction as a preventive medicine physician is first being aware that you have a body, which is, believe it or not, I'd always do, in the emergency room, I do a review of systems. They come in with a chief complaint, and they'd be like, something. And then I'd say, is anything else wrong? And they're like, no. And you go through the head-to-toe review of systems, and the thing lights up like a Christmas tree. You're like, really? So, just having general understanding and awareness of how the physiology, how this vehicle works, right? And taking ownership of it, respecting it. And then making sure that you're a good caretaker and steward of that body every single day. That's ownership. And then the freedom portion, things are going to happen. People are going to get injured. People are going to get sick. Some of this is unavoidable. Eventually, we will all die. That's where we're all headed, at least at the moment. And so that's an inevitability. But what you want to do is you want to push those things out as far into the future as you possibly can. And so for me, that's living the most realistically free life from a health standpoint as you can.
To live the life that God has for you.
That's right.
Yeah, so I heard this recently, and I agree with it, but our wealth is our health. So your true wealth is in your health, because if you take care of your body, you're going to live a much more vibrant life, you're going to live a happier life, you're going to have fewer medical complications. The one thing that I wanted to add to it, though, is that there's a big difference in what we're taught, whether it's in school or by standard Western medicine or by even historically within a lot of our agencies, centers, services up here in federal government is not, they just turned the food pyramid upside down. So it's incumbent upon us as individuals to look into what's right and what's wrong for our health. Now, AI is coming along. That's helping a ton. One of my partners, a thing I invested in a long time ago, they're developing this app to where it'll have CGM, ketone measurement, all these different components to where it'll track your Fitbit, Apple Health, and tie it all together and have AI, and it'll tell you everything that's going on with your body real time. So you can see, then, what's good for you and what's bad. But these 2-year-olds, whatever people are putting in their body, they don't know the difference. Me and Jen, as young parents, I was a Western medicine trained healthcare administrator. We took their older brother, 3 of my young boys are back there, but they're big brothers at Tech, took him in, got him all his vaccines, and sure enough, he was having seizures, and he's got a variety of immuno disorders and different things that these other 3 boys have, and I didn't take them for it. So I don't know why it's so different with them than it was with him. I don't know. Y'all can talk about it. I can't talk about it. That's one thing you don't talk about up here. By the way, that got me in big trouble, is trying to change up some of the recommendations on the vaccine schedule of, why do 2-year-old girls need something for sexual things that they probably don't need to take until they're like 15, 16,
Well,
right?
that's why you have us. We can talk about
Yeah,
it with
y'all
no
can talk
problem.
about it.
Okay, we need to talk about nanotechnology, then we're going to talk about fraud, and then we're going to talk about the big problem that we're seeing in military with vaccines and all of that, nanotechnology.
So I used to lecture on nano, so I'll just keep it short, and then we can move on to other topics. If people have other questions, I'm happy to talk afterwards. But I hinted at this earlier. I mean, I'm an innovator, and I love science, I love tech, I love thinking about the future and what we'll be able to accomplish. You couldn't imagine a life the way that we live it now 50 years ago, 100 years ago, and there are great advances, okay? So I'll just say that. That's great. But I also developed and taught a course called Societal Implications of Technology. And this is a principle that has carried sort of through life in medicine, in dealing with R&D and science, and then also in government as a regulator. It's about anything that you develop can be used for good or evil. It can be used for good or bad. It has the intended uses, the intended effects, and then it has unintended consequences, right? And so that's where we often get into trouble with technology, including nanotechnology. Wanting something to be true does not make it true. Hoping that something can do X, Y, or Z in medicine or public health does not make it such. And where we really get into trouble is where we, the royal we, pour a lot of money into that thing, and then it has to be made true no matter what the reality is. And so, that's where you go into the Orwell section of the library. And I spent more time there than I really wanted to inside the machine in the last many years. These are the guiding principles that I'm now thinking about in terms of the framework moving forward. One that welcomes and supports and promotes biotechnology and innovation in America for American prominence and dominance in cutting edge, you name it, fill in the blank. But one that does so in a way that is responsible, that is ethical, that has guardrails that are impenetrable around the human person, around bodily autonomy, about civil liberties and constitutional rights. And so, these are the lanes. They sometimes battle for dominance or territory or who makes decisions or where the money goes. But we have to figure out how it all fits together. Back to nano, I worked in semiconductor. I ran an occupational health program for the semiconductor industry. And there was also the balance between how do we make faster, smaller, smarter computer chips, and how do we protect the workforce who's exposed to engineered nanomaterials as part of their job. And a lot of that portfolio was nanotoxicology and biodistribution. So when I became a regulator, and of course FDA regulates nano-enabled products. Those include drug delivery systems, more recently, quote-unquote, vaccines, which are really gene therapy products. And where I think the responsibility really we have more ground to cover with regards to responsibility, is ensuring that those products don't have unintended harms and consequences, meaning adverse events that haven't been sufficiently tracked. So there is promise there for a variety of different treatments, but that's where we're at now.
Why would nanotechnology be so exciting for medicine and vaccines?
Well, vaccines, I don't think we've seen as much play out in terms of promise as we have unintended consequences. For things like targeted drug delivery, nanoparticles and nanomaterials are attractive because they can move through different spaces of the body that larger materials can't. So they can cross blood-brain barrier, they can accumulate in different systems and organs. You could theoretically target them if we're able to do that.
Why would crossing the blood-brain barrier ever be exciting? Like, why would
if you have
that
a brain,
ever be good?
if you have a brain tumor and
Okay.
you want to get a chemotherapeutic product into the brain to kill the tumor or a gene.
Okay.
Yeah, so if there's something pathological in a body system, if we get to the point where we can engineer nanomaterials in such a way, you could eliminate that thing without the biodistribution problem.
Now, what are the effects of, like, bad effects on the body of nanotechnology?
These are still being sorted out, actually. So, you know, part of my lab was looking at nanotoxicology and accumulation and excretion patterns. So there's more that's unknown than known at this point about most of those materials.
Do we have any list of symptoms?
It depends on the material specifically. I know. Now you know I've
Wait,
become a bureaucrat when I say it always depends.
No. Well, what are the because we don't know what we don't know. What are the kinds of material? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, one of the things I looked at most was carbon nanotubes and nanofibers. So those, they're smaller than asbestos, but they can cause hyperinflammation in tissues that they accumulate. So one potential unintended consequence would be triggering inflammation, would be triggering the body to have an immune response to that foreign object. This is not this is how the body works. You see a foreign object, you go for it, you try to attack it, and that can sometimes create problems, especially if your body's not able to excrete it. The thing about engineered nanomaterials is they don't obviously exist in nature, so your body hasn't seen them before. That makes it very difficult to predict exactly what the full spectrum of biological responses will be. So an area for more research for sure, but we have to embark on that research with a very open mind and a spirit of humility in knowing that there are a lot of things that we don't know.
So I got a very interesting question that I'm going to pose to you. Okay. Have you looked into the effects on the body from nanotechnology and how it may mirror symptoms of viruses or even quote, viruses or something like Havana syndrome?
Oh, that's interesting. I might have to do some research on that and come back to you. When it comes to mirroring or mimicking viruses, it's sort of like I just said. Your body's identified something that is it's not natural, it's not part of self, and you're going to mount an immune response to it, just like you would a bacteria or a virus or a fungus or any other pathogen. Even if you get a splinter, right? I mean, your immune system is phenomenal. Unless it goes, starts going awry, and we have a lot of autoimmune diseases on the rise here, of course, including in children. But it's the same sort of phenomenon that's triggered. Where I see us running into problems, and I've seen this in bureaucratic think, is this mentality that we're able to predict and we're able to know and we're going to look for X, Y, and Z because those are the only possible things that could happen. That's very hubristic. That's a big problem, and it's not necessarily unique to government. I mean, these are humans. I won't go off on the diatribe. Well, no, we won't go there. But when it comes to the government and characterizing or personifying the government as a thing, an entity that has will and volition and is coming up with schemes, I always like to try to temper that since I've been inside of it for long. I mean, I know it's an organization made up of human beings, just like any other institution in society. And these human beings are primarily motivated by their own intrinsic desires and needs and wants and self-preservation. So there might be, groupthink or group strategy or this or that, but what I've observed working side by side with federal employees from, literally the bottom of the organizational chart all the way up to the top is the overwhelming phenomenon is that people are just like you and me. They're just like you and me. And most of them are civil servants. Most of the federal government are civil servants. Initially they went into the government to try to help and serve their country. And then things go wrong, or people have different opinions, or people get radicalized in one way or another. But the majority of decisions made day to day by individual humans are really not that different than the decisions you and I make every day. And in trying to do whatever we think is best.
I know Kennedy has been criticized for a long time about not ending the COVID-19 EUA declaration, but he did so today on July 1st. He just ended the COVID EUA declaration. The question I have is, what took so long?
I can't give you, I know, I don't know if I can give you a single answer for that. Broadly speaking, there are like 10 million priorities. It's one of them. you know, there are, I will give you sort of a recovering regulator perspective. It's much harder to change things when it comes, EUA is a regulatory statutory authority. So it's, the question and the pushback with regards to moving those is, will products remain available until a time when they can be validated for full market approval? So we started actually preparing for EUA revocations years ago, and the challenge was, will products remain on market? Will those developers and sponsors have enough time to submit validation data for 510Ks in the case of devices, or full approvals for other products? So that's the type. I'm not telling you that's the answer. I'm telling you that's one of the examples of the discussions and considerations that goes into that timeline. I also saw people asking, well, why in 12 months? Why not today? You know, I don't have a great answer for that either, other than it's been my observation that EUAs remain on market for many things, including other infections. Like I'm working on Ebola right now, and was working on Hanta. They tend to linger for quite some time as a sort of as a modus operandi. And I'm not saying that's correct, I'm just saying it's my observation.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I wanted to go to fraud, and then we're going to talk about military. So we're going to spend a couple minutes on fraud. Shane, you saw some fraud in OPM.
Yes.
So tell us what you saw, how you saw it, and what it means, and why the whole thing is a national security problem.
Okay, so I'll rewind back as far as just kind of my original intent for coming up here. My hope was I had a 16-point plan that was called the WellCare Plan, and that was Secretary Kennedy's and Trump's overall health care plan to implement that. And then the second thing was the FEHB plan, $79 billion a year, it's been in place since the 60s, does not get any of the claims data until about a year later. So we don't really know what's going on within the program. Now, the insurers, they're supposed to be doing fraud, waste, and abuse detection on it, but really, we don't necessarily know if we're doing duplicate payments, multiple payments. You know, if we have a variety of different fraudulent scams going, if we've got overbilling, we don't know. And I mean, while I was there, we caught a case, I think it was like $400-something million worth of potential fraud, or probably more like likely abuse, that was from like 2020, 6 years ago. So one of our big pushes was to get the claims data, and it was a battle. And this is where earlier Joe was talking, and Sarah really couldn't go into it, but you know, I think the president and the secretary don't always get all of the information. There's folks in between that have their own agendas, and they filter things out, and they'll kind of twist things around, and they make it to where the real truth doesn't get all the way to the top, and they'll actually vilify you if you push it too hard. So we fought internally for 8 or 9 months before finally the vice president's task force on fraud, waste, and abuse came in and helped us to open that up to where we could actually have permission to get this claims data. But some of the things that I saw were, I mean, these are asylum seekers or folks that have come over here illegally, or they have maybe a visa, whatever, but they're from other countries. They're coming here and they'll set up, say, an audiology clinic, or they'll buy these little DME, durable medical equipment companies, and they'll buy them for like $1 million that have been in place. They have all their billing codes set up, all the approvals, and they will ramp that thing up to $60 million in billing over the next 6 months, and they'll collect about $45 million of it. By the time they're caught, all that money's been transferred back to their home country that they are seeking asylum from, and in some cases, when they're going to get them, they're either already on a plane and gone because somehow on the inside they know what's happening, or they're catching them packing their bags headed to the plane to get out of here. So, and this is happening fairly rampantly. So I'm guessing that that effort will end up saving the federal government about $2.5 to $3 billion a year just under FEHB. So we'll see the end results if they implement the whole
And would you
plan.
define that for people who do not know what that is?
FEHB, so that's the Federal Employees Health Benefits Plan. So that's over, and when we're talking about national security, this is all the federal workers, the retirees, the annuitants, the postal workers. That's the insurance coverage that I was over for about a year.
Wow, so it was like a Nick Shirley investigation that you were doing?
So, and it's not me that does them, right? Now, as part of the plan, we were going to have an internal operation set up that's going to be able to do like the smaller, easier investigations underneath the OPM umbrella, but it's really the IG, and so that's the Inspector General. The IGs are the ones that are really doing the heavy lifting on all of the investigations, and they're the ones that they can actually go out and do site visits, and they can do everything. So they would brief us on what they were doing, and they're really good at what they do, but they don't have the resources. I mean, they're just under-resourced. If it's not over, well, I'm not even going to say that because then it'll give people ideas, but it has to be a really high limit to even justify them going after it.
But Shane, why did you leave? Can I ask why you left?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I'll give the high level on it, but you know, out of the agenda I had, the WellCare plan, there were the 16 points. And there was some of it that was just going to be a no-go, you know, from family history and what happened with my oldest son. I have a big issue with some of the vaccines. Not all of them, and I'm not anti-vax, but there's real changes, common sense, basic changes that need to be made. And it doesn't take a scientist or a physician or whatever to figure this out. Just look around and you can figure it out. That's a no-go zone. I had a cousin, kind of more like a sister. She overdosed opioid stuff. Well, a lot of my non-pharmaceutical intervention components, those were implemented, not fully, but I was basically getting in trouble for pushing too hard on that. My faith-based care components, those got shut down and those got kicked out. Fraud, waste, and abuse, that was a big win right at the very end, so I was thankful for that. But basically, I was told that I wasn't going to get any more of my agenda completed, and that I'd essentially pushed a little bit too hard. So I'm not going to stay up here, sacrifice time away from my family and making money in my businesses if I'm not going to make a difference. So it was just time.
I have noticed a lot of the good people are leaving.
And I will say, I think if President Trump knew what was going on, I don't think he would be thrilled.
I agree. I want to spend the last little time, we have a lot of questions, but I want to spend the last little time talking about autism, the military, children's vaccine schedule, because we have a big problem. 100,000 military personnel were either kicked out or left the military in the past 4 years. This is a big problem. Like, that's a direct national security concern. But then you think of the high autism rates. It's 1 in 31 children?
1 in 31 children. But the prevalence rates are much higher for military families, too.
Oh.
So Brian Hooker and Carl Jablanowski at Children's Health Defense, my colleagues in the science department, published a study a couple of months ago where they used data from the U.S. Census Bureau's National Survey of Children's Health and some TRICARE data. TRICARE, for those who don't know, is the military insurer. And they found, and I wrote down because I'm never going to remember all these numbers, so I'm going to read them. For children of mothers with any military service, that means current service or prior service, their children are 46.1% more likely to have an autism diagnosis, and they're 60.5% more likely to be diagnosed with severe autism. For fathers with current or prior military service, the severe autism rates are even higher. 82.73% more likely to have a severe autism diagnosis. Those are devastating numbers, and those directly affect national security and readiness because a lot of those families can't continue to serve when they're dealing with children who have such significant needs. And on the other side of that, you have, I did some digging and the statistics aren't crystal clear, but something like 600 to 900,000 17 to 24-year-olds who theoretically would be eligible for military service if they didn't have an autism diagnosis. But they are being told that that is an absolute exclusion, even for someone who can serve. And there is a waiver, but only something like 1,800 individuals have applied for the waiver in the past few years, and only 500 received waivers.
And they're very limited with what
They're very
they
limited
can
because they're essentially
do.
looking for someone who is functioning at the same level as someone who doesn't have an autism diagnosis.
And I think it's important to point out that I heard this statistic yesterday, and correct me if I'm wrong, but 80% of military recruits come from military families. So 80%. So, okay, we kicked people out of the military over COVID. People left over COVID. About 100,000 left within the past 4 years. We see within the military families an extraordinary autism rate. And who knows what the chronic disease rate is within the military. I wish we had Teresa along here to talk about that. But so we have people being kicked out. Current military families are having trouble. My little son is unvaccinated. He is a 5-year-old, clear-eyed, strong little boy. He'd be perfect for the military. And yet the military won't take him. Why? Because he won't ever have a shot in him. So my question is, and I want you all to discuss.
I just want to add one
Yes.
quick thing, which is also, because I don't think this gets talked about enough, but the fentanyl overdoses that have happened are wiping out that ready population.
Like
So it's
Jennifer
the
was
leading
talking about
cause of
earlier.
death
Yes.
amongst those that we would draft. It's the leading cause of death amongst those who we would draft. And we know that fentanyl is coming from China. So I have long said that, like, I think if we actually address this as an attack on the homeland amongst our military, and a lot of people probably in this room know that there's a lot of overdose that happen on military bases that the military doesn't want to talk about. And so I have been involved in trying to figure out how you could do an education campaign with active duty military to let them know when you order pills online and they're laced and you die and your parents show up and say, my kid never did drugs, this doesn't make any sense. It's not that these kids are going out and doing heroin. They're ordering Adderall or Percocets because of their training regimens, and it's killing them. And so I think when you're talking about military preparedness and this risk, this is another health aspect of this that is huge, that is just not addressed at all publicly.
So my question is, who's going to be left? If little David can't get in because he won't be allowed in because he doesn't have a shot in him. He's clear-eyed and bushy-tailed. People are dying over fentanyl. People are hurt over autism. People are being kicked out over COVID. Where does our military stand in like 10 years?
And add to that, I think only, depending on the school, 10 to 20% of children graduating high school are physically fit and eligible for military service.
Right.
So you combine all that, and we're down to, I mean, they call them, I think, the 5%ers or whatever, that 5% of the people defend a nation. That's about all we got. You just pick them all.
And I think we also need to look at the other end of that. So the people who are in the military who have chronic illnesses, who have to leave because their child has autism and they need to be at home. We're losing people who have an amazing knowledge base and a skill base because they feel that they can no longer serve. And we need to look at, with these autism prevalence rates, it's a flag to me of, yes, we have one of the most vaccinated populations in the world in the military, right? But there are other toxic exposures as well that we need to look at what our service members are being exposed to. Why do we have these higher rates of autism? Why is there so much chronic illness?
The other one that I've been very adamant about is testosterone. So we have like a testosterone crisis in the military. And so there's a really interesting sort of just biological thing where women have a 28-day cycle and men tend to have a 24-hour cycle. So when guys are leaving because they're depressed, what is the first thing they do? They put them on SSRIs. Well, what do SSRIs do? They increase your fat, which is where you hold your estrogen. So it's actually, if you have low testosterone and you're put on an SSRI, you're just making the problem worse. Yeah. And so if you put them on testosterone replacement therapy or even a low carbohydrate diet, because oftentimes that higher insulin is counterbalancing the high testosterone mixed with trauma and all kinds of other things, you would see a remarkable decrease in the suicide rate. And yet no one wants to talk about hormone replacement therapy for these guys. So we're happy to put them all on SSRIs, which makes the problem worse, not better, rather than treating the root cause and testing them for testosterone when they get home or abroad.
I'll just say that I used to treat a lot of Gulf War veterans and people who were injured from anthrax vaccine, and they almost invariably had low testosterone levels, which I attributed to their toxic exposures.
So where do we go from here? Like, what can you do about this?
Well, I mean, this is a multifaceted problem. Congress can fix a lot of things by passing laws. Congress can basically supersede the Supreme Court if it chooses to, but it's bought. It's bought by pharma. It's bought by Big Chem. Big Chem pays more to Congress members than pharma does. But pharma has very high profit margins for many of its products, including its top vaccines, up to 40% or more profit. So that means there's a lot of money available for what we euphemistically call lobbying, I would call bribery. And and now many countries don't allow that. They have price controls on pharmaceutical products. And were we to implement that, which would take Congress, there wouldn't be the money available to do the lobbying. And we could move that into other industries. So we might actually start enforcing our antitrust laws. Because right now we have one monopoly after the other. The whole agricultural industries have all become monopolies or near monopolies, where there's 4 or more companies controlling at least 40% and up to 90% of an entire industry. And they collude together to control prices and everything else about that industry. And we do not have a functioning DOJ that stops that. But if there was no lobbying, maybe we would get back to that. It's a huge lift. But there are potential solutions.
I'm going to offer just a little glimmer of hope, which is that we have 130 locations that are gyms. Many of these are run by personal trainers, some of whom graduated from college, some of them didn't. And we have basically a 2-day curriculum, and we have about 10 online classes coming out on chronic disease that our affiliates get for free. So very low cost, low barrier to entry. And they are reversing chronic disease. They're building bones in menopausal women who have osteoporosis that we're told, this is just, you're doomed forever. Type 2 diabetes is radically being reversed in 4 months with people who have had it for 10 plus years just by using diet intervention. Those are people who don't usually go to the gym. So what we've done is we've tried to create these campaigns where you're going out into your community. These are small communities around America, some in big cities, but mostly smaller places. And what we're doing is saying, get a group of people who have type 2 diabetes and have them come into the gym in the middle of the day when you're not running your normal classes. Teach them how to eat. Teach them how the food that they're eating is processed in your body biologically and turned into energy or manifests into fat and disease. These are things that aren't taught in med schools. They're not taught to registered dietitians. So when I open our seminar, I often say this is hugely controversial, not because you can't find this in a biology textbook, but because it hasn't been taught, because those sort of authorities had to push the dietary guidelines. And the dietary guidelines told you to eat 60% of your diet as carbohydrates. So the glimmer of hope is those gyms are doing really well. And they're charging, a gym membership and getting more members to come in than ever before, because so many people are chronically ill and no one's giving them any option other than go to the doctor and be put on more and more medications. So I think, I hate coming to Washington and saying I have no hope for the government, right? But here I am. But I do think the individual has a lot of agency. And a lot of people will say, Emily, people don't want to do the hard work, they just want the pill. And actually, that's not true. That is not what we're seeing at all from a business perspective. So I think there is hope, but I think, our company's an education company, and that's by design. Because I want you to have an option. If you want to go and get put on metformin and keep eating the way you're eating, or I got in trouble years ago for writing that when we have kids who have a peanut allergy, and we giving insulin to a diabetic and telling them just keep eating the sugar and the carbs is akin to telling a kid with a peanut allergy, it's okay, Johnny, have the PB&J, just take your EpiPen afterwards. We would never do, that's wild. But that's what we do with all these type 2 diabetics.
It's the same thing, just take a little more insulin and you can eat the candy.
Yep.
So I think like give people the option and let them choose. And if they want to go down that path, like that's fine. My problem is most people don't know there's an option.
It's called owning your freedom, owning your health. It's taking it into your own hands. Go ahead, Meryl.
Yeah,
We've got
I
5
mean, all of
seconds.
this stuff it could be taught in public school and should be, and they have health classes and they waste them. It's pretty standard. I mean, I taught my diabetic patients this stuff for decades and reversed many cases of diabetes, but it wasn't taught in medical school.
We do have a class for med students.
I want to also, so I have an NGO called Door to Freedom, and we also think that big part of this problem is that kids have been taught not to think, and thank you for the education panel that said that. And we are supporting a drive to put debates back into high schools and teach them, just like lawyers, to be able to argue each side of an argument, which forces you to actually conceptualize all the issues around it. And we are hoping to expand that over the next 5 years. So wait and see. But I encourage you to support debate societies. We're doing Oxford-style debates in your part of the world. It can be done fairly simply. You just get a coach, and there's lots of people out there, retired people, who like to be coaches and can do this sort of thing for very little money. And you offer prizes for the winners, and it doesn't take that much. So anyway, I think teaching people to think, teaching them about their bodies, which is the temple,
health, yep.
right? God's temple is your body, and it's not that hard. I mean, and we could, in fact, avoid a lot of vaccines if we taught people what to know about their bodies. We could get rid of the meningitis vaccine by telling them how to recognize the symptoms of meningitis and get an appropriate antibiotic treatment.
Also, you know, just according to the CDC, 100% of people who died from COVID had one or more comorbidity. So if we could take the root cause of those chronic diseases, we wouldn't have had that pandemic.
We should add 15 minutes onto this panel because we could just continue on. But we're going to give you a 10-minute break and come back with a lack of accountability panel. That is going to be a star panel. You do not want to miss that. We'll see you in 10 minutes. right, go ahead and find your seats. I'll give you 1 minute, and then we need to start. All right, everyone, go ahead and find your seats. All right, we're going to go ahead and start our lack of accountability panel. Thank you. Sarah Brenner is a very popular person. Do you know? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, if you've enjoyed what you've heard today, know that Feds for Freedom does have a podcast on which we've actually interviewed many of the people here today. It's called The Feds, but actually, we're renaming this podcast. And I've been so busy putting together this summit that I haven't quite launched the rebrand of the podcast, but we are rebranding it Own Your Freedom. It's no longer The Feds. As when people hear that, they think, oh no, you're establishment. And I say, oh no, we're the good guys. So this time, we're going to be Own Your Freedom. And it's all about taking control of your own freedom and running with it. All right. Our last panel addresses the profound lack of accountability in federal institutions and how it breeds corruption, and that repeat policy failures in the end harm the American citizenry and erode public trust. To me, this is the greatest national security threat, the lack of accountability in our government that exists in modern America. Kevin McAfee, the greatest national security threat that exists in modern America is the lack of government accountability. Moderating this panel is Jim Erdman, and he is accompanied by Steve Baker, Dr. Robert Malone, Emily Kopp, and Ivan Raiklin. Thank you all so much for joining us.
So this is the last panel of the day, and this is where we're going to solve all the problems right now, right here, with our key interlocutors. So it's a broad subject, and accountability and deep state are necessary and real in that order. And I love the fact that we've got some slightly different disciplines and backgrounds up here, because I think the accountability issue is a multi-variable problem set. We've got a lot of different instances of lack of accountability, and it's coming from every single angle. So just real quick, I also personally think it's really important we have investigative journalists involved in the accountability piece. This is my plug, and the rest of the time is going to be for the speakers and questions. But I think that processes that are in place that allow folks within the government, within the national security infrastructure, to be able to actually address problems, it's completely broken. And it's to the point now that people are making decisions on whether or not the system works. And there's a lot of danger if people entrusted with national security secrets says, you know what, at this point, we got to go to a journalist, and we've got to get that out. But if people don't start fixing this, that is going to be the go-to route. And there is, I'll let them talk about it. I'm not sure there's any wins for folks who take that route. In any case, I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop there, and I'm gonna start by saying each person is gonna have 5 to 7 minutes. Do your best to talk about what they think the accountability and the deep state problem looks like. And then we're going to have questions, and we're going to do our best to address as many questions as possible. That's it. Thanks.
Ladies first? Or? Me first? Sure. Oh, okay. Well, hey, this morning I had a very interesting 5 or 6 minutes in front of you because something caught me off guard as soon as I took the podium. The editor-in-chief from The Blaze, who fired me on April 1st, was sitting at the table over here, so I had to edit several of the comments that I planned on making. Now, he is and remains a friend. He was forced to terminate me because I refused to no longer be silent about a particular case that I've been working on for a long time. And because I needed to go forward with that, they were put in that position. I put them in that position, and we came to an agreement, and that was my April Fool's joke that morning. But the April Fool's joke on them, because my termination took place at 9:30 a.m., and at 11:30 a.m., the person that I named as the forensically accurate suspect for the J6 pipe bomber, it was revealed in court documents that she had failed her polygraph tests. So I won that battle on day one. Now, the next thing related to that, and specifically on topic, is what was happening before that. Because if we're talking about the deep state, and we're talking about their penetration and how they've permeated all of our institutions, one of the things that they have permeated, as you know, is the press, the media. We are overrun with that in the press. And it's not restricted to the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They call conservative outlets as well. Beginning in the summer of last year, then Deputy Director Dan Bongino called the president of The Blaze in an attempt to get me fired. A few weeks later, Deputy Director Dan Bongino called my editor-in-chief, who was here this morning, in an attempt to get me fired. Then Ben Williamson, the head of public affairs at the FBI, called my editor-in-chief in an attempt to get me fired. Immediately after that, the then congressional liaison to the FBI, Marshall Yates, called my editor-in-chief in an attempt to get me fired. And then the Saturday before our infamous story came out about the pipe bomber on November 8th, none other than the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, called Glenn Beck in an attempt to get me fired. Ironically, while that was going on, I got a call from the New York Times, a reporter at the New York Times, Alan Foyer, who said, who asked me, he said, are people, is the FBI and the White House and other people calling in an attempt to, you know, interfere with your stories or otherwise get you terminated? And I said, yeah, how do you know that? He said, well, you're not the only one that they're calling. So they're not only trying to influence the messaging from the mainstream media, they are, and in fact, making an attempt to influence the messaging of the conservative or independent media, right-wing, however you want to characterize it. And it's happening on a regular basis. As I mentioned this morning, even to the point where at 9:30 on a Monday night, the Monday before I was terminated from The Blaze, a reporter from the Daily Wire called to tell me that he had 3 sources from the intelligence community who had informed him that I was the person receiving leaks from Joe Kent. Joe and I had a good laugh about that last in the green room here earlier today, because you know, as right. But there's so many other lies. See, it's hard for me to say, and I know a lot of people really get mad at me on X and other social media platforms when I say this, but the new FBI is the same as the old FBI. Until you eradicate and gut the deep state out, it's not going to change. And it doesn't matter who the political appointee is at the top. They don't run the organization. And that's what we're learning, that's what we're seeing, and that's what we've become painfully aware of. And as I said earlier this morning, is that until you're living it personally in the manner in which I've been forced and subjected to live this for the last 6 years, you don't really know. I can talk about it, I can write stories about it, I can post on X about it all day long. But until you live it, you don't really know it.
Well, thank you, Steve. And before we move to Ivan, I just want to say what you're saying, to go back to the point I was making before, is that, you know, you use these, if you're somebody who wants to report wrongdoing and you've exhausted everything, you feel like the system's broken, you actually are taking some real risks if you talk to a reporter, because who knows if they're working for the agency or department that's out there. So anyhow, Ivan, please.
Yeah, I'm going to kick things off by saying this. I'm going to first half, explaining in detail, I guess, what the problem is, but also how far we've come in solving it and what we have left to do to get to that, my ideal. And I like to say that I compromise with everybody as long as you compromise to my 100%. So let's start with that. Now that I think most people realize that the problem is our government, as Steve just laid it out, it doesn't matter if it's led by the person you voted for or the person you didn't vote for. The problem lies with that second, third, fourth, fifth, and beyond tier. And a lot of folks in this room, you've worked there. You still work there. So you know who the people left and right of you are. Many of the people, this organization was created, the first title was Feds for Medical Freedom. My guess is that all of you refused the unsafe and ineffective products known as the COVID injections or jabs, and some people now are, in common parlance, using as the bioweapon, right? Before that was a conspiracy word, now you're hearing it more and more, thanks to independent journalists. So knowing that accountability only will happen in spite of our government, unless we have certain elements and individuals in it that we can work with, then you can formulate a strategy to work with the friendly elements in our government to create accountability. Before accountability, you have to first have transparency so that the American public is not against you, but on the sidelines as neutral parties observing, allowing you to create accountability at a minimum. Ideally, you want them on board as vociferous supporters and even engaged actors in making sure there's accountability. You're doing a fantastic job. Your truth, Dr. Malone, as well as everybody on this panel. I want to call out a couple other folks. Robert Gouveia, who's out here, just moved to D.C. He's the equivalent of Viva Frey on CommiTube, I like to say. Putting out the truth with raw-based evidence. You have big influencers on X, like Real Defender 45 out here, and there's probably some other folks here. Their content sometimes get upwards of beyond what you hear from the new woke slimes, as was referenced earlier. That shift is happening. We have to continue to perpetuate that. Once we get that transparency out with the truth, with critical thinking, evidence-based, direct evidence-based information out there, educating the public, you now have a prime jury pool ready to tango when you all and all the J6ers and everybody weaponized by the previous government files civil litigation, either via an attorney if you're capable financially, or if you're not, go to town on them pro se. Because now the jury pool is ready to hold people to account through that civil process. You're doing it from a defensive perspective. One of my lawsuits, I'm a defendant. We're going to have discovery. We're going to go to town against the COVID criminal Fauci of the DOD. Everyone probably in here knows who I'm talking about, Ms. Terry Adiram. And then on the flip side, on the J6 angle. So all of us need to participate knowing that this White House, this administration, they've already proven that they're not going to do what we want to our standard. Over the last 16 months, we've seen it. So now it's our turn to show what accountability looks like. And I'm happy that I'm involved in this fight with Feds for Freedom. Jim's doing a great job. I know half the room here. So I just appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. But for those that aren't engaged in the fight, the most influential, critical lawsuits have been because of this organization and some of the independents that are involved in being weaponized against that are not bending a knee, whether it was COVID, the illegal election, COVID, the Fedsurrection, and all the cover-ups beyond that. So step it up and start going after the deep state in spite of a, let's call it, cowardly and inactive current executive branch and legislative branch.
Okay, Dr. Malone, you're up to bat next. Before you go, I just want to say I love having Dr. Malone and Emily Kopp for the same reason up here. There was a period of time we all sat during COVID wondering, we're not crazy, okay? We're not crazy. This is a psyop, and I know I'm in my professional opinion, that was a psyop. But these two people here were, for me personally, a sea of, it made me feel good to read your stuff and know there were other people out there. So with that, Dr. Malone, please.
Thanks, Jim. And I appreciate your courage and the trials and tribulations you've been through, and it's not over yet. I need to look at the watch to make sure I don't blow my 5. So I'm a physician scientist, and that was pretty much what I was. I ran a small consulting business for a couple of decades, serving typically small and medium-sized biopharma, and had a reputation, and a lot of my client base was C-suite people, so chief science, chief executive, because I had a reputation of speaking truth to power, and a lot of these folks are surrounded by sycophants, and they need to have a alternative voice, an alternative point of view, and so that was a lot of my business, was providing that, an independent assessment. And also I would move in and out of particularly DoD space in the context of infectious disease outbreaks and pulling together teams to respond rapidly, do threat assessments, that kind of stuff, until all this happened. Moving fast forward to the present and the topic area that we're in, I was vetted for a position as an SGE advisor to the Secretary Kennedy, so HHS space mostly, no longer DoD space, and extensively vetted. Their concern was that I am a social media influencer because that became a new business. So I became this strange hybrid of physician, scientist, journalist. Investigative analysis was our core competence. And Jill, what was our impressions last year? Was 389 million. So, you know, we reach people. And of course, the Rogan hit that blew things out was, I've heard numbers up to 100 million views. That had some impact. So in the vetting process, there was a lot of skepticism about whether I had a conflict of interest because of all this and whether I should be allowed to serve as an unpaid special government employee, that enormous privilege. And eventually they got to the point of yes, and they offered me, what was it, a GS-10 slot, I think? To which I said, you know, if I accept this, it'll totally change my base rate, and that's not very good either. And then out of the blue, the secretary announced in the media that I was appointed to the ACIP as co-chair. Of course, there wasn't a co-chair position, so then I became vice chair. And that's where I really got to see how the sausage was being made in this administration as opposed to my idealistic view of what I thought it might be. I'm just completing 2 books. One is called The Chronic Rebellion, that really focuses on the arc of American populism and the Maha movement and where I predicted it was going, and it's pretty much on track. So it's likely to sunset, I think, and it seems to be doing everything it can to sunset as quickly as possible. The history of American populism, among other things, is that these movements occur but they are typically involving people who are not experienced in managing the federal government, which is a huge, complex enterprise. And they tend to get into power and then have to encounter all the compromises and reality of what governance involves. And they lose their way. They're typically incompetent because they don't understand how to manage things. And that's pretty much tracking with what I've observed at HHS. Now, and most recently, I've had a couple of examples where, this weird hybrid of position of serving as kind of a journalist insider, where I've revealed things like what happened at the ACIP in the closing hours as the lawsuit came into effect, and then recently reporting on X in 3 sentences about an active rumor about a meeting that occurred supposedly, as mentioned by a number of senior folks to me, involving Oz and others planning transition for the secretary, let's say, at some point this summer. That resulted in this same phenomena that Steve was just talking about in both cases. And what's interesting here is that this behavior is not coming from deep state. What I've experienced, and this is practices coming from these ostensible populist folks. The message management and spin control seems to have kind of a standard playbook that's been developed over decades. And unfortunately, a lot of that playbook no longer works in 2026 decentralized social media environments. And this business about shoot the messenger, which is what you experienced, what I've experienced repeatedly, and this is coming from assistant chief of staff level people and others. That strategy of delegitimizing the source, that is the source of the information, seems to be universal, and it's not working. And these folks don't seem to understand that. They're not taking the time to process what the modern media environment is and how they need to interface with it. And I guess that's a good thing. You and I and others are experiencing the short-term pain, but that, whether it's deep state or it's the appointed government officials that are attempting to control messaging by attacking those that are the source of information rather than the underlying issues and problems. It's a superficial Band-Aid approach. It's just no longer functional in this environment, so long as we have people that have the courage to, as you did, Steve, just say, you know, I don't want to lapse into farm speak, but no, I'm not going to do that. No, I refuse to buckle under to your pressure. And if you're going to retaliate against me, as I've been retaliated against now, and just by disclosure, I no longer have any affiliation with MAHA. Okay, my former affiliation with MAHA Corporation ended abruptly, but in writing, consequent to that tweet. So that's the way the game is still being played, and it's dysfunctional. But it's not just deep state. This is standard information control in 2026, and it is obsolete. Now, just I guess I've overstepped. I should say a little bit about ASIP and what went down there. The CDC has not been under the control of the director for quite a while. It's been controlled by the bureaucracy. And that bureaucracy has also controlled what is supposed to be this independent Federal Advisory Committee Act group called the ACIP, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And because of, frankly, the courage and steadfastness of, I'm just going to name Retzef Levy, who is just a fighter. I mean, this guy is former Israeli Defense Force. He does not back down. And he fought against the CDC lawyers and went to the HHS lawyers and managed to extract the ACIP, which is supposed to be an independent advisory committee, out of the control of the CDC bureaucracy, which triggered, I don't know if it's cause and effect, but within 2 days, the appointed director and the 3 folks that were functionally operating the CDC left after Retzef won that battle. ACIP became independent for a brief period, and then it was immediately captured by the administration, by the senior leadership at HHS, which then subsequently set all the agendas, the topics, the questions that would be voted on, everything else. Okay, so this whole deep state thing that we talk about, it's a lot more pervasive than that. It seems to be systemic, and that's the key message in the 2 books that I've got pending, is that what we're dealing with is a system that has been developed over generations. And I like to say, if it wasn't Tony Fauci, so long as we allow people to stay in positions of power like that for decades, the same thing is going to happen. What we're dealing with here, in my opinion, is the consequence of deeply rooted system-based processes that give rise to these individuals, but it's not the individuals, it's the system that's been built. And I'm not sure how we fix it. So I guess I've overstayed my welcome here. Those are my thoughts. And I think that this story about what has really gone on, even under this new populist leadership at HHS that we all had such great hopes for, if you look at what the promises were with the original Maha Commission and you map that against what's been delivered, you can clearly see that even with that level of energy and commitment, and I have no fault with the Secretary in terms of his passion, but even with that level of effort, the deliverables have been just minuscule compared to the promise. And I'll leave it at that.
Please, Emily.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Emily Kopp. I'm an investigative reporter with the Daily Caller News Foundation. I just want to, first of all, say thank you to Stephanie and to Jim. I think Feds for Freedom is the most principled organization on health freedom in the country, so I am very grateful to be here and very energized by what the gentleman before me said. It's frankly a breath of fresh air, because sometimes it feels lonely swimming upstream and doing critical reporting on the administration, asking them to make good on their promises. There is enormous resistance, and it upended my career. So I'm just so grateful to be participating in this event with Feds for Freedom, an organization that is not afraid to address these topics very candidly, are not cowed by the swamp in the way that I think some other organizations are. So by way of introduction, my claim to fame is the COVID origin story. So I spent 3 years investigating the origins of COVID, tracing connections between American virologists here in the US to virologists in Wuhan using the Freedom of Information Act at US Right to Know. And incredibly brave whistleblower named Joseph Murphy uncovered this document called the DARPA proposal, which some scientists have likened to a blueprint for COVID. So we know that Chinese virologists were working with American virologists on a research project to create coronaviruses with the same esoteric, unique features that we see in the COVID genome. What we did at US Right to Know is we built upon that courageous work, and we found that the American scientists involved in this proposal told their intended funders at the Pentagon, we're going to do this at UNC at a high biosafety level, when in fact in the margins of their grant proposal they were saying, but really we're going to ship it to Wuhan surreptitiously, and we're going to do it at a lower biosafety level, but we don't want to tell our American funders that because they would, quote, freak out, direct quote. We also uncovered, Murphy uncovered that this American-China team was working on inserting polybasic cleavage sites into SARS-related coronaviruses. What we uncovered is that specifically they were working on furin cleavage sites and inserting those into SARS-related coronaviruses. And when the only SARS-related coronavirus with a furin cleavage site then emerged in the same city as the lab they were doing these experiments, these scientists said nothing. So I have continued that reporting at The Caller. Last year, I did a months-long investigation into Anthony Fauci's inordinate influence on the intelligence community's understanding of the origins of COVID. We reported that a clique of virologists who had been working with Fauci from February 2020 to manage the public narrative about the origins of COVID, despite expressing very private concerns that this indeed was a lab leak, were being ushered into SCIFs and advising our nation's intelligence agencies that there is no way that this could be a lab leak. This is definitely the wet market. And some of these conflicted virologists who had a big influence on the intelligence community's understanding had direct ties to that grant proposal that I was talking about that some scientists likened to a blueprint for COVID. So I did a big story on that last year. If some of that sounds familiar, it's because we did get a massive step towards accountability thanks to Jim's hard work at the dig. It turns out that Jim was knocking on many of the same doors as I was and was pulling on many of the same threads. And so when he came out with his very courageous public testimony about how Fauci had influenced the intelligence community's understanding of the origins of COVID and had led to the suppression of analysis by some of our premier biological weapons experts at the FBI, at the US National Laboratories, and at the Pentagon, it echoed a lot of what I had reported. And that made me look really good to my editors, so thank you, Jim. On the accountability piece, so we did get that wonderful announcement from Tulsi Gabbard. I'm sure you've all seen it. It's been viewed millions of times on X now. It's a different story at the health agencies. I think the comfortable narrative is we all go through this very traumatic event, a once-in-a-century pandemic, and it unearths, the ugly underbelly of many of our most revered medical and scientific institutions, like the NIH, like the FDA, like these medical journals. And people want accountability, so we install people who showed integrity, showed backbone, called out the lies. And the tidy, comfortable narrative is that solves it. And I think observing what has happened at our health agencies in Trump too, it's deeper than that. As Dr. Malone was saying, it's more entrenched than that, unfortunately. And we are confronted with this managerial state that doesn't feel accountable to the will of the people. And so we think that we're going to install these visionaries and that automatically these agencies are going to start moving in a direction that the public voted for. But that's not the case, and I think even in some cases, people that have integrity end up capitulating to the enormous pressures of the managerial state, of these civil servants who don't feel accountable to our democracy. And unfortunately, my reporting echoes what many of the gentlemen on the panel have already said, that accountability has not been forthcoming because bureaucrats and their handmaidens in the corporate press work together to ensure that progress cannot be made, even if you have really courageous visionaries at the top.
Thank you, Emily. I'm going to make a quick comment, and then I think the first question I'm going to pose to Dr. Malone, but I want to comment on my public testimony very quickly. Really, Dr. Malone, when we were sitting in the green room, he said, listen, it's great you did that, but you can't, that's, everyone here has to believe that I was telling the truth. The real way that this happened, that you can know that what I said was truthful, was Director Gabbard released the documents. You have to have that. You have to have leaders of agencies willing to go up against the worst of bureaucratic guerrilla warfare and actually say, yeah, I'm doing this. So I appreciate your comments, but it's not real until you get the documents, until you get the firsthand. And on that point, everyone here listed off a number of things that are real obstacles, and I'm going to list them for you. We have a failure with our populist movement to effectively get things done. We have infighting amongst the groups that should be all working together, okay? And infighting within the groups. So we can't get along, and so now somebody's got to go. Or MAHA is not getting along with some other group. Really, we're all part of a Venn diagram. So we've got that failure. We have bureaucratic guerrilla warfare, and I don't think anyone said it directly like that, but we got knives out within there. Secretary Kennedy is behind enemy lines. Director Gabbard was behind enemy lines. And whether it's bureaucratic incompetence or they just don't like the apple cart being tipped, you've got that failure. I was at Brownstone Institute, and he didn't say it specifically today, but there's a term I heard for the first time just this month: epistemic capture. It's more than just, you know, pharmaceutical capture of the FDA or those. There's a whole system of captures, and how do you tease that out? There's failure of the news media and grifting. So I think I've listed off a whole bunch of really dark things that we got to get past to get at the accountability. So my first question to you, Dr. Malone, since you brought it up, is how do we get past the problems that populist movements have in getting at accountability? And I'm putting you on the spot, sorry.
So in the books, and particularly in the grift book, I lay out, in that one I think there's 8 different specific actions that all would require legislative action. And this is dark. The legislature can't even pass a bloody budget. They are completely worthless. And there's 3 key, I can't cite them, I'm not a lawyer, there's 3 key recent Supreme Court decisions coming out of a fundamentally conservative constitutionalist Supreme Court, for the most part, that have emphasized the limits of both the bureaucracy and the executive branch to act and enforced that it's necessary to act in accordance with established procedure, and that's become the new strategy for lawfare. And the consequence of all this is all the power is shifted to the judiciary because the legislative branch won't do its job, and the judiciary has set up a system in which the executive branch can't do its job. So we can list, and I have, a whole bunch of action items, you know, ranging from the most trivial. We should have basically term limits on these major high-profile administrators so that you don't end up with a Tony Fauci building a empire over 4 decades with, I don't know if any of you ever tracked it. Back when they used to have an open phone book, I was able to demonstrate, I think it was Tony had 38 press people reporting to him, and this is just NIAID, this is not NIH, as all you know, that's very different. 38 press people, so just focused on managing media. His shop for managing the Hill was something like 8 liaisons, but well over 30 for managing media. Structurally, we can't allow administrators to burrow in like that and build these empires. And if we saw it with Hoover, but that's going to take legislative action, which just doesn't happen. Nothing happens, and we can go down this list of various concrete actions that could be taken that would change these systemic problems. But I'm at a loss. It's really when I've worked through it in building these books, it gets quite dark, and I don't think that there's I think the only practical solutions are decentralized, ground up. I just don't see it because of the structure of our Constitution and our form of government. We are totally dependent now on the legislature acting, which it's unable to do.
Well, thank you, Dr. Malone. That's a great answer, even if it's a difficult answer. And so the next question is going to go to Ivan and then Emily. But Ivan, I know people don't realize it, but Ivan is actually a great uniter. He unites people. He brings them together. And he's not just here for retribution. So you have been in contact with many different organizations, many different groups, and not just here in the WDC area, but you've traveled out to go do the groundwork. How do you think we minimize that, either whether it's internal infighting, because we can't have it. We need MAHA. We need Alliance Defending Freedom. We need all these organizations, Children's Health Defense. How do we align these efforts so that we can address the accountability issue? Put you on the spot.
Heard of the Second Amendment? No, I'm joking. Now that I broke the ice, shattered it
Someone
completely.
asked that question right here. It's here.
Good question. So I think fundamentally, everything that unites us on this panel is truth. The mission is to get to the truth. Once we can showcase that in an uncensored digital and physical ecosystem, I think it's a natural result of, people will come to that and recognize that. You're seeing that. Fewer people consume the New York Times, Fox News, MS, whatever it is now, right? Pun intended. And so on and so forth. It's because people are gravitating. The podcast that you did with Joe Rogan, because I was following your work very closely. When I found out that you were going to be on a show, I thought to myself, thank God, because now the normies are going to start to wake up. And that's the avalanche that's going to cause everything to kind of come back to the reality side of what you were fighting for as well. And so as far as building coalitions, we have to, like I said before, if you know the truth because you have access to the direct evidence showcasing what the truth is, and it's contrary to the mainstream disinformation purveyors, it is your duty and obligation to sound the alarm so that the rest of the country can hear it, see it, and then coalesce around you to provide you that force field so that you can continue to push forward. Jim's a perfect example. Nothing's happened to you yet because you use the public with Senator Rand Paul's committee to come to your side. Elements of this administration don't realize that their power rests with the 77 million that voted for them. And you leverage that influence and power by communicating with them directly and openly, publicly, so that you can use the 77 million with yourself. Even if you're incompetent, even if you're a coward in this admin, you will now have the entire country backing you to start to, quote, obliterate the deep state underneath you in the organizations that are undermining you from within. So uniting, just keep pushing for the truth, and then that's pretty much it.
Okay. Emily, my question is, we've discussed the media's role in holding the government accountable. Could you talk through some really practical, everyday things that we need to start paying attention to if we want to encourage the media to do the right thing, the public encourage the media to do the right thing, and not do whatever they're doing now? I mean, not covering topics. I mean, what can we do to help the media be independent again?
That's a great question. I am not in the business of policy making, although I do like complaining about the media a lot. My friends all know. So I think I can weigh in here. My concern reading recent stories about what's going on at HHS specifically involve anonymous officials who say we're moving HHS back in a, they don't say status quo, but that's what they mean, a more sane direction. Because in the perspective of the corporate media, you know, reviewing the childhood vaccination schedule to make sure that the shots that we're giving our kids have an international consensus among other high-income nations, that's crazy. Investigating whether or not COVID shots killed children, that's crazy. You're not allowed to ask that question. My concern with a lot of the press coverage in the corporate media about HHS right now is that it relies a lot on anonymous officials, either in the White House or in HHS, assuring a corporate press that relies a lot on pharmaceutical advertising, don't worry, you know, this crazy MAHA stuff is over. My concern is that these officials saying this, assuring the Wall Street Journal editorial board that speaks to, when you know at Wall Street that things are going to move back towards the status quo, are not willing to put their name on those quotes. They're not willing to be associated with this movement back towards how it was before Bobby Kennedy arrived to HHS. America is celebrating its 250th birthday. I think some of our darkest moments in history involved times where the people making the core decisions were in smoke-filled back rooms. So, you know, senators in a cloakroom twiddling their thumbs while people were suffering from the Great Depression. I think those are some of our darkest chapters in history, and I see a lot of key decisions being described by people who are not willing to put their name to them. So I think what Dr. Malone is describing relates to this. I think there is a power struggle within HHS right now between the visionaries and between the status quo functionaries. And unless people who are more ideologically aligned with the visionaries start talking to the media, start speaking up, the administration is only going to hear from the corporate press. The administration is going to say, well, these functionaries who may not be willing to even put their names on the policies that they're talking about, they make the Wall Street Journal headlines go away. And if there isn't a countervailing force, either through an organization like mine, the Daily Caller News Foundation, which, you know, is willing to be very independent and, you know, report critical stories. And unless people like me have sources saying, hey, we're concerned about this, the admin is only going to hear from that other side, that pro-status quo side. And I do wonder if MAHA has gone from being censored under the Biden administration to censoring itself, because I think there are a lot of people who earnestly think that the best way to keep momentum is to not speak up when the administration appears to be capitulating or appears to be betraying its promises, appears to not be securing accountability. I think that's a mistake, just as someone who's been in Washington for a long time.
Okay, thank you. It's worse than that.
Come on, man, I'm trying to get this positive towards the end. What are you doing?
the message control, everyone that has tried to do what you've said has been run out. And, Rich Danker, recent case. And that's all coming from a couple of key points. West Wing, overall chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, to Bobby. Okay, that's how that control is being exerted. If you speak up, as I've experienced twice, the same exact pattern, okay, is if it is not the approved official message coming from an approved official channel, even if it's true, it will be attacked and the source will be delegitimized as the strategy. It's only true if it comes from the approved source. Whether or not it's true or not, or whether it becomes clearly true over time, it is not allowed to be said. That's coming from multiple levels in the administration, from the overall chief of staff on down. The enforcement tools are really, HHS rapid response. It's there, bang, like that. So the folks that are left that haven't been driven out, and some of those that have been driven out are in this room, or close friends of some of those people. Everybody else learns really quick. You shut up. So you're expecting folks, the Jim Erdmans are extremely rare, and you can see why. For me, that's why it was such a threat, is I kind of didn't care. It's my brand, right? It's my brand to speak truth to power, and I'm not dependent on an SGE unpaid position. So it was just a pain in the ass. And it was worse than that because it constrained my ability to communicate. But for most of these folks, they are dependent on that. They're dependent on that revenue. They're dependent on that position. They are invested in the status that comes with that position, and it gives them a sense of being and worth, and they are not willing to do the bold thing. And some that are willing are having to do so surreptitiously. And that's what you're seeing. To crystallize it, having all I can say is my random walk. I took some heavy flack during the Biden administration. As far as I'm concerned, I thought it was heavy flack. I didn't get assassinated, so it could be worse. The same behaviors are happening, in my experience, in this same administration, which says to me, this is a product of the system. Over.
I couldn't agree more. I want to say some of the things the administration is doing are things that would have been completely outside the Overton window 10 years ago are really remarkable. Jump RX, having a food pyramid that actually makes sense. I think people are rightly asking, though, does that meet the moment? Because we have to keep in mind the urgency and enormity of the moment. We just came out of a once-in-a-century pandemic, almost certainly man-made. People were made to take shots they didn't need oftentimes and were injured by them. I recently wrote a story about how FDA career staff revised down artificially, according to a Yale forensic pathologist, the number of children who died from the COVID vaccine, according to internal FDA investigations. Those career staff are still there. The people leaking to the corporate press to undermine the administration's work are in many cases still there. It's a lot of the visionaries, the people who stuck their necks out and put their names and reputations and faces on the line, who got booted or in Dr. Malone's case, have been chastised. And we're left with these anonymous administration officials giving quotes to the corporate press. I would just like to know who those people are. I think they should make the case to the American people that moving away from some of these more innovative initiatives that we saw last year on pharma are no longer viable in the midterm elections or something like that. I think they should have to put their name to their argument and make the case and debate.
The Fabrizio Ward poll that was used to justify a lot of this was selectively released. It was leaked in a selective fashion to justify a policy position that was driven by an individual who was deeply invested in the traditional MPH public health enterprise and who sits in a critical decision-making capacity in the West Wing. That's what went down. I mean, and these are folks that are, in theory, Maha aligned, right? They're supposedly the good guys, but they are finding common cause with, we can use this term deep state is very convenient, but these folks are not deep state, and yet they are finding common cause and working very closely to undermine change.
Yep. So I want to ask Steve a question, and then we're going to move into, we've got a stack of questions here. I want to try and get through as many as we can, and there's a follow-up question I'm hoping we can get to from the first panel. So Steve, what I find really amazing about what you've done is you had a single-minded pursuit of one very, very important story for a very long time, January 6th. You got an answer people didn't like, unfortunately. And so why is that story, and this is a loaded question here, why is that story important for accountability? And what are the stories you would like to see investigated with the same ferocity?
I actually would like to get back to the story you guys have been working on because that's what started it for me. Had it not been for COVID, I wouldn't be talking about what I'm talking about today. COVID changed my life. It was, I have to give the very, very, very quick version of this, but when we were at the 2 weeks to flatten the curve, my full-time income at the time was, I'm a live musician. Now, I was doing my journalism for 25 years on the side as kind of my side hustle, but my full-time income was as a performing musician. And I was a person who was then told that I was a non-essential worker. And 2 weeks to flatten the curve became 2 months, and then I read the tea leaves. It looked like 2 months might become 2 years. And in fact, for my industry, that's exactly what it ended up being. And so I basically, the way I like to explain it is I took my musician life out of the captain's seat of my life, and I moved that to the co-pilot seat, and I moved my journalism to the captain's chair and threw myself into that full time. But it was, ironically enough, and again, I'll try to be very quick with this story. Somebody asked me this last night. Somebody asked me why I didn't take the jab. And I said, well, the first thing was just the raw math. Because during the earliest days, in the beginning and early months of 2020, do you remember the big story was out of Italy at first, the Italian epidemic, and the people singing from the balconies of their apartment flats and patriotic songs and all of that. And for the first time in my life, I actually found out what an epidemiologist was. It was the Italian epidemiologist who was interviewed in an interview that I read, translated into English, obviously, and he said 3 things that changed my life. He said the first thing was, he said you have to understand that the vast majority of the people dying in our country from this disease, the average age is 85. Now, if he had said 45, well, Houston, we have a problem. But he said 85, and immediately, look, I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. But I know fifth grade long division. And I went straight to that mechanism to calculate what an IFR was from my own understanding. But the second thing that he said he said, now, the other thing is, he said that the person that's 85, as the average age of the individuals dying here in Italy, is they have 3 to 5 comorbidities. So I had to run to Google and look up what the hell comorbidity was. I had never heard that word before. And so then the third thing that he said that really changed it all for me. And by the way, when you're in a country that the average death rate, or the average age of the death rate, they're 85 years old, but the actual statistical lifespan of the citizens is 81, 82, you might have questions. And so then, but when we got to the third thing that the Italian epidemiologist said is that he said, you have to understand that most of the people at that age group who were dying were going to be dead within the year anyway because of their comorbidities. Well, right then, I knew that even though in March of 2020, I was a month away from turning 60 years old, and I did the math using fifth grade long division, is I discovered that I was as close to being at 0% risk as I could possibly be. I wasn't 20, I wasn't 15, I wasn't 5. But even at 60, there was really no chance of me being concerned and worrying about it. So when it came time to take the jab, I said, no, I don't need it. And that's the short version of the story as I can give it. But the thing that made me singularly focused on January 6th is I hate political rallies. I don't go to them. I hate political events of any kind. And because I was suddenly out of work, I had nothing else to do except when the president said, on December 19th, he said, come to January 6th, it's going to be wild. And I'm like, crap, okay, I got to go. and so because of what happened to me that day, it changed everything. But it had not been for COVID, I would not have been there. And I did become singularly focused on January 6th because of what happened to me that day, what I saw that day. It was my camera that captured Ashley Babbitt being wheeled out on a gurney with blood dripping off of the gurney and her dead eyes. I knew she was gone. I texted my best friend as soon as the gurney passed by me and passed by my camera, and I said, lady has been shot. She's not going to make it. I knew that just by looking at her. And then it was just a whirlwind of circumstances that followed. Not only had I already put myself out there as in a full-time manner as being a journalist, but then of course then the FBI threw out their dragnet, and I was caught up in the dragnet, and they threatened to. They actually threatened to charge me with, and you're gonna get a kick out of this. They contacted me in July of 2021, so 6 months later. They did not interview me until October of 21, and then in November of 21, they sent a letter or an email to my attorney and said, your client, me, is going to be charged within the week. This was the week before Thanksgiving of 21, and the main charge that they were going to level against me was interstate racketeering. I'm like, what? They were making the leap that because what I did is I purposefully crossed state lines in a conspiracy to profit off of January 6th because, as any other independent journalist would do, I licensed my videos to HBO, the New York Times, Epic Times, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as a result of that, I was trying to profit from an illegal event. There we go.
And just one quick follow-up. What story would you like to see pursued with equal ferocity, in your opinion, right now that needs a little more attention?
I think you may know the answer to that story already. I have been peripherally obsessed with, as a result of January 6th, with the deployment of Department of Defense at the time, Department of War now, assets at the Capitol that day, why they were there, what was the justification legally for them being there, and then the potential use of directed energy weapons known as, in the community and the special forces and intelligence community, as agitation weapons, backpack size, that can cause, according to a 3-star general, and forgive my language, a 3-star retired SOCOM general who told me, commander, who told me, yes, such a weapon exists. With it, we can make you, with it, we can stop your heart, we can make you shit your pants. And I've been looking for that weapon in the crowd, particularly on the west side of the Capitol, because 3 people within 50 yards of one another died of heart attacks that day. Never before in the history of any human protest has that ever happened, except that it happened there. So I've spent thousands of hours on the video. I've had more access to the Capitol CCTV viewing room at the O'Neill building than any other journalist on the planet. I've spent thousands of hours looking and reviewing these videos with our team, Joe Hanneman, an independent investigator that goes by the name Armitage, another individual that's in the room with us right now who doesn't like to be known. He doesn't like to associate with me publicly. And then we've spent the time looking for those, and it was only because I was looking for that I accidentally stumbled on the other thing.
Thank you. Okay, the next question. We're going to get a little more tactical here. What are we looking at, in everyone's opinion here, on military accountability for the flu shot that has now been remandated? Is there going to be accountability for service members who, this is it's not recommended for children and others, but you've got, what are we going to see in military accountability when it comes to this backtracking on the flu vaccine? Ivan, please.
You said flu shot?
Yeah, we can start
Let
there.
me expand it. So we've identified the problem, I think, across the board. Now we have to, address how do we get to accountability and achieve it. So I think that based on Pete Hegseth's performance up to this point on this particular issue, he's doing what he can, but the bureaucracy is pushing back at a significant level. You're seeing outstations trying to push back and enforce in the middle of a summer. I'm not a doctor, but last time I checked, I haven't heard of anybody getting a flu in the summer. Have you? Or not much?
So you know that there was this outbreak.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Outbreak.
Yeah. And apparently three airmen ended up.
Oh, your mic.
Microphone.
Dr. Malone,
Dr. Malone, use your mic. Thank you. That was my point. So we have to give the demand signal, just like we changed at the top level our government. We have to continue to increase that demand signal and that drumbeat of we want further accountability. The room, Feds for Freedom ecosystem, the MAHA ecosystem, and the Freedom ecosystem is really the driving force behind forcing this administration to do what they promised, okay? When I say forcing, I'm talking about the court of public opinion. So we can't just pause and listen and say, oh, I want to get a job in the admin, this and that. No, it's going to get worse if we keep silent. So in terms of accountability, there's a movie that just came out yesterday called Duty to Disobey. It's not the seditious 6 version of Duty to Disobey. It's the Patriot version of you're implementing an illegal, unsafe, and ineffective product known as an emergency use authorized product known as the jab. It is your obligation to push back against that. And now that Pete Hegseth Secretary Hegseth came out with I guess it was an order lifting that the flu vaccine is no longer required, I don't see a mechanism for subordinate commanders to go around that. So all the people in that chain of command that are being forced into the flu vaccine, they need to get informed and push back against it based on the policies of Hegseth. And one other thing I want to say was, I see some people in the crowd that probably don't know I recognize them, but for example, there's a staffer for the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, I believe, in the back. One mechanism to do this accountability component is you have to leverage the 2 committees in Congress that have overarching jurisdiction, and these are friendly members of Congress, that there should be a deluge of whistleblowers, just like Jim, and a deluge of investigative journalists providing everything and demanding that that staff and those members of Congress, namely the chair of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, Senator Rand Paul, by the way, unvaccinated. Number 2, Senator Ron Johnson, who's on the permanent subcommittee on investigations, also probably one of the 2 unjabbed senators. We have a mechanism right now. We need to use it for the next 6 months. And on the House side, we have a friendly, albeit vaccinated, Oversight Committee Chairman, James Comer, and a subcommittee chairwoman on the declassification of government information in the name of Anna Paulina Luna. Those, I think, are vectors of accountability across all fronts in the most transparent way possible, because those 4 members, based on their past performance over the last 2 Congresses, have exhibited, and their staff has exhibited, the zeal and the interest to create that public accountability. And the next step is for those members to be pushed to demand that the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader, or the Vice President acting as the President of the Senate, create what's called inherent contempt of people that don't respond to congressional subpoenas appropriately. And then they can be arrested without our DOJ getting involved. But that requires bolder congressional maneuvers that they're not willing to take unless we, let's just say, motivate them in the maximal way possible, legally, morally, and ethically.
Great answer, Ivan. Great answer. And I can tell you, folks like Senator Paul, he wants to hear from, it doesn't matter what part of the government you're coming from. If there's wrongdoing, Senator Paul wants to hear about it. And I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm going to try and get through these questions as best we can. These are freebies here. Why has the Trump administration refused to implement a Schedule F replacement of federal agencies' entrenched rank and file? Why do we suppose that's occurring? Emily, you're smiling. Do you have an answer?
Your knowledge of administration procedure and provisions is probably more in-depth than mine. I think, from my perspective as a reporter, a lot of it comes down to headlines. So at least in the case of HHS, a lot of the push to push out people who were doing really innovative things to get accountability on COVID shots resulted from a status quo push to reduce the noise. That was a quote that was in a lot of the corporate press. We want to reduce the noise. So I think the corporate media oftentimes acts as an enforcement mechanism for the civil service. And if you think about it, presidential administrations come and go, but the bureaucrats live and work here. You know, administration after administration, so do the press, so do the reporters. They're neighbors. They oftentimes know each other for years and years. I mean, that was the problem with Fauci. He had these entrenched relationships in the press that made it very difficult for anyone to criticize him because he had built this moat of favorable press. So, not knowing much about working inside the government, because I've never worked for the government, from my perspective, a big part of it is the corporate press and their eagerness to report anything negative about the administration and political appointees, the people who really want to implement major populist policy changes, whether it's true or false.
Dr. Malone?
So what I saw, direct personal experience, Doge came through and it flushed a lot of the lower tier staffers that were were in a position to enable onboarding. And so you ended up in a situation where you didn't have enough staff. The staff, if you wanted to replace those staff, then you were gonna basically eliminate somebody who may be suboptimal, but then never be able to fill that slot. The slots that were open all got slow walked, and whether it was intentional or unintentional, the staff necessary to fulfill the process, the vetting, the COI analysis, all the onboarding, they were flushed. And so what I saw was the HHS team coming in, yeah, they ran into this buzzsaw eventually. That was like a blowback. The buzzsaw from the West Wing and chief staff that you guys are alarming the swing voters, and this is going to cost us the midterms has kind of been the more recent narrative. But the initial one was, we just can't get it done. And then the other was that in the HHS space with MAHA, et cetera, you ended up with warring factions arguing over who the right people were. So you ended up with multiple vetting teams bringing candidates in, and then those people getting flushed because they were aligned with the wrong team, and then the other team was then empowered, and it just was, as I said, you bring populists in, and by definition, they don't know how to get stuff done in this incredibly complex bureaucracy. And so you ended up with just this chronic chaos loop exacerbated by the decimation of the, working everyday GS-12 staff that have to be there to get stuff done. Otherwise, you end up with arbitrary and capricious appointments that haven't followed process that then get thrown out. That's what I saw.
Dr. Malone, that's
You
perfect.
sound like a lawyer. Arbitrary and capricious.
That's perfect. And I want to get to one last question with the last 3-ish minutes we have left. That was from the first panel. But I think over the course of the day, we've established that the deep state isn't what we think it is. Maybe it's the blob, like Mike Benz calls it, whatever you want to call it. Instead of calling it the deep state or the blob or whatever, I think the main question is, who is running this op? Who's in charge, like at the meta level? Get creative here, because we've had all sorts of ideas of who's running this op. But to sort of end our panel, I'd love to hear even the kooky ideas.
Oh, I guess this is on me. Yeah, I have to be sort of careful what I say because I just do. But I think it's not going to be a surprise to anyone in this room. We all sort of intuit. It's the special interests, right? And the exact mechanisms by which they exert their influence are, a subject I'm trying to report out right now, which is why I'm being a little coy. I apologize. But unless you have really principled, backbone of steel people in those positions to make enemies with the bureaucrats who are implicated by the changes you made, because guess what? They're the ones who mandated that kids get COVID shots. Unless you have people willing to take the negative headlines, are willing to be smeared in the Washington Post and the New York Times, those moneyed interests will completely roll you over. If you're afraid of bad headlines in the corporate press, you will be defeated every time by extremely well-organized, well-heeled lobbies. That's just how Washington works. And again, I think there is a power struggle within HHS between those principled people with real backbones who care about policy and want to make changes happen, and the people who are babysitting the lobbies. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Emily.
Real quick,
sure.
I want to say, in regards to Mike Ben's characterization as the deep state, or whatever we want to call it, as the blob, I long ago adopted his characterization because it is seemingly an organism without boundaries or end, and it's voracious in its appetite. But I also, the more I thought about it, it also could be akin to John Carpenter's movie The Thing, in which the creature or the alien possesses people that we thought were our friends. And they're there also to devour when we're not ready and we're unsuspecting.
Great. I think Ivan has some things to say about this.
In negative 10 seconds, let me be brief. So, big picture, right? Globally, who kind of controls and runs things? And money, right? So people are motivated by money. And so when you take that as the foundational principle for many folks that are in these three categories, cowards, traitors, and retards, since we're going to be open about this, then it's a lot easier to, when you know that's the motivation behind folks to control countries, if you have the money to purchase the constitutional actors within this constitutional republic, then you allocate your resources accordingly. So then who has, as a constitutional actor, who are the individuals that have the most power? I argue it's the individual that controls $7 trillion annually into the global economy, the American Speaker of the House through the budget process. How do you become a Speaker of the House that can control votes? You're able to control through money or blackmail 218 members of that House body. And if you want to extend it to the second most powerful, I argue, is the President of the Senate, if they exercise their authority, because it's also a dual branch actor known as the Vice President, then you control that position. And then the third most powerful position is the presidency. So then if you have the means and blackmail, globally, let's call it, to be able to really influence and control the decision-making process of those three positions, everyone else falls in line. All the other, what did I say? Cowards, traitors, and at least a few of you participated in that. And so I think that is the big influence mechanism, and that's why we're seeing this very friction-filled fight on the Epstein issue. And I think that's why we're still lacking on, let's face it, when Elon Musk purchased Twitter 1.0, my argument has been, and hasn't changed, that that is the biggest trove of criminal evidence of institutional actors of the constitutional republic in those communications, whether it's DM or the government communicating with Twitter employees. So that begs the question, Elon, when are you releasing the Fauci files so that Mr. Senator Rand Paul can go ahead and gain the public momentum to actually have and motivate Mr. Todd Blanche and Judge Jeanine Pirro to exercise maximum lawful criminal authority? And if that doesn't happen, then we move for a removal of a John Thune and maybe place a Rand or a Ron Johnson as the Senate Majority Leader to effectuate a new sergeant at arms to criminally prosecute, from the legislative perspective, Mr. Anthony Fauci. Who wants that?
Ivan. We do, Ivan. We do. But we have to.
That's it. And
We're at the end.
that was in 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. This panel is completed, and I'm off to Stephanie
Thank you
to
all
close
so much
this
for
evening.
coming, addressing all of these interconnected issues like censorship and the surveillance state, food and chemical dependent farming, undermining the foundations of education, the health of the nation, and the lack of government accountability. All of these issues are pivotal to America's longevity because they represent internal threats that, left unchecked, will erode the human capital, economic sovereignty, cultural cohesion, and constitutional order required for a nation to thrive for the next 250 years. We thank you so much for coming. If you would like to support our new CIA lawsuit that we are supporting, please go onto our website and support us there. Also, check out a new rebranded podcast, Own Your Freedom, on the website and on all of the platforms. So thank you all so much for coming. We really enjoyed today.